So, I've talked pretty openly about my love for horror on this channel, but what I've never mentioned is that I suck at watching movies. You know, it's like one of those things where it's like, oh my god, I can't sit down and watch something for 2 hours. That's so long. And mixed with the fact that I was terrified of horror movies until like my late teens, early 20s, I've missed a lot. So 2023 was supposed to be a catch-up year, to not only go to the movies as much as possible, but to also finally watch all the classics I missed out on. And it went pretty badly. I mean, I watched, I think, 93 movies last year, and 60 of them were horror movies, but there's still a lot I need to see. But what ended up pushing Terrifier up on the list is that a couple of YouTubers I like made videos about it, and Zavid is a reaction channel, and I never watch movie reactions unless I've seen the movie first. I also found the clown's face in the thumbnails weirdly appealing too. Like, ooh, that looks like a fun gentleman. So I made a mental note to watch it, and then one Friday night last May, I went to see You Hurt My Feelings. And it was fine, but it was also boring, and I didn't get a lot out of it. So I got home, and I was like, well, that was kind of a waste of a movie night. I should watch something else. Oh, what about that clown movie? This is all to say that I knew almost nothing about Terrifier going into it. I say almost because I did skim the Wikipedia page when Ryan Hollinger made his video, and something did catch my eye. Whoops. But yeah, otherwise, I didn't know anything. I didn't know that these movies have a reputation. I didn't know that they are considered some of the most disgusting and horrible slasher movies ever made. I didn't know that people were fainting and puking at screenings of the second one. I'm not even sure I would have watched them if I knew any of that. Like, I still haven't worked up the courage to watch Saw entirely because I know one of the sequels has a girl getting her scalp ripped off, and that is an actual fear of mine. But I didn't know anything about Terrifier. I just put it on and watched it alone in my bedroom, and it permanently changed my brain chemistry, and I became obsessed with it and spent the rest of the weekend binge watching all the Art the Clown movies. And it wasn't just a weird fascination because these movies feel gross and illegal. I genuinely really like them. I like them a lot. Despite, you know, everything. Something about these movies really resonates with me. I've noticed some people, not just online, but in real life, do not understand the appeal of horror movies, especially gory horror movies. They think it's all just an excuse to watch people die horribly, and only sickos like them. And while I am a sicko, I do think it's more complex than that. Horror movies are an art form like anything else, and just because there's a lot of gore and violence doesn't erase that. You know, maybe these movies do actually say something, even if they get their messages across in the most violent and disgusting way possible. This isn't so much going to be a defense of Terrifier. I don't think Terrifier needs defending. It's doing perfectly fine. I wouldn't say that Art has reached the status of Freddy or Jason or Michael, where they're household names even to people who don't watch horror. No one I know in real life heard of Art the Clown until I wouldn't shut the fuck up about him. But still, Spencer's is absolutely full of Terrifier merchandise. Party City and Spirit Halloween have Art the Clown animatronics this year, and lots of other Terrifier stuff too. Art got a Funko Pop, and they apparently sold out within 2 minutes, which is crazy. Honestly, Art is an icon in his own right. Even if he isn't well known in the general populace, every single horror fan knows the name Art the Clown. And frankly, these movies' reputations are justified. They have more than earned the disgust people have for them. Their creator is even proud that his movies have the reputation that they do. When I went to see the re-release of Terrifier 2 back in November, I was so delighted when it started out with a word from the creator, and he was like, "Hi, I'm Damian Leone. Thank you so much for coming to the re-release of Terrifier 2. When this movie first came into theaters, there were articles being written about people throwing up and fainting and walking out. It was the best week of my life. Stephen King tweeted me. Maybe there's something to be said about the nature of disturbing movies and the way people respond to them. Maybe there really is some genuine artistry on display here. Maybe I just want to justify my love for these freak-ass movies since I think about them nonstop and they're my whole personality now. And with the third one about to be released in just a few weeks, I want to get all my thoughts out now so I'll be ready for whatever insanity's coming along with it. So please mind the warnings and the spoilers. This is an analysis, not a review. I'm not going to hold back on telling you absolutely everything. But yeah, without any further ado, here it is, my way too long Terrifier analysis video. I don't know what happened, I'm so sorry. So, the first Terrifier movie premiered in 2016, but this actually wasn't the first appearance of Art the Clown. He existed for nearly a decade before, when Damien Leone decided to try and make a short film for the first time. Leone has been into horror since he was a small child. His mother apparently named him after the evil little boy in The Omen.
For whatever reason, she was obsessed with the name Damien when she saw that movie.
Look at me, Damien. It's all for you.
And she even went to video stores and would ask the clerk if she could get the VHS coverage. It had to be spelled the way it was spelled in the movie, so it had to be spelled with an E. Couldn't be an A, couldn't be an O.
And the first movie he ever watched in theaters was The Lost Boys, when he was about 4.
She would let me watch really cool movies when I was like 3 years old. Rated R, didn't matter. Grew up watching Rambo, Commando, Jaws, Red Sonja, Beastmaster.
The early rotation was really Jaws. My mother took me to the movies to see The Lost Boys when I was 4 years old.
I think the first horror film she let me watch, if I remember, rent from the video store, was Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
He became obsessed with special effects after watching Scream Greats, which is a special dedicated to Tom Savini, who, in case you don't know, is an extremely prolific special effects artist known for movies such as Dawn of the Dead, Friday the 13th, Creepshow, and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. When Leone was 12, his mother took him to a convention where he not only met Tom Savini, but also got a little makeup kit that he used to put fake wounds on his friends. The wounds were apparently realistic enough that it fooled a lot of their parents.
And one of my friend's fathers had just gotten home from work, and we did this to him, and he was like, "You motherfucker." He's like, "I just got home, now I gotta take you to the goddamn emergency room." And he got so mad at his son, and we totally duped him into believing that. And I got such a rush from that I fooled an adult.
As Leone grew up, he not only got really into making his own special effects, but he also decided that he wanted to be a filmmaker. He attended one film class, decided he didn't like it, and then instead asked his mother to give him the money to make a short film that he could show at festivals and try and make a name for himself. This film was called The Knife Circle and featured a lot of horror elements that Leone threw in to see what resonated with people. It was apparently shown in the 2008 Backseat Film Festival, which is not a thing that I can confirm because the official website for the Backseat Film Festival is, not that anymore. Don't go look for yourself, trust me. However, every time Leone talks about the Knife Circle, he says he made it around 2005 or 2006.
I started with my first official short film in 2006, and
So I created Art the Clown back in 2005 or 6 for my first short film.
But yeah, my God, I created this character a long time ago, back in 2005, I think.
The Knife Circle is primarily about demons and witches. However, there is a scene in the very beginning where a woman is harassed by a clown. This is apparently the scene that people who watched the short really, really liked. Despite all the crazy demonic stuff that happens later on, everyone just kept talking about the clown.
And everybody who saw that short film was like, dude, the demons are cool, your creatures and everything, but that fucking clown at the beginning is insane. He looks so cool, he's so creepy. You have to keep making more things with that character.
So the clown was the thing that stuck. And some years later, in 2011, Leone made a new short that was fully about the clown. which he called Terrifier. Leone always intended on making a full-length movie starring his clown character, and his original plan was to actually turn the Ninth Circle into a full-length movie. The plot was apparently going to be Art the Clown and two demons hunting down 3 high school girls on Halloween night, with the final girl in the movie being dressed in an angel costume. A young actress named Jenna Cannell auditioned for the film, and Leone liked her a lot. But the project was ultimately scrapped sometime around 2013 or so. However, around the same time that the Ninth Circle movie was in production, Leone was offered an interesting opportunity. Producer Jesse Baggett had found the Terrifier short on YouTube and loved it, and he reached out to Leone to ask him if he wanted to include it in an anthology movie along with a bunch of other shorts. Now, when I first heard that Art the Clown came from an anthology movie, I just kind of assumed it was like what happened with the Amateur Night short in VHS. That people really, really liked it, and it got so popular that it got turned into its own full-length movie. But no, that's not the case at all. All Hallows Eve is literally about art. Apparently, Baggett wanted the clown to be the star of the show and asked Leone if he could shoot more scenes with the clown to put into the shorts people had already made. But Leone didn't want to do that. If the movie was going to be about the clown, he wanted to make the whole thing. Baggett was apparently totally cool with that and allowed him to use the 2 shorts he already made, make a 3rd one, and create the whole wraparound segment. The resulting movie was called All Hallows Eve, and it was released to DVD in 2013. Now, usually I just sort of try to sum up a movie's plot and then use it as a springboard for discussion. However, since there are literally 4 different stories happening here, I think it'll be less confusing if I just go in order. The main character of All Hallows Eve is this woman named Sarah, who is played by Amy Adams? No, okay, it's not Amy Adams. I thought it was when I saw this for the first time. I am severely face blind. She did look familiar though. Like, I was staring at her face the whole time like, how do I know you? Oh well, probably not important. So Sarah is babysitting her friend's 2 terrible children on Halloween night. One of the kids got an unmarked VHS tape in their bag, and Sarah does the right thing and takes it from them. Until they start whining and she gives in and lets them watch it. Look, I'm someone who let my 5-year-old niece play Resident Evil Village, and even I think that's stupid. I've also seen people online make fun of this movie because it's 2013 and they are using a VCR. And this movie does definitely take place around 2013 because the kids have smartphones. But I can't really make fun of this because I was using my parents' old VCR until at least 2015. We watched my dad's VHS tapes of the original trilogy the day before we saw The Force Awakens. So I'm gonna defend this decision. Sometimes you just don't throw stuff out. So they watch the tape and it plays Leone's first short, The Ninth Circle. So now we get to talk about it properly. A young woman named Casey is at a train station on a Halloween night when she is harassed by a clown. He jabs her with a needle and she passes out, waking up in a room chained by the neck with 2 other women, named Sarah and Kristen. They mention that there used to be another woman with them, but she was dragged away never to be seen again. This then happens to Sarah. Casey convinces Kristen to follow the chains to see where they go, and once they get to the source, they attempt to break themselves free. Then this dude shows up and kills Kristen. Casey is freed in all the chaos and makes a break for it, but she's caught pretty quickly and tied up by some witches. There's also a pregnant woman tied up nearby, which is probably the woman who was mentioned earlier who got dragged away. Her baby is then cut out of her belly, and then Satan shows up. And, yeah, he does something bad to Casey. And then, yeah, the short ends. That's it. So, yeah, honestly, this short is kind of weird and hard to follow. It would appear that the witches are kidnapping women and forcing them to give birth to the Antichrist, or something to that effect. But I don't know why there's a clown involved. He's a demon, I guess, because his eyes glow yellow. Seeing this version of Art after seeing what he looks like in Terrifier a decade later is honestly kind of hilarious. He looks like a little baby. Leone would later sculpt Art's face to be more gaunt and sunken in. His face is so round here, oh my god. Other than that though, his design is almost exactly the same as it is now, even down to the black trash bag he carries all this shit around in. Leone purposely designed Art to be the opposite of Pennywise, the 1990s Tim Curry version at least. Pennywise had a lot of red fluffy hair, so Art is bald. He was very colorful, so Art is completely black and white. Except maybe his eyes? Art's eye color changes a lot from film to film. Like in Terrifier, his eyes are black, but apparently the contacts dissolved by the end of filming. Actually, the entire makeup would dissolve if it got too wet. That's why there's so much behind the scenes footage where Art has Q-tips up his nose. So by Terrifier 2, they weren't having the actor wear contacts, and so Art has like more light brown hazily eyes in that movie. But for some reason on the poster for Terrifier 3, he has blue eyes. I don't know. Art being primarily white allows for the blood of his victims to show up very vividly on him. He is essentially a blank canvas who by the end of his films is painted over with all the pain and torture that he's inflicted on people. There's even a scene in Terrifier 2 where Art washes his costume so it's clean and ready for his next murder spree.
So I love having Art start clean and then gradually get bloodier and bloodier as he goes.
The minimalist black and white design also helps Art be more emotive. See, one thing that makes Art unique in comparison to other clowns is that most clowns have a very distinctive nose. Like, it's usually red and very large and round. You know, it's like a red ball, right, that they just stick at the end of their nose. That's usually the focal point of their facial design. It's the place where your eye is immediately drawn. Art, by contrast, has a tiny little dot at the end of his nose. Barely noticeable at all, but instead the eye is drawn to his eyes, and particularly his mouth. These features are colored black over the pure white of the rest of his face, and later on Leone added some big rotted teeth to Art's design. His teeth are yellow, so they're the only splash of color on his face, making it a very clear focal point for the eye to focus on. The fact that the facial features that he uses to emote are where the eye is immediately drawn to is important for this character, because even in this very early stage, Art is silent. He doesn't speak. Even his laugh makes no noise. And in later films, we see that even his screams are silent. His entire personality comes from his facial expressions, and woo boy, does he sure have a personality. Leone has described him as a silent Freddy Krueger, that he's a mixture of the fun, charismatic killers known for their personalities and the creepy silent killers that never speak while they're killing you. And we see the seeds of that even in this first short. He's a prankster, he's a goofball, he has no sense of personal boundaries. Art doesn't hide in the shadows stalking his victims. He's out in the open, hanging out in extremely mundane locations and making a huge jackass of himself, attracting as much attention as possible and purposely making his victims as scared and uncomfortable as he can before he goes in for the attack. Apparently, the original idea for the short came from the Twilight Zone episode Mirror Image, where a woman is waiting for the bus and weird stuff keeps happening to her, and it evolved into an idea where a woman was alone on a bus when a clown boarded on the second to last stop and harassed her. They couldn't get access to a bus though, so they did a train station instead. I kinda like it like this. I went to school near Boston, I took the T a lot. I couldn't even stand making eye contact with random people. This is basically a nightmare to me. I also like the whole concept of a bunch of people being chained up and dragged away one by one. That is a cool idea that could stand to be fleshed out more. Apparently when the film was originally edited, Leone felt like the plotline with the two other women didn't really go anywhere, so we cut them out completely. I have not seen that version, but in my opinion, having them talk about the girl who got dragged away and then getting to see it for ourselves really adds a certain level of horror to the situation. Plus the fact that the only option that they have is to follow the chain to see where they go, even after the people who were dragged away were never seen again, is definitely very creepy. Anyways, they got put back in because Leone needed to beef up the movie a bit, and he apparently tracked down the two actresses to tell them that they made it back into the short, and they were excited. So yay! I don't really have anything to say about the rest of it. The effects are nice. If Damien Leone is good at anything, it's special effects. Something that will become abundantly clear very soon, trust me. Or maybe not, because I'm going to have to censor most of it. Even in this very early film, you can see not only his talent in that particular field, but how much effort he clearly put into it. Like, these creature designs are pretty cool. The devil's face looks just as skin-crawling as it should. There's a word I'd like to say here to describe his expression that I cannot say, but for what he is about to do, his face is very appropriate for the situation. He was apparently supposed to look more reptilian, but the mold broke before the shoot, and Leone had to quickly make him a new face at the last minute. And for a last minute job, it looks fantastic. I hate it. I do not like looking at it. I'm going to talk about something else now. One thing that actually stuck out to me while watching All Hallows Eve for the first time is that the swords aren't completely removed from the wraparound segment. Sometimes you get glimpses of the swords actually up on the TV, and it's also constantly cutting back to Sarah and the kids' reactions. I feel like I haven't seen that before. Like in VHS, when those guys put the tapes in, you don't see them again until the tape is done. I'm sure a lot of people would find this distracting or that it ruins the atmosphere, but it doesn't really bother me too much. This movie is about the fear the people watching these tapes are experiencing, and it really does feel like we're on this journey with Sarah, especially since there is a lot of breathing room between the shorts that let us get to know her. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure these are just here to pad out the runtime. The shorts alone are not enough for a feature-length movie. But I like these conversations she has with the kids, especially the little girl. The girl comes off much less annoying than the boy, mostly because we see her be vulnerable to Sarah, admitting that the tape scared her and she was just putting up a front.
Do you think that clown was real?
Also, I once had a sibling spit on me while they were brushing their teeth, and I also screamed bloody murder, so I can relate. I'm not saying it's anything deep or complex or even that interesting, but I watched all the VHS movies before this, and none of the characters in those wraparound segments had any character development whatsoever. So this was kinda nice at least. I also love how the kids' reaction to the knife circle mimics the real-life reaction people had to it. As in, they watched all this horrible, demonic shit and women getting brutalized, and they're just like, I like the clown. The clown was the best part. The clown should get his own franchise.
I like the clown. Yeah, he was great.
So even after Sarah sends the kids to bed, she finds herself extremely intrigued by the tape. She attempts to watch Night of the Living Dead for a little while, but curiosity ends up getting the better of her, and she puts the tape back in. And this is when we get to see the second short. This one is actually the newest. Damien Leone made it specifically for this movie in order to fill up the middle slot. So there's this woman named Caroline who just moved to the country with her artist husband. He apparently recently painted a really horrifying painting that scares Caroline so much since he keeps a sheet on it at all times.
It's a face. Just a horrible face.
While home alone, something crashes behind the house, and upon discovering that her phone doesn't work, Caroline tries to jump in the car and leave. The car also doesn't work, so she goes back inside. Her phone suddenly gets service again when her husband calls, and he tells her to stay in the house and call the police. She then loses service. Again. And then an alien busts into the house and starts chasing her around. Caroline finds a good hiding spot, but then the cell service comes back on again. She gets a call from her husband, which the alien hears, and it snatches her up. Caroline struggles as he's dragged away, accidentally ripping the sheet off of her husband's painting, revealing that it's a portrait of Art the Clown. I don't really have a lot to say about this one. I didn't like it that much. And I'm not the only one. People seem to generally consider this the weakest point in the movie. Damien Leone is usually pretty good at creatures. I mean, the previous short proved that, but the alien just kinda looks fake. Apparently, the original plan was that the alien was going to be a puppet, but they didn't have the time or budget to pull that off, and Leone unfortunately realized that when they were in the middle of the shoot. He ended up getting his friend Brandon Despain to play the alien at the last minute. I think it's admirable that they managed to pull it off at all, and apparently the metallic alien face is supposed to be like the alien wearing a Jason mask that resembles the typical tall gray alien face, which is clever. It's just not my thing. The whole short really isn't my thing, and it kind of feels like it doesn't belong. It's basically filler. They had to have another short. They had to make the runtime longer. So this is what we get. Apparently Apparently the reasoning for the short being about aliens and not art was because Leone wanted the Terrifier short to be last, and he thought that if he had 2 shorts in a row where Art was chasing someone around, it would take away from its impact. And you know what? He's right. It probably would. And while this short obviously didn't do much for me, it does weirdly kind of work to set up the tone for the rest of the movie. If you go in completely blind and you get to the second short, it obviously has nothing to do with the first. It's even a completely different subgenre. So you'd probably just assume then that none of the shorts are connected. But then when she rips the sheet off and you see Art's face, it's just like, oh, they are connected. The clown is the thing that is connecting them. And that does work to psych you up for Terrifier, because now you know that Art's gonna be in it. And then the kids are like, stop opening the door every 5 minutes, you're waking us up. And Sarah's like, I haven't touched the door. What are you talking about? And we see glimpses that maybe the characters of the tapes are coming into the real world, and using the information from the second short, it's probably safe to assume that, oh no, the clown's running around in the real world too. Sarah goes back downstairs, puts the tape in for a 3rd time, and after this point, the movie gets really, really good. So, the Terrifier short film follows an unnamed protagonist played by British YouTuber Rachel Oates.
Alright, hi everyone, and welcome back to another video.
I am severely face blind. No, apparently the actress's name is Marie Macer. She is driving back from a shoot where she was working as a costume designer, and she's lost and out of gas. Pulling into a gas station, she witnesses the attendant kick out a certain familiar clown after he rubbed his feces all over the bathroom. The costume designer is like, hey, don't you want to call the police? And the attendant is like, nah. He's giving her directions when they hear a loud crash from inside the gas station, and the attendant goes to investigate. He's gone a while, and the costume designer goes to check on him and finds Art chopping up his body. She immediately flees, hopping into her car and speeding down the road while screaming into her phone for the police to help her.
Please! You have to help me! There's been a murder!
Her phone dies. I think. She uses it later for like 2 seconds and then it dies again.
Somebody's trying to kill me! My phone's gonna die any second!
But yeah, for the rest of the short, she's mostly without a cell phone. In her panic, she very nearly crashes into another car and swerves off the road. Art comes over and tries to open her door. She gets back onto the road and drives until she finds a car pulled over. She stops to ask for help, but it looks like Art got to the driver first. I don't think I can show it, but her face and hands are gone. The costume designer goes back to her car again, but unfortunately, Art is in the back seat and attempts to suffocate her. She breaks free and manages to temporarily incapacitate him, ditching her car to flee into the woods. She finds some old abandoned building and locks herself in it, seemingly hiding out there for several hours before Art digs his way in. He whips her pretty bad, but she manages to fight back and stab him. She runs back to the road and flags down this nice gentleman, who picks her up and tells her that he's going to take her to the police station. However, before he can get the chance, Art pulls up next to him and shoots him in the face. The car slams into a tree, and the costume designer wakes up in Art's sketchy basement with her limbs and breasts chopped off, and what Wikipedia refers to as misogynistic obscenities carved into her body. AKA words I can't say or YouTube will shoot me into the sun. But you can probably imagine what they are. And then it just ends. I had a really hard time watching Rachel Oates videos after this. No, but for real, this is the sickest ending to anything I've ever watched. And maybe that doesn't mean much because I'm still going through the horror genre, but my god, this just left a horrible pit in my stomach that lasted at least a few hours. This is one of those rare times where the protagonist making it out alive is the bad ending. Like, what do you think happened to her after this? I don't like to think about it. Why did he cut off her boobs? Put a huge pin in this moment because we're going to be talking about it much later, like hours later. But yeah, just know that the short did actually manage to scare me. It's kind of awesome in a really messed up way. It's paced really nicely. Once the action gets going, it's basically non-stop, and there's at least a couple of moments that genuinely surprised me. This is the moment that Art was truly born. He may have come to fruition in the Ninth Circle, but he came into his own here. I think the thing that makes Art such a horrifying villain is the juxtaposition between his goofy side and his killer side. Like, he's introduced as rubbing his shit all over the wall, you know, like, haha, that's so weird, what a gross, funny clown.
Seriously, you think this is funny? You think you can just piss all over the place and smear your shit on the walls?
And then like 2 minutes later, he's chopping up a guy and chasing down an innocent woman for no reason other than wanting to torture her. And it's really his lack of a motive for going after this girl that truly makes him into a nightmare. It makes some sense why he kills the gas station attendant, I guess. Like, he is screaming at him. But then Art notices the costume designer standing there, and as he walks away, he looks past the angry man yelling at him and waves directly at her. And with that, her fate is sealed. She didn't do anything to make him notice her. She doesn't get involved in the conflict. She's just standing there, and that's enough for him to decide that she deserves to be tortured. What makes it worse is that the costume designer doesn't really do anything that stupid while trying to get away from Art. I mean, she does pull over and run to a random car that's broken down after it's been made clear that Art can teleport. But honestly, maybe at that point, she just wanted a phone. You know, panic does crazy things to a person. I can see the reasoning behind her decisions, even if to an outsider, they seem a little bit dumb. But she saw danger, she hopped into her car, and she drove away as fast as she could while calling the police. That is the correct thing to do. It's not her fault that the guy who has decided he wants to torment her works on Looney Tunes logic. I mean, she finds a safe place to hide, she's locked in, there's absolutely no way he could get at her, and then he digs himself in. And the aforementioned scene where he's standing on the side of the road, somehow having gotten ahead of her, just happily holding a sign and jumping around and waving. This is where his goofy side and his violent side go from being complete opposites to blending together horrifically well. I mean, there's no way he actually expects her to stop here and pick him up. He's fucking with her. He's being funny, but he's doing this specifically to show her, hey, I got here before you. I know where you're going, and I can get there first. You can't get away from me. And that's terrible. No matter what this poor girl did, Art was going to catch her. Sarah has pretty much the exact reaction that I had. Pure disgust, super relatable, and also she's slightly alarmed when she has trouble turning the TV off, especially now that Art is looking right at her. The phone rings, and when she picks it up, it's the costume designer.
Please! You have to help me! There's been a murder!
And then probably one of the best horror sequence I watched last year happens. Yes, I am serious. The TV turns itself back on, and we see Art's dank-ass basement again, and Art pops out, looking directly at Sarah as he creeps closer. He goes right up to the TV and starts banging on the glass. Then suddenly, Sarah is on the TV. The whole living room is on the TV, and Art is there too. Not in real life, but on the screen. He gets closer and closer, and Sarah struggles to eject the tape, but manages to take it out and destroy it right before Art's able to touch her. Her brief moment of relief is cut short, however, when she hears the children upstairs screaming. Sarah immediately rushes to help them, but stops halfway when she sees Art standing in front of their door, covered in blood. She covers her eyes in terror, and when she opens them again, Art is gone. She rushes into the kids' room and, yeah, they're, not alive anymore. I can't show this. There are child heads, like, not attached to the bodies, and severed child hands. It's pretty bad. And Sarah just stands there and screams, and then it ends. That's it. If you stay for the credits though, you're treated to art coming over to you. Which, yeah, no thank you, I've had enough of that. One thing I liked about this movie is that it manages to capture what it feels like to watch a horror movie and be scared by it after. The feeling that every shadow, every noise is the killer coming to get you. It's kind of absurd if you think about it. I mean, logically, you're not in any more danger now than you were before. But now that your brain has it cataloged as a possibility, you are in absolute terror mode. Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, Art the Clown, they aren't real. They can't actually hurt you. The most they can do is scare you. And that can't happen unless you watch their movies. At one point, Sarah even tells the little girl that the clown can't hurt her unless she watches the tape.
The clown's only on the video, right? So if you don't watch it, he can't hurt you.
And the more Sarah watches the tape, the more real Art becomes. The little girl senses him nearby after watching the first film, and by the second, the monsters in the films are interacting with the real world.
I heard you creeping around outside the door and turning the handle.
It isn't until Sarah is finished with the third film, though, that Art is fully able to materialize in reality. When I watched Cherry Falls as a child, I was so convinced that the killer in that movie was coming to get me that I put chimes on my door so I could hear if he came in. Didn't that kind of make me the killer's victim in a way, even though the killer wasn't real? That's why Art's coming at you during the credits, to scare you like he scared Sarah, to make you one of his victims too. Ultimately, his goal isn't to kill. I mean, he likes to do that, but what he really sets out to do is cause fear. He is the Terrifier, after all. Maybe Sarah really did save herself when she smashed the VHS tape, or maybe Art had decided that killing the children was the best way to torture her. He will leave someone alive if he realizes that's the best way to terrorize them. Now Sarah has to live with the knowledge that she let the kids watch the tape, that she kept watching it even though she found it disturbing, and that she ignored all the red flags that there was someone in the house. She didn't kill the kids herself, but she does hold some responsibility in their demise, and she now has to live with that every day of her life. When Sarah runs upstairs and finds Art covered in the children's blood, the camera suddenly zooms in on her face and a grainy filter appears. This is a very similar filter to what was used on the Terrifier short, to give it a sort of grimy grindhouse look. Sarah is in one of Art's movies now. She has become one of Art's victims, and as such, has been cataloged just like the rest of them. That all being said though, I'm not sure if any of this is actually meant to be an All Hallows Eve, or if I'm just reading into it too much. It is ultimately important to keep this movie in perspective. Damien Leone was not out here trying to make an amazing anthology film. His goal was to get the Terrifier short onto a DVD, to get some attention onto the character of Art, and maybe build a fan base. Now, this wasn't a lazy venture whatsoever. There was clearly a lot of work put into this film, and I really love and appreciate a lot of the stuff in the latter end of it. But this is an advertisement for Art the Clown at the end of the day, albeit a pretty effective one, especially for the people who stuck around to the end. I hate when I see people online be like, oh, this was so bad, I turned it off halfway. Like, no, you have to stick it out. It gets so much better. There have been 2 All Hallows Eve sequels made, and neither has anything to do with Art the Clown. Leone was a producer on the second one, but he didn't write or direct any of the shorts. This time around, all the shorts are done by different people, and as far as I can tell, Jesse Baggett is the one who wrote and directed the wraparound segment. Some of the shorts are pretty good, but all the stuff that made the first All Hallows Eve unique, like seeing the characters react to the shorts and there being a consistent villain that connects everything together, isn't present here. Like, they try and do the whole, oh, there's a mysterious tape, and if you watch the whole thing, an evil entity comes out and kills you thing. But this pumpkin-headed dude wasn't in any of the shorts, and the wraparound segment doesn't show him getting more and more real, or even show us anything about his victim. We just see her get the tape at the beginning, and then she gets killed at the end, and that's it. It doesn't feel like an All Hallows Eve movie. It just feels like any old anthology movie, and that's a shame. The third one is super, super recent. It just came out last year, and they didn't even bother doing the killer coming out of the tape thing again. The wraparound segment this time around is this animated sequence of a girl getting locked in a box and her captors watching these shorts on the TV, and then they feed her to the devil? So yeah, the whole original conceit is just gone now. Leone isn't involved in this one at all, at least as far as I can tell, and Jesse Baggett is tangentially related. He's the CEO of Ruthless Studios, which put this film out, but he didn't write or direct anything this time. Shortly after the release of All Hallows Eve, Jesse Baggett asked Leone if he could direct a found footage movie where Frankenstein and the mummy fight. Leone was like, that depends. Can I write it? And also, I don't like found footage. Can I just shoot it like a regular movie? And Jesse Baggett was like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Frankenstein vs. the Mummy was released onto DVD in 2015, and Leone once again wrote, directed, and did all the special effects for it. It is nice that Baggett had no problem with giving Leone total freedom on these projects. However, when Leone wanted to move on to making the full-length Art the Clown movie that he always wanted to make, Baggett was a lot less keen on this, apparently telling Leone that killer clowns don't sell movies.
Yeah, he got the note at the time. He said, listen, I've asked some distributors and stuff. They said killer clowns cannot sell a movie.
This was years before It 2017 came out and became like the biggest thing on earth, by the way. So Leone was left to raise money by himself. He ended up making an Indiegogo. He needed $35,000 for the movie, but a chunk of it had already been given to him by an investor, and he just needed to raise $15,000 to ensure that he, along with director of photography George Stuber, were paid enough that neither had to work extra jobs during the production.
The good news is we've already raised 85% of our budget. Unfortunately, we need that extra little push to do things just right. That's where you guys come in.
The campaign only made about $4,000. However, the rest of the funds came from an old buddy of Leone's named Phil Falcone, whom he had reached out to when he started looking to raise money. Falcone told Leone that he'd give him the money he needed as long as he was made a producer. I will admit that I am unsure if that investor mentioned in the Indiegogo is Phil Falcone or if it's another person entirely, because the way this story is told, it seems like the Indiegogo existed before Leone reached out to Falcone.
And I tried to do an Indiegogo, and then I was just going through my emails, people I had, emails and shit, and I stumbled upon your email because we worked together on a film. And he saw that I was trying to do this Indiegogo campaign. He said, what are you trying to do here? What's going on? It's like, I'm trying to raise like $30,000 to make this killer clown movie. And he was like, I'll give you the money tomorrow. He's like, I just want to be able to work with you because I know you do special effects and I'm interested in special effects. I want to just like be by your side while you're doing this, and I think it would be fun. And literally the next day he gave me the money, which like hardly ever happens. I mean, he just really stepped up to the plate and gave me the money.
Whichever way though, Leone credits Falcone as the savior of the Terrifier franchise and that the movie would have never happened if it wasn't for him.
The only person who ever really believed in me was Phil Falcone, who's I say it all the time, is the saving grace, is really the only reason why these movies exist in the physical world, is because of Phil.
Leone also worked with the production company Fuzz on the Lens, and this is a relationship that would continue for years, with them later producing Terrifier 2 and most recently Terrifier 3. Some of the Fuzz on the Lens team appear in the movie, namely the two police officers who run it at the end, and the exterminator who gets decapitated. Also, apparently the guy who plays the exterminator, Mike Levy, was the guy who started the 2016 killer clown trend.
There's a lot of chatter about who is responsible. There are reports this morning that a Staten Island film company called Fuzz on the Lens has staged this all as a viral marketing ploy.
Fuzz on the Lens Productions is what it's called.
We decided to treat, the community Staten Island as our audience, and that this whole thing was our production.
That's fitting, I guess. Leone reached out to Jenna Cannell, who had previously auditioned for the Knives Circle and offered her the lead role of Tara.
I don't even think you had to audition for Terrifier. It was just like, let's do this. I know what you're capable of. I know who you are. And
I auditioned for Ninth Circle.
And then Catherine Corcoran was cast as her friend Dawn. Both actresses were actually working in big studio films at the time. Corcoran was in a movie called Chuck, and Cannell was filming The Bye-Bye Man.
Don't say it, don't think it, don't say it, don't think it!
So Leone had to work around their schedules. Basically, anytime you don't see them in the same shot as anyone else, it was probably filmed on a completely different day. Even some of the individual shots of the side of Tara's head were filmed with a body double because Cannell just couldn't be on set that day.
And the double playing right here, the double playing Jenna, playing Tara is Christina Thompson. I mean, it's like it's almost flawless.
Samantha Scafidi was brought on to play Tara's sister Victoria after being recommended by Gino Caffarelli, who plays one of the pizza guys.
Yeah. So Gino and I had done a project, it was early on in my acting career, and then later on he met Damien, and I guess Damien had cast him in his film, and Damien was like, I'm looking for any actresses that you may think would be great to audition, and then he put my name forward.
But the most notable casting in this film is of Art the Clown himself. The actor who played Art in the shorts at All Hallows Eve was Mike Gianelli, who was not actually an actor. He was a friend of Leone's who he managed to convince to be the clown in his weird little demon short, and then once Leone decided to keep making films about the clown, he kept bringing his friend back to play him.
And I said, hey, dude, I already have your life cast. I said, I know you're not an actor, but I have this clown character. All you really got to do is just sit there and make kind of like weird faces and smile. And then before you know it, he gets roped into playing Art the Clown, and it starts kind of taking off, and then he has to keep playing him.
However, the idea of working on a full-length movie solely about the clown did not appeal to Gianelli, and Leone also had a very distinct look for Art in mind. Obviously, he started sculpting Art to have a more gaunt and bony face, but he also wanted him to be tall and skinny, so he asked that Gianelli lose weight to achieve that. And Gianelli, who, again, was not an actor, just decided, hey, actually, I don't think that's a thing I really want to do.
Dude, I'm not an actor. I can't go through all this makeup. It's a lot. And he was like getting heavier, and I wanted him to go on a diet and lose weight because I wanted. You Hollywood piece of shit.
So now Leone's over here working to create his dream film, and his main actor just dropped out. So he held auditions for a new Art, and this is where David Howard Thornton enters the story. Thornton previously did theater and voiceover work.
I hate Christmas the whole Christmas season. Hey, Lois. Diarrhea.
And he was also a fan of All Hallows Eve. He had watched it, and he knew about Art the Clown. So, of course, when the audition went up, he immediately jumped on it. Leone was immediately drawn to him because of his tall, lanky stature.
So Dave was like the sixth person to come into the room, and as soon as I saw him walk in, I was like, bingo, I was like, that guy's gonna look great in that movie.
And then when the audition began, Thornton was told to mime out a decapitation. I like how you can hear Leone's excitement at the very end.
Fantastic.
Needless to say, he nailed the audition and was cast as the new Art. Terrifier premiered at the 2016 Telluride Horror Show Film Festival, and then was shown again at the 2017 Horror Channel Fright Fest. In March of 2018, it was put out on DVD, which made it widely available to audiences. However, what really got it going was when it was put onto Netflix later that same year. It did shockingly well on Netflix. It's believed that putting Art's face front and center on the poster is the thing that got it so much attention. You know, people just randomly scrolling through Netflix looking for something spooky to watch. Oh, look, a creepy clown. Let's check out this one.
You know, I'm scrolling through Netflix and I see this clown, and it was striking, and I just had to see. I didn't know anything about this movie, but I saw his face. I had to check it out. Like, I heard that again. We hear it all the time. That's how so many people discovered the movies.
I mean, that's how they got me. Audience reaction was mixed. Even just poking around on the internet trying to put together this timeline, I came across a lot of comments saying both that Terrifier is the best horror film in a while, and that it's the worst film to come out in years. And you know what? That's an extremely accurate way to describe this movie. So Terrifier starts with an interview. A talk show host named Monica Brown is speaking to the lone survivor of a horrific massacre that happened a year before, perpetrated by one Art the Clown, who is revealed to be watching at home. The survivor's face is horribly disfigured, and she insists that the killer is dead despite the body vanishing from the morgue.
He's dead. I saw it happen.
After the interview, Monica Brown sits in her dressing room talking to someone on the phone, mocking how the survivor looks and saying how unsafe she felt around her.
I was gonna gag at one point.
Before the survivor suddenly busts in and rips Monica's face off. We then cut to two girls, named Dawn and Tara, walking back to their car after a Halloween party. Art the Clown wanders over, and Tara is pretty creeped out by him, but when she looks back, he's disappeared. Tara decides she's too drunk to drive home, and they walk to a nearby pizza place to sober up. Art follows them in and stares down Tara, which absolutely terrifies her. Dawn takes a selfie with Art in an attempt to prove to Tara that he isn't dangerous. It does not make her feel any better.
What, did you think he was gonna hack me up into little pieces or something? What's that?
Looks like foreshadowing?
Art goes into the bathroom and smears his feces all over the wall. Oh cool, we're doing this again. Great. And the restaurant owner throws him out.
The clown?
Dawn and Tara walk back to their car and find that one of the tires has been slashed.
Why does this shit always happen to me?
They call Tara's sister, Vicky, to come get them, and while they wait, Tara expresses concern that the clown might have slashed their tire.
Well, he knows this is your car. He saw us getting into it earlier.
Which Dawn completely dismisses.
I probably just ran over a nail or something.
Meanwhile, Art murders the two pizzeria workers. Tara has to go to the bathroom, so she asks a pest control worker named Mike to let her into a building. She gets lost and encounters a homeless woman known as the Cat Lady, who thinks that her doll is her actual baby.
This is my daughter, Emily.
Art abducts Dawn and then enters the building to grab Tara. She eludes him for a while, but is caught when Mike doesn't hear her screaming for help. Tara wakes up duct taped to a chair. Art terrorizes her with a variety of weapons before forcing her to watch as he cuts Dawn in half with a hacksaw. Tara manages to break her bonds and just starts beating the ever-loving hell out of Art with a 2x4. It looks like she's about to defeat him before he pulls out a gun and shoots her. The Cat Lady witnesses Art kill Tara and runs to Mike for help, begging him to call the police, but he just dismisses her as crazy. Art then hits him in the head with a hammer. The Cat Lady realizes her doll is missing and goes into pure panicked parent mode.
Okay, you're scaring mommy now.
She finds Art cradling the doll and attempts to show him kindness to get it back.
Have you ever felt a mother's touch?
Meanwhile, Vicky has arrived and is wandering around looking for Tara and Dawn. Art lures her to the basement, where she discovers what's left of Dawn and runs around panicking, trying to find her sister. She finds someone with dark hair lying on the ground and assumes it's Tara, but it turns out it's Art, wearing the Cat Lady's scalp and her boobs. He still likes cutting off boobs, I see. He chases her into a locker, but then leaves to go kill another exterminator who just showed up. Vicky tries to sneak away, but is overcome with grief when she finds Tara's body. Art then finds her and whips her, but Mike suddenly busts in and knocks Art unconscious. He calls 911, but then Art comes in and murders him. Vicky locks herself in a garage, but Art busts through with a truck and rams into her. The police then arrive and find Art eating her face.
Was that the bite of 87?
They threaten to shoot him, but he just shoots himself instead. The police are horrified to discover that Vicky is still alive. Art is taken to the morgue, where he suddenly comes back to life and murders the mortician. And Vicky is shown 1 year later with her face horribly disfigured, getting ready for her interview.
Good luck with your interview tomorrow.
Plot twist! Vicky was the woman from the beginning, and the events of this movie happened a year ago. The end. Okay. So, the basic story of the original Terrifier short is still intact, where the female protagonist needs to make a stop before she can drive home. She comes across Art. Art rubs his shit all over the bathroom and then is kicked out before coming back and murdering the people who kicked him out, and then chasing the female protagonist before whipping out a gun and shooting someone when it appears that she might get away. He even uses the same methods of torture on Vicky that he did on the costume designer, namely suffocating her with the plastic and whipping her with the cat nine of tails. There are also some similar elements to the knife circle in here. The scene where Art forces Tara to let him put a ring on her finger is very much like when he forced Casey to take the fake flowers. And he also stabs Tara with a syringe like he did to Casey. Dawn too. It's cut out of the movie, but you can see Art jab her in a deleted scene. Dawn is also dressed like a scarecrow, just like this lady in the knife circle. There's even a carryover here from All Hallows Eve. Monica Brown is played by Katie McGuire, who played Sarah. Yeah, that's why she looked familiar to me, because I watched Terrifier first. I've also seen some people theorize that Monica and Sarah are the same character, that Sarah changed her name after the kids died and got a new job, but I don't think that's plausible. I don't think Sarah would, go into hiding as a talk show host, and I don't think she would be as dismissive and cruel to Victoria as Monica was, since she saw firsthand what Art could do. As far as I can tell, Terrifier is a complete reboot. All Hallows Eve and its accompanied shorts aren't canon anymore. Katie McGuire is probably just meant to be a cameo. What's cool is that McGuire worked behind the scenes on the original Terrifier short.
Love Katie. I've known her. She was my producer on the original Terrifier short. She wasn't
really?
Yeah, she wasn't even in it. Yeah.
And since the Monica Brown interview made a short cameo in the sequel, she's technically been involved with all the versions of Terrifier, at least the ones that are out now. I don't know about 3 yet. Maybe she's in it, I have no idea. I think the only art-related project that isn't referenced here is the Alien short, which, yeah, honestly, that might be for the best. Now, the original Terrifier short didn't really have that much of a story, which was fine. It's just a tense little short building up to a horrifying reveal. You don't necessarily need an entire narrative to accomplish that. But for a full-length movie, you'd probably expect that the original premise would be built on and expanded. And while there are new characters and situations, there still isn't really that much of a plot going on here. Now, I like a good story in a horror movie. I would prefer a good story, and I get why people complain about this movie not having one. But I almost feel like it kind of works for this sort of film. There's something so creepy about this particular situation. I feel like a lot of times with slashers, there's a reason that the killer goes after the people that they do, whether it be a familial connection, or they're out on a revenge quest, or they need them for some ritual or something. Sometimes they're even retconned to have a connection when they didn't originally. But Dawn and Tara have nothing to do with Art. He doesn't know them. They're just total strangers he crosses paths with incidentally. He really latches onto Tara in particular too. Dawn's crawling all over him, squishing his face and physically moving his head so he's looking at her, and yet he never takes his eyes off of Tara. It's so creepy, and we never find out why he's so obsessed with Tara. As soon as they make eye contact out on the street, she's the one he wants, and that's all there is to it. And that's exactly what scared me so much about the original Terrifier short. Art doesn't choose his victims based on any personal vendetta. He just goes after people because they're there. This is very similar to the Strangers movies, which is a franchise I have some mixed feelings about, especially after this year. But the idea it is based around is one of the scariest things I can imagine. The killers spend the entire movie breaking into this couple's house and terrorizing them, all while the couple keep wondering, why are they doing this to us?
They don't want to talk. Well, they want something. People just don't stand out there staring at us like that. They want something. Why are you doing this to us?
After the killers finally overpower and tie up the couple, the woman once again asks why they're doing this.
Why are you doing this to us?
And one of the killers responds,
because you were home.
That's absolutely terrifying. The idea that you could just be minding your own business in your own goddamn house, and someone just decides to break in and kill you because they just wanted to kill someone and you were the closest person. It's scary, and it does occasionally happen in real life. sometimes you're just at the wrong place at the wrong time. I will say that the vibe I was getting the first time I watched Terrifier was that Art was just some guy who sometimes puts on the clown outfit and commits the most horrible crimes imaginable, and then afterwards takes off the costume and returns to his normal life. The movie even starts with Art putting on his makeup and getting his weapons ready, which insinuates that this isn't his normal state. This is a big event for him that he has to get ready for. The idea that someone who could do something like this and then can just be out walking around amongst society and no one knows any better is genuinely really scary. So I was a little disappointed when he comes back to life at the end and it's revealed that he is an actual supernatural being. Granted, now that I've watched All Hallows Eve, it doesn't bother me anymore. There's been something weird and supernatural about Art from the very beginning. And obviously I found that scary in the original short. I mean, you're absolutely fucked if the guy trying to kill you can teleport. But now we know that he can't die. He is literally unstoppable. Like shit, man. And okay, you know how I said earlier that I got a glimpse of a spoiler on the Wikipedia page? So what I specifically saw was Art forces Tara to watch as he saws Dawn in half with a hacksaw. This is a good example of why I'm not super bothered by spoilers. Just because you know something is going to happen doesn't mean you know how it's going to happen. Maybe if I saw the line before that, it would have ruined it. But I was picturing that he was going to tie her to a table and cut her horizontally, which is already a pretty horrible way to go. But the absolute shock when he whips the sheet off of her like he's at a magic show and she's dangling upside down, and also she's naked, or mostly naked at least.
People always are like, oh, she's completely naked. Or when they're doing like the artwork or the merchandise, they put me completely naked. Yeah. She has underpants on.
She does,
I fought for the underpants. I'm not kidding. I brought 2 pairs.
Yeah. Just the sudden realization I had of what was going to happen. I swear, I felt my spirit leave my body for a minute there. But then after I got over the initial shock, I was just sitting there watching the scene and wondering to myself, wait, so they, like, actually hung an actress upside down? And yeah, they totally did. The effects in this movie are all practical. There are some examples of CGI and digital editing. Some of the effects were cleaned up digitally.
That was difficult, getting that knife to stick in his face. I actually had to digitally erase a little bit of the tubing. Yeah, it was showing.
Leone added a glimmer to Art's eye during the pizzeria scene.
I CGI'd twinkle in your eye there.
He digitally added Halloween decorations so the audience knew it was Halloween.
Oh, that's a CGI'd in jack-o'-lantern on the desk there. Yeah. I tried to give him more of a Halloween vibe.
But that's kind of it. They really did do all these stunts and effects. And the hacksaw scene was definitely the most intense out of all of them. Catherine Corcoran had previously worked on Return to Nukem High, so she was used to doing weird, crazy, fucked up shit.
And Damien saying, are you ready to make horror movie history? And I was like, shut up, Damien. Nobody is going to watch this film. And here we are with you guys, 7 years later? And I just like, God, maybe I should listen to people or something.
Her agents apparently told her not to work on Terrifier, but she thought it would be cool, so she took the job anyways.
They didn't want me to do it. They didn't want me to do it. They were not happy about it.
I believe it. That's a wise choice.
We're going to be talking more about Corcoran and the scene as a whole later on, but I just want to stress how this is the most hellish scene I could ever imagine having to film, and I want to give her all the credit in the world for going through with it. I mean, first of all, even before they started filming, they had to make a full body cast of her, and they didn't, lubricate her enough. So all her body hair ended up getting ripped out in the process.
Yeah, we did a full body cast, so that was a prep thing, where you cover yourself in what's called alginate, and but we didn't do that either. We used silicone, and I got stuck, and glued to the table, and we had to pull it off. It was a really good body wax.
And then when they finally did film the scene, she was actually shackled there, just dangling upside down without a rig or any of her safety equipment. Apparently, they were trying to be careful. You know, being upside down for long periods of time is dangerous. So they were only letting her hang there for 42 seconds at a time.
They would yell action, and they would reverse the, they'd pull out the platform, and like I would kind of, you know, be let down, and we would go, and there would be a timer, and at like the, you know, 38, 40 second mark, someone would yell cut, and they'd hoist me back up onto the platform. And that was just how we'd go.
This was also apparently the only day on set that no one was allowed to joke or goof around because they knew how sensitive this was. Unfortunately, while they weren't having her actually hang there for more than a few seconds at a time, her legs were still upside down, and this ended up causing problems with her eardrum that had to be corrected.
My eardrum was no longer, I had experienced cranial swelling, which was kind of what the nausea was, and my eardrum was not where it should be.
It was a minor problem, but like, this is America. Medical bills are expensive.
Honestly, now that we're talking expenses, I think I have not looked at my medical bills. But it was expensive.
I appreciate how Jenna Cannell, who does a lot of stunts in movies, keeps on stressing here that there are ways that this could have been done safely, even on a small budget.
And then also at the same time, we never want to say like, oh, well, we don't have to worry about safety because we don't have the money to. Like, safety is just a matter of time and like effort, so.
They were also filming this in an unheated warehouse in January, which absolutely sucks considering she was naked and covered in fake blood the entire time.
It was 20 degrees. It just happened to be one of the coldest nights of the year in New York City because why would we luck out?
And not only was it unheated, but there was also no running water, meaning that they couldn't wash the blood and makeup off.
We were on the Staten Island ferry going home, David and I, and he had the black because there was no water, so we just had to like baby wipe off. So he had the black under his eyes, and I had like the blood still in my hair, and I was like stained pink, and I had on, it was so cold, I had on a bathrobe over my clothes and then my winter jacket.
The intestines weren't refrigerated, so they smelled.
Oh, those intestines were so rank.
You also might notice that when Art rips the sheet off of Dawn while she's just, you know, dangling there without any safety equipment, then a ceiling tile falls and crashes to the floor. That was not planned.
That was by accident. The ceiling was falling apart.
Filming the entire movie was pretty much like this. This location, this old abandoned building that they shot in.
It was actually condemned. Yeah.
Listen to you two creeps, man. I'm so happy it was actually condemned.
Was really like this. The bathroom was really this gross.
Yeah, this bathroom is exactly how it actually was.
This place is exactly how it was. Yeah, there's no set dressing.
This place was nasty.
I came up off the floor the first time and I was just covered in black. I don't know what was on that floor. Probably the cure for cancer or something. I don't know.
There really was a room that was just full of tires. It was apparently infested with fleas.
When me and George scouted this place, at the end of the scout, George looked at, he was wearing shorts, he looked down at his legs and they were covered in fleas and he freaked the fuck out.
Oh yeah.
And then I looked down at my pants and there were fleas all over us.
This was another thing that people complained about, that the movie takes place pretty much in just this one location and it's extremely ugly and terrible to look at, both because of the locations and because the color grading is kind of weird and oversaturated. And yeah, it is, I agree. But also, this movie was made on an extremely low budget. Usually it said that Terrifier was shot on a $35,000 budget, which is true, but apparently they spent more money in post-production.
We went into that movie with $35,000, and at the end of the day, in post, it cost around 50 grand for part one.
So 50 grand for part one and shit.
I don't know what they spent the additional $15,000 on, like digital effects maybe, And I also know they got some feedback that it's weird that there are exterminators in the building, but no pests.
But there were some reviews was saying, you know, like, oh, this place is supposed to be infested. Like, where are the bugs? Where are the rodents? And I was like, dude, we gotta go back in there.
Yeah.
Put some rats in there.
So they hired an animal wrangler and filmed a few shots with rats. I would assume that would cost some money. $50,000 is still a tiny budget. There are obviously movies with lower budgets than Terrifier. I'm not trying to claim that they pulled off the impossible here, but considering how little money they had to work with, I am generally really forgiving of how ugly it looks. But it being ugly and disgusting isn't necessarily a bad thing for a movie like this. I mean, first of all, the color grading does seem to be purposeful.
George, our DP, George Stuber, fantastic, gave this great look, this retro look, and we, of course, accentuated it in post-production with the colors, but
I think it's a bit much, personally, and I do think it kind of cheapens the look of the movie, but I do kind of like it in some spots. Like when Art is chasing Tara and her skin is colored to be warm tones like red and orange while the background is tinted blue. I think it looks pretty, and by highlighting Tara's skin tones, it makes her humanity the focal point. It stands out in contrast against the cold, unfeeling environment around her. Not to mention that the original Terrifier short literally used a filter to make the whole thing grainy and grimy like a grindhouse film. So at least at that point, the ugliness was purposefully added to enhance the feel. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this version of Terrifier was trying to do the same thing. I mean, Art literally rubs his shit all over the walls and the toilet and all that, and we get to see it this time.
Let the guy who handles food take care of it. Real fucking sanitary.
Obviously, the intent here is to be as gross as possible, and more specifically, to have Art the Clown be the most revolting, vile creature you can imagine. And you feel that. You feel how terrible and disgusting this dude is just from the atmosphere in this film. The only relatively nice location in the movie, the pizzeria, which is warm and lit and clean, is immediately corrupted once Art walks into it. He brings the disgust with him, not only by leering at Tara, but by trashing the place, rubbing his shit all over the bathroom, murdering the nice people working there, and turning them into human decorations. It makes the idea of even just existing in this universe as being deeply unpleasant, and that adds to the horror of what the characters are going through. Art is definitely cranked up to 11 in this movie. Thornton adds a sort of energy and whimsy to the character that wasn't present in any of his previous appearances. Leone was surprised by this too. When they were filming the scene in the pizza place, for example, he was surprised by how lively and almost cutesy Thornton was portraying Art, but found that it fit the character very well.
And then I'm looking at the mod, I'm like, oh boy, I was like, that's like very clownish, but then I'm like, oh, you know what? I mean, it's Art the Clown. I was like, I think we should maybe start injecting a little bit of that in there, not go all the way over the top with that, but if we have little moments of that with the character, that could be really amazing, and clearly it works very well.
I keep seeing people say that Thornton has miming experience. This is actually not true.
Well, first and foremost, I know there's a rumor out there that I was professionally trained as a mime. That is not true.
But he did take a lot of inspiration from comedians known for physical and silent comedy, such as Charlie Chaplin and Rowan Atkinson.
So I have a love of like silent film era comedies, so like Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton, Harpo Marx. Then I brought it up to modern times like Jim Carrey, Doug Jones, Rowan Atkinson.
He also credits Stefan Karl as a major inspiration as well. He was the understudy for Stefan Karl for 5 years during the run of the Grinch musical.
Hey guys, how are you doing? This is David Thornton. I am currently on the national tour of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, understudying the Grinch.
And the two were apparently pretty good friends, and Thornton considered him as a sort of mentor.
When I took on the role of Art, I called him up and I'm like, Stefan, I'm about to play this character that's silent. Can you give me some tips? And he did. And so I would have several moments on the set where I'm like, how would Stefan approach this scene? And then I'm like, okay, I know exactly what to do here.
Stefan Karl is, by the way, the guy who played Robbie Rotten in Lazy Town, which means that Art the Clown was partially inspired by Robbie Rotten. Terrifier 2 even has a little dedication to Stefan Karl at the end of the credits, since he sadly passed from cancer in 2018. Last year, Thornton played a knockoff version of The Grinch in The Mean One, a slasher movie based off the premise of what if the Grinch was a serial killer and Cindy Lou Who was out for revenge. Thornton was honestly the best part of that movie, and it is extremely fitting considering his history with the Grinch musical. But he was also recently cast as the killer in the Steamboat Willie slasher movie. So I guess he just, found his niche. You know, he likes to play freaky little weirdo serial killers. And he's pretty damn good at it. For the most part, it seems like a lot of the scenes with Art involved just kind of letting Thornton loose and having him do his own thing.
You just let me play at this part. It's like, you basically shot me for 5 minutes just making silly faces and stuff like that.
A lot of the stuff Art does in the movie is improvised, and some outtakes have even made it into the final cut.
Oh shoot. That's a real crash.
For example, there's a scene where Vicky manages to fight off Art and flees. Now that was supposed to be the end of the scene right there, but then Samantha Scafidi turned around and started walking towards Thornton, who jokingly flipped her off. It was a funny moment, everyone was laughing, but the camera was still rolling, and when Leone was editing the film, he loved this little moment so much that he cut out the laughter and edited out Scafidi walking over and left it in as part of the movie.
Sam was actually in that angle. I had to cut her out of it. Because we were just about to shut the camera off and you gave her the finger. Yeah. But I was able to, because the camera was still, I was able to get footage from earlier in the shot and block her out.
It was just me joking around.
Yeah,
I was like, hey, let's keep that.
It's worth noting too that Thornton isn't a method actor. That question gets asked a lot, if he stays in character even after the camera stops rolling. I don't know if we're just not used to character actors being a thing anymore, or after Bill Skarsgård and Jared Leto, we all just assume that every actor playing weird clowns always stays in character. But no, apparently Thornton has absolutely no problem turning it on and off.
It's I don't go full method, which I think everybody here is very glad I don't. I don't do the whole Jared Leto stuff, so I can turn them on and turn them off just like that. So it's like on 1 second I'm just goofing around and doing silly voices. Next I have the angry guys on and I'm slaughtering people.
Jenna Cannell actually did more method acting than Thornton. She specifically requested that she remain taped up in the chair the whole time that they were shooting with no breaks to better get in the mindset of what it would be like to actually be in that situation.
I didn't want to be untied in between takes. I wanted to genuinely feel the fear of being at someone else's mercy, because there are a lot of people that have unfortunately actually been in those situations, and I almost feel as though I have to do justice to those people, people who have actually had the misfortune of enduring torture.
But it's also very clear from the behind-the-scenes footage that Thornton doesn't stay in character. He's goofing around with the other actors and doing funny voices. And just talking like a normal person.
Nope.
My arm's actually getting tired.
I know, why are you holding those up? Oh, you have to?
Do I have to?
I've seen a lot of the actors say that Thornton is very sweet and that he's always checking in on them to make sure that he isn't hurting anyone.
It was kind of this a lot of checking in with your scene partner to make sure everything is okay. I am really grateful to David on those days, because on that day in particular, because it was just nice to have someone there with you, going through it with you and on the other side.
And David was super nice, and it was a, we would just check in, It was time to just check in and be like, is that we're good? Nobody's getting hurt.
Apparently the first scene he ever had to film as Art was the one where he and Tara are fighting by the car, and he was absolutely petrified of hurting her by accident.
And what's so funny about this is I was so afraid of hurting her at first too. I was like,
yes, and you can tell in one scene, and it bothers me. But
it bothers me too. It's like, oh shit, look, I'm being too nice.
It's weirdly kind of wholesome that Art's actor seems to be a genuinely nice person, especially considering all the horrible stuff Art does in this movie. The psychological torture that is present in the original short is still there. He spends a lot of time just messing with people. He starts off just by being a typical creep and making people as uncomfortable as possible, but once he's in full attack mode, he goes out of his way to add more and more trauma onto his victims. He props up Tara's body with the circus sign from the short just to make sure that Vicky sees it, and earlier when he has Tara tied up, he spends a long time pretending to swing a hammer at her head and acting like he's going to decapitate her for no other reason than to just scare her. He specifically shows Dawn the hacksaw he's going to use on her before he does, just to freak her out even more, and then when he's cutting her up, he keeps looking back to see how Tara is reacting. In fact, the entire way this is set up is like Art is putting on a show just to terrorize Tara. And then there's the cat lady scene, aka the weirdest scene in this entire franchise, which really is saying something. The cat lady discovers that Art stole her doll, whom she believes is her actual baby, and is absolutely panicked to see this dude that she just witnessed shoot a girl in the face 5 minutes ago, now cradling her infant. She appeals to a softer side of Art, trying to get him to have sympathy for her and her child, and even comforts him, cradling him gently in her arms while he sucks his thumb. This is a long, tense scene, and you're just waiting for him to just stab her in the face or something. But it does also pose the question, does Art have humanity? Is he going to feel bad for this woman? Is this kindness she's showing him actually going to have any kind of effect?
Is there kindness in you? Somewhere in your heart?
And this is somewhat up for debate. David Howard Thornton apparently played this like she managed to reach him for just a tiny sliver of time.
She was, I think, able to reach him just for a hot second here. Like,
really?
Yeah.
You think his guard was actually down?
Yeah,
for a second.
For a second. Because he actually lets her touch him.
But honestly, I always just thought that he was fucking with her. Like he's pretending to be a poor little soft boy to make it even more painful when he finally does go in for the attack. Now this scene originally wasn't in the script. Damien Leone actually reached out to the cat lady's actress, Puya Mohetsi, and said that he wanted to flesh out her character more and asked her what she wanted to do. Mohetsi decided that she wanted the cat lady to be a loving and maternal figure.
And I said, well, by that point I played a lot of mother roles. So I said, you know, I seem to really like bring this maternal quality to the screen. So I don't know how we can do something to do with, you know, a mother and a child.
And so we got this. Mohetsi revealed in an interview that the way she was playing the scene was that the cat lady knew that she was going to die, that she saw this relentless killer holding her child and would give anything to save her. But the only thing that she had to offer was love.
This is the most important thing that she has in her world, which is that doll. Mm-hmm. And the only thing that she has to give is her maternal love. She has nothing else to give. And she is giving that. Mm-hmm. It's almost like, in a way, it's not so surprising that she gets killed, because if you think of it, what she's really doing in that scene, she's trading her life for Emily's.
Wait, hold on a minute. I think I need a moment. The cat lady is such a tragic character, and she adds a weird dimension to this movie. I don't really know how purposeful it is. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's not purposeful at all.
You have two lunatics facing off against each other.
But there is a sort of interesting commentary shown for these two characters' interactions. The cat lady is clearly written to have some sort of a mental illness. I'm not going to diagnose the cat lady from Terrifier or anything like that, but at one point the character was apparently just called the Crazy Lady.
So the first audition, the character was described as Crazy Woman or Crazy Lady.
Originally the crazy homeless woman, but then I turned her into the cat lady.
So yes, she was clearly written to be crazy, and the character also has no concept of what's real and what isn't. As a result, the other characters find her creepy and off-putting. And yet, she's a genuinely good person. Her introduction is her welcoming Tara to the neighborhood.
You must be the new tenant. It's nice to finally meet you.
And she tries to combat Art the Clown with love.
Have you ever felt a mother's touch?
The cat lady is literally a crazy person in a horror movie, but she's got the biggest heart in the whole film and completely radiates love and compassion in everything that she does. By contrast, we have Art, who is evil. Like, there's no way around it. He loves to hurt people. That is the basis of his character. Thornton describes him as an anti-clown or a reverse clown, in that while most clowns will hurt themselves to make an audience laugh, Art hurts other people to make himself laugh.
It's like he's performing for himself. He's the anti-clown. He wants to bring pain and misery to everybody else for his own amusement.
And unlike the cat lady, who clearly doesn't have the best grasp on reality, we have absolutely no reason to believe that Art isn't completely and utterly aware of what he's doing. The fact that he uses Dawn's phone to lure Victoria into the building should be proof of that. It's easy to say that someone who commits horrible, horrible crimes is crazy. You hear it all the time in America. Oh, it's a mental illness problem. But having a mental illness doesn't make you a bad person. In fact, people with mental illnesses are more likely to end up the victims of violent crimes than they are to be the perpetrators. And that's exactly what happens here. The cat lady might be quote-unquote crazy, but crazy doesn't mean dangerous. And when a truly dangerous person comes across her, she has no way to defend herself. And what's tragic too is that the cat lady does actually try to do something before it's too late. She straight up tells Mike that there's a killer in the building.
He's killing them one by one like cows.
But Mike doesn't believe her. He just thinks that she's a raving lunatic and completely dismisses what she says.
If you don't go away right now, I'm gonna call the cops. Yes, that's what I've been saying. You need to call the police right away because he's right downstairs and he's probably going to kill you too if you don't get someone down here right now. What the fuck are you talking?
Now, we see towards the end of the movie, when Mike finally does call the cops, that the police arriving is enough to stop Art in his tracks. Not completely, obviously, because he's a demon or whatever, but he stops eating Victoria's face. He doesn't kill the cops. He just lets them take him away to the morgue. If Mike called the cops when the cat lady told him to, he could have potentially saved her life, his co-worker's life. He could have saved Victoria from being horribly traumatized and mutilated. So much pain and suffering would have been prevented if he just took the cat lady seriously. But because she's homeless and mentally ill, she's just dismissed as crazy and Art is allowed to run around unchecked. Now, there is a kind of problematic element to the cat lady's death, which I didn't actually clock the first time I watched this, but I've seen other people point it out, and upon rewatching, I do understand where they're coming from. Art scalps the cat lady, he takes her boobs,
Most people don't realize it's not just the hair and the tatas that he's wearing, but also the vajayjay.
This was apparently inspired by a girlfriend of Leone's who suggested that there be a scene where Art wears a wig, and Leone changed wig to scalp to make it more horrific, and then built it up from there.
Then I'm like, would he only take the scalp?
Oh, no.
Absolutely not. He would take all the female, everything that makes up a woman. All the female attributes he would take.
There was an alternate version of this scene filmed too, where Art was playing with the doll.
And then I was using Emily as a puppet to like talk to me and tell me where Victoria was hiding, and I was doing a lot of puppetry with it.
Which honestly sounds kind of amazing, but ultimately Leone just really liked this creepy walk Art was doing and stuck with this version instead. And that's how we got what we got. Now, men dressing like women in order to hunt down other women is a pretty common horror trope that has been discussed to death.
This is a complicated thing that happens in horror sometimes, where you get the weird sexuality of the villain and
played to be creepy.
Yes,
or played to be off-putting.
To be scary.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, look at this freak.
Yeah, look at this guy with tits. How scary.
Trans women are often described by transphobes as being men in women's clothing, or even as men wearing women as a costume. And there's this unfortunately common idea that trans women are actually just disguising themselves as women to get into women's spaces in order to hurt them. And here we see that Art is wearing the physical signifiers of the cat lady's femininity as a costume in order to prey on an innocent woman. I do not believe this was the intent at all. There's this one interview I found where Leone seems baffled that anyone would think that he's transphobic, but it's still worth acknowledging that, yeah, this does fall into some stereotypes, and it is understandable why this scene might make someone uncomfortable. However, in the same vein, it is also extremely important to acknowledge that Puya Mohensi is trans. I don't believe that the cat lady is meant to be trans, and the way Mohensi speaks about her does seem to confirm that.
But the story that I created for my character was that this was a woman who was about to give birth, and she was in an accident, and when she came to, she had lost the child, and she couldn't come to terms with the reality of that.
It's still pretty uncommon for a trans person to be cast in a role that isn't a trans character. She's a woman who was cast as a woman. She was picked because she was the best for the role. I think that's really nice and shockingly kind of progressive. And as mentioned before, she was given a lot of freedom in how she thought this character should be portrayed, and an entire scene was written because of her input. I guess we could ultimately break down what the cat lady being played by a trans woman could mean for Art dressing up like her, but I'm also not about to criticize someone within the marginalized group that is harmed by a certain trope for how they interact with it. It's fine if someone looks at the scene and is made uncomfortable by it, but she doesn't seem to have a problem with it, and that's fine too. The cat lady is genuinely one of the most unique parts of this film, and there are a lot of layers and complexity to this character for the short amount of time that she gets on screen. I can't really say the same for most of the other characters, unfortunately. The characters are definitely the weakest part of this movie, and the one that gets it the worst is Vicky. I think annoyed is the best way to describe Vicky's character in the beginning. She's annoyed with Tara.
What is a Tara?
She hears a news report about a killer clown on the loose in the area where her sister is stranded, and she's just annoyed.
Anyone matching the assailant's description.
Really?
And when she can't find Dawn and Tara, her immediate reaction is annoyance.
It's the fucking last time I do this.
But once she finds Dawn's remains, she goes into complete panic mode, and her character just kind of switches from annoyed to scared. She is desperately trying to find her sister for a little while, though, and I always feel so bad when she sees Art lying on the ground with the cat lady's scalp and thinks it's Tara dying on the floor.
Oh, Tara's gonna be okay, I'm gonna get help.
Like, the way she jumps right in to help her and then is immediately jump scared is kind of sad. And then she finds Tara's body and she just completely gives up. Like, she sinks to the floor and just sobs and tries in vain to wake her sister up.
Look at the way. No, you can't be dead, Tara, look at me.
It's really not hard to make me cry. That episode of Bluey with the slip and slide made me sob. I will not explain, but yeah, I always appreciate when horror movies remember that the victims are, in theory at least, actual human beings with people who love them, who will miss them when they're gone. There's a lot of that in the sequel, but it's nice that it's present here too. Helps to humanize these characters a little bit. You know, under all that annoyance, Victoria really did love her sister. I also like how earlier in the movie, Tara immediately tells Vicky not to worry about picking them up when she finds out that she has a test in a few hours.
Yeah, I know, Vic. Don't bother. Seriously. I didn't realize you had a test.
It's a small detail, but it does help me to buy that these two care about each other. But then the rest of the movie is basically just Vicky running around in circles, scared out of her mind. We don't learn anything about her character. She doesn't do anything cool or interesting. She just kind of runs around until Art knocks her out and non-consensually eats her face off. And then she becomes evil or something, I don't know. Dawn and Tara aren't nearly as bad. They aren't exactly, like complex characters, but they at least have distinct and conflicting personalities and are able to play off of one another.
That was the longest piss I've ever taken.
Thank you for sharing that.
Tara is more cautious and level-headed, and Dawn is bubbly and irresponsible. Maybe a little too much, honestly. Like, she notices that there's a creepy clown across the street staring at them, and that her friend is extremely uncomfortable, and her reaction is,
Hey, handsome!
Cut it out.
My friend wants your number.
No, I kinda don't buy it. I would probably assume that if I yelled at the creepy guy hanging out near me in the middle of the night, that I would die. I don't even feel like I have to justify this with an explanation. We had that whole trend this year where women got to choose whether they'd rather be alone with a bear or a man, and almost everyone chose bear. Women, by and large, go through life assuming that they're going to be assaulted or murdered by strangers. Like, it sucks, but it's true. And then she climbs on his lap and takes pictures with him, despite him giving off every red flag in the book. And then Art forces Tara to take a gift from him, and Dawn is just laughing the whole time.
Aww.
You know, I've never been in this exact situation, thank God. But there was this one time my friend and I were out, and some random guy started leering at my friend. And we basically got out of there as fast as humanly possible. I did not even consider laughing. I was scared shitless too. Now, I did initially plan to give the movie some credit here because there's this one line Dawn has that I at first interpreted to be implying that she and Tara have been harassed by guys all night.
Okay, not for nothing, but that's the nicest thing a guy has done for you all night.
And I was like, wow, that does kind of explain why she's not afraid of Art. Because those other guys might have been creepy, but they didn't actually do anything to hurt them. And maybe putting a ring on her friend's finger is weird, but it is kind of a sweet gesture, I guess. And depending on what they experienced at the party, it might seem downright gentlemanly.
Look, that guy was harmless. He was just some douchebag in a costume acting like a because it's Halloween.
Maybe it's because of this that she feels comfortable teasing Art and making him feel uncomfortable as a way of taking back the power she and Tara didn't have the rest of the night. But then I stumbled across this discussion of the movie on Reddit where this one dude is talking about how Tara is obviously meant to be the good girl next door who never gets flirted with, and I was like, what? But then I rewatched the movie and I heard this line again.
But that's the nicest thing a guy has done for you all night.
And I realized, oh, is Dawn supposed to be telling Tara to be grateful that this creepy guy is paying attention to her because no one at the party did? I hate that. Even ignoring everything else, I can't imagine anyone ever telling their terrified friend to be glad that she's being harassed by a stranger because at least someone likes her. That's awful. And then Dawn thinks that Art got kicked out of the pizza place for jacking off in the bathroom right after he was staring at her friend, and she thinks it's hilarious.
Probably jizzed all over the place, fucking pervert. I'm telling you, that guy totally whacked off in there. He was obviously turned on by you. Look, at least he had the courtesy to do whatever he did in private. I mean, he could have whipped it out right there.
I would be horrified if that happened to my friend. I think most people would be. Even if you aren't physically harmed, that's still really weird and violating. Catherine Corcoran does a good job making Dawn come off as sweet and likable as she does, because on paper, she's a pretty terrible friend. Like, she straight up suggests that Tara go off with this guy that even she thinks is creepy.
Maybe that guy has a bathroom that you can use.
Who?
That creepy guy.
Which, to be fair, it turns out that she was just joking.
Tara, I was kidding.
But she still encourages this guy to go off with her friend alone.
Just let her use the bathroom for God's sake. She'll make it worth your while.
When they are in the freaking abandoned warehouse district in the middle of nowhere without a working vehicle and have been followed around by a weird dude all night. And Tara's phone is dead.
crazier and weirder looking than the clown was.
Then why are you letting your friend go with him? I know Dawn is drunk, and that's used to excuse her behavior.
I'm sorry, she's drunk. Yeah, I'm sorry, she's drunk. It's been a long night.
But drunk girls are still capable of being protective of their friends. I've seen it before in my real life. And for the record, I am okay with characters in movies making dumb decisions. Not everyone can be a super genius.
Kind of a weird childhood. I grew up on a survivalist compound.
And sometimes characters are written to make bad choices in order to impart a certain theme or idea. Barbarian and the original Speak No Evil are two modern horror movies often mocked and criticized for the main leads making the worst decisions possible, but their characters are written consistently. Their bad decisions were set up beforehand, so we might understand why they chose to do what they did.
I just need to stop going back.
You went to find the rabbit? Yes. It's very heroic of you.
And their decisions lend themselves to the greater themes being portrayed in their films.
I mean, the world's different for you. Guys get to blast their way through life, making messes. Girls have to be careful.
Why are you doing this? Because you let me.
Unfortunately, I don't think this is the case when it comes to Terrifier. I honestly just don't think the characters are super well written. Like, okay, maybe Dawn is just overconfident or drunk or just plain stupid. She's obviously written to be reckless and irresponsible at the very least.
Do you have a spare?
It's on the car.
Oh, actually, you're not supposed to drive on the spare tire for very long. It's really only designed to get you to a mechanic. It's not for driving around. And you drove it to a party? Maybe Art didn't actually slash her tire. Maybe it just did that. But Tara is not supposed to be dumb. The first thing we ever see her do is stop Dawn from driving drunk.
Oh, you are not driving.
I'm fine.
Give me the keys. Give me the keys.
Which is, without a doubt, the smart and responsible thing to do. This is even used as irony within the story, that Tara doing the right thing might have actually ended up dooming her and Dawn.
Should have just let you drive.
Yeah, you should have. But as usual, you have to be the good Samaritan, so here we are.
But even while being stuck in this awful situation, Tara is on top of things.
Just give me your phone. I'll call my sister.
She's immediately suspicious of Art. She makes the obvious connection that he's the one who slashed their tire. She tries to leave the second she spots danger.
I think we should get our food to go. Seriously, I want to leave.
So that she agrees to go off with this creepy stranger into an abandoned building, completely alone and without a working cell phone. I don't buy it. I'm sorry. That doesn't seem like a thing Tara would do, especially since she's so on edge about Art lurking around. I'd expect her to be sticking to Dawn like glue. There's also the scene where Tara is beating Art with the 2x4 and is actually winning, only to stop and yell at him to get back up.
Get up! Get the fuck up!
Which ends up giving Art a few extra seconds to reach for his gun and shoot her. Now, the good guy's not finishing the job and the killer getting back up and attacking them again is a pretty common trope in horror movies, and it happens a few other times in Terrifier. Even happens in the original short. But God, it is so frustrating when it happens here. This is actually a common complaint for this movie, so much so that Leone addresses it in the director's commentary.
People are like, oh, why don't you just keep hitting him? Like, she is gonna keep hitting him. She has him. Like, it's not a question. It's like, she wants him to just even attempt to get back up so she can knock him back down.
And, okay, I get that. There's no point here that I thought Tara was gonna let Art go. You know, even as she's standing there, she has murder in her eyes. She clearly wants him dead. I would just think, and granted I've never been in this exact situation, but I would think that there would be a lot of adrenaline going through her. She just suffered some pretty extreme psychological torture. She watched her friend get sawed in half. She's injured. I know sometimes people freeze when they panic, but she isn't panicking, she's fucking pissed. It just doesn't feel right for the intensity of the scene and the intensity of the character's emotions that she stops. Regardless though, this is an absolutely crazy end for this character. And as disturbed as I was by Dawn's death, Tara's death actually disturbed me in a completely different way. Art likes to play with people, but he only likes it when he wins. This is like someone flipping the game board over when they're about to lose. It just reinforces what makes Art such a scary villain. You can't beat him. If you do manage to turn the tables, he just changes the rules so he wins. It's so clear how different Tara's death is than the others. Apparently the first time Art used a gun in the Terrifier store, Leone was experimenting to see if he could make guns scary.
And the whole thing with the gun, I mean, that was a conscious decision back when I made Terrifier. I wanted to see if I can get away with a slasher using a gun, and could it be scary?
This is kind of funny because guns are a weapon where you literally just move your finger an inch and cause lethal damage. You don't even have to be anywhere near your victim to do it. That is objectively scary, but I get it. In horror movies, weapons that require you to be up close and personal and cause more suffering and more blood loss are usually seen as scarier. That's just the standard at this point. But the way Art uses the gun against Tara here is the perfect way to use it in a slasher. It's genuinely shocking. You don't expect a killer clown to be packing heat, and it instantly gives him the power back, forcing her to once again be at his mercy so that she could be his little torture victim again. He suits her in such a way that she won't immediately die, but also can't run away, and then makes her wait while he reloads the gun, lures in Vicky, and goofs around with Dawn's body to drag on her suffering as long as possible. But he's taking no joy in this. Usually when he kills someone, he's elated. He's having the time of his life. But not here. He actually seems disgusted with Tara. Look at the face he's making when he finally finishes her off, like he's putting down a rabid dog or something. It's so eerie how serious he suddenly is. It's almost creepier than him laughing and smiling while killing people. This actually wasn't the original death scene Leone wrote for Tara. I'm not sure exactly what the original kill was meant to be. Leone has never said, and in fact seems to be saving it in case he wants to use it in a future movie. But we do know it was a torture scene and that it happened right after the hacksaw scene. I would assume Tara didn't get out of the chair and Art used another one of his instruments on her. But really, who knows? Leone ultimately decided to change it because he thought that it would be too much, that having one intense torture scene right after another would just lose the audience. And I do kind of agree. There's barely any plot in this thing in the first place. It would just come off as a straight-up torture porn if both of our leads were tortured to death one after another without any kind of a fight. Having Tara fight for her life and being killed in the process is a lot more interesting, especially because of the way that it subverts expectations. Tara is absolutely set up to be the final girl. The final girl is a term coined by Carol J. Clover in her 1987 article, Her Body, Himself, Gender in the Slasher Film, and refers to the fact that a lot of horror movies, particularly slasher movies, end with just one character surviving, and they're usually a girl. In the case that there's more than one survivor, the final girl is typically considered the one who defeats or finishes off the killer. And it's been like that since the beginning. Black Christmas, Texas Chainsaw, Halloween, even Psycho is considered to have a final girl. As a result, most audience members going to a slasher movie expect there to be a final girl. And Tara is absolutely dripping with final girl energy. She's smart, cautious, responsible. We mostly see things from her point of view, and if that one person on Reddit was right, then she's intended to be the friend who never gets flirted with. Which is a trope, right? That the sexually promiscuous girl is killed early on, but the virgin or the good girl makes it out alive.
Now you're no longer a virgin. I said virgin. Now you gotta die.
Her actress's name is even listed first in the opening credits, setting up the idea of her as a main character. Also, when the movie got a theatrical release in 2023, they were using this as advertising.
My name is Jenna Cannell, and I play Tara in Terrifier, your favorite final girl.
Amazing. It genuinely feels like she's meant to be the one to make it out. And it's so extremely shocking when she's unceremoniously gunned down. I'd even say it's unsatisfying. She's beating the shit out of Art, the Terrifier theme is playing. It briefly shows Vicky driving over to pick her up, which gives the idea that Tara just has to stay alive long enough for her sister to find her. And then Art whips out a gun, the Terrifier theme abruptly ends, and Tara dies on the floor. And honestly, if the movie just ended there, I think it would be a really good gut punch. Almost a punchline in a way, like it's pointing and laughing at the audience for thinking that anyone would get out of this situation unscathed just because certain tropes exist. But no, it keeps going after this. Just as Art is finishing off Tara, her sister Victoria finally shows up. And I guess it's her story now. Terrifier is structured in a surprisingly similar way to Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. Psycho follows Marion Crane as she steals $40,000 from her job in order to pay off her boyfriend's debts so they could be married. En route to her boyfriend's house, she stops at a motel where she is abruptly murdered. And then her sister Lila arrives to search for her. Marion's death essentially ends the entire story set up in the first part of the movie before switching the main character role to her sister. And that's exactly what happens in Terrifier. Tara's story ends abruptly halfway through when she's suddenly murdered, and then her sister Victoria shows up to look for her and becomes the new final girl.
Yeah, I tried to do a Janet Leigh thing, trying to just mislead, screw with the audience.
It's just unfortunate that Vicky's half of the movie is vastly less interesting than Tara's. Even after Marion's death, Psycho continues to have story beats and twists and an air of mystery. Not really so much in Terrifier. The only question left by the time Vicky arrives is who the mutilated girl in the beginning is, and honestly, since Tara is dead, it's kind of obvious. But the entire first half of the movie is all built up towards Dawn's death and Tara's final confrontation with Art. The Hacksaw Scene isn't the first time we see Art killing someone in this movie. That would be him killing the staff at the pizzeria. However, during this murder, we keep switching over to Dawn and Tara sitting in the car, completely defenseless, just a few blocks away.
No, he was different.
So this isn't just a mindless gore scene, nor is it a release of any tension. It's in fact building tension. This is showing what Art is capable of and what he's going to do to these two girls as soon as he's ready. The next chunk of the movie is, aside from setting up a few more characters, just waiting for Art to snatch the girls. And once she does that, we finally get our payoff, with both girls meeting their end. Obviously, Tara's death isn't the payoff you might be expecting, but it is a payoff. And then there's some tension in regards to whether or not the cat lady will die. But after that, I don't know. The last half hour or so of the movie is basically just Art fucking with Vicky, which, don't get me wrong, is really entertaining at times. Leave me alone! But God, it really does start to drag. It's honestly kind of amazing how long this movie started to feel, considering it's only an hour and 20 minutes. I want to say because the last half is basically just a really long chase scene, but that shouldn't matter. Sick, from 2022, is also basically just a really long chase scene, and honestly, so is the original Terrifier short. But both of those films were fast-paced and saw the main character fleeing to different locations, across a lake, into the woods, down a long stretch of highway, coming across new and terrible situations wherever they went. Here, they're just running around the same abandoned building. And I know it's because of the low budget. I know that. It just starts to feel repetitive after a while, and it doesn't feel like anything is building to anything else or anything is being foreshadowed. There was plenty of stuff like that in the beginning of the movie. I already highlighted Dawn's line about being hacked up into little pieces, but there's also Tara saying that she doesn't want to die while taking Dawn's keys away.
Dawn, I don't feel like dying tonight.
The fact that she wonders what's in Art's bag.
That bag, what do you think is in it?
And then he shows her later on while torturing her. Dawn takes a selfie and boops Art's nose, and he does that later on to her when he kills her. You know, all good stuff. But there isn't any foreshadowing or build-up when it comes to Vicky. Like, there's a shot where Vicky notices some rats crawling all over a gasoline can, and I was just like, oh, is Vicky gonna use this can to fight Art off or light him on fire or anything like that? No, it's just a random shot to show us that there are rats in the building. That's it. Why does a second exterminator show up and then immediately die? Apparently this was a late stage addition because there needed to be another gore scene.
After I showed him a rough cut, he came back to me and he was like, man, I really think this movie can use just one more kill.
Which, okay, Scream did that too, but also the principal's death served to clear out the party so the climax could happen. It was worked naturally into the story and even helped to complete it. I guess this death allows Victoria a chance to get out of the cabinet, which, okay, fair enough. But aside from hearing him briefly on the phone earlier...
this better be good, man. What happened, you burned the place down?
This character isn't a part of the movie. His death just grinds everything to a halt so Art can kill this random person. It's kind of funny that Leone didn't want 2 torture scenes in a row when it came to Dawn and Tara, because the entire last section of this movie basically just boils down to a bunch of torture scenes, one after another, with very little else going on. The reveal that Vicky was the survivor from the beginning of the movie does recontextualize a lot of the film, though. I mean, usually in slashers, the opening kill is specifically designed to show the audience what exactly the villain is capable of and what kind of a threat they're gonna be to the main character. But here, it isn't Art that does the opening kill. It's Vicky. And I know it isn't technically an opening kill because Monica Brown is revealed to have survived in the sequel.
Talk show provocateur Monica Brown is still in critical condition this evening.
But it's left vague in the first movie, so we'll just call it an opening kill for right now. Vicky attacking Monica Brown doesn't tell us anything about Art, but the state of her face definitely does. The fact that she was the only survivor of some kind of terrible massacre and she lost her face in the process definitely gives us a pretty clear idea of the sheer brutality that Art the Clown inflicts on people. There was actually supposed to be a whole interview here. A lot more footage was shot, but Leone hated the way Vicky's face prosthetic came out, so he cut the scene down and put it on this little TV and covered it in static to try and hide how awful it looks.
But I just did not like the way the makeup looked, her makeup. Okay. I couldn't buy the audience just buying that for like 5 minutes or whatnot.
Don't worry, she gets a major glow up in the sequel. And I do appreciate how this is a clear satire of the whole Travis the Chimp situation, or more accurately, the Oprah interview that followed the Travis the Chimp situation, where this poor woman's entire face was ripped off by a chimpanzee, and then she went on Oprah, and Oprah was like, so, you're aware that people think you're ugly, right?
When other people see it, I'm not quite sure what their reactions are, but does that bother you?
It's so brutal to watch. Monica Brown is a very uppity and unlikable talk show host who tries to act all sympathetic towards this horribly traumatized woman, but very clearly has disdain for her and mocks her behind her back.
Yeah, well, if you think she looks that bad on television, imagine what she looks like sitting 2 feet away from you.
She even seems to think that Vicky is better off dead.
If I ever look like that, promise me you'll put me out of my misery.
And then she is immediately punished for it by having her own face ripped off. Vicky's kinda weird here. I honestly kinda didn't buy it. She didn't have much of a character before her disfigurement, but she seemed like a totally nice and normal person, and that seems to be true before the interview too. Her doctor is talking about how sweet Vicky is as she's being checked out of the hospital.
We're all gonna miss this one. She's been so cooperative.
Makes everyone laugh.
Monica Brown mentioned on the phone how scared she was of Vicky during the interview.
Oh my god, I thought she was going to attack me.
And we see a quick flash of Vicky acting aggressive. But it's kind of left vague on if that's actually what happened, or if Monica Brown is just exaggerating because she's a complete asshole. For all we know, Vicky was totally normal during the interview and then just snuck in and attacked Monica afterwards for some reason. I feel like this is supposed to be that she was so traumatized by what Art did to her that she's easily triggered by people mocking her. I mean, sure, I guess. I don't know what she was still doing here that she even overheard Monica. Like, her parents didn't come to pick her up. Once we find out this is Vicky, though, the entire movie feels like it was her story all along. Like, we see the aftermath, and then it rewinds to show how exactly it all went down. So, basically, the thing where it's like, oh yeah, that's me, you're probably wondering how I got into this situation. And it's bleak. This is a bleak ending for this character. She lost her sister, she lost her face, she probably lost her mind. There is something about these Art the Clown stories where he'll run around murdering people in the most horrific ways possible, but then the final victim is left alive, and it's portrayed as being worse than being dead.
Oh my god. What? She's still alive.
I think it's still alive!
The girl from the original Terrifier. The fact that Vicky straight up says in the beginning that she wishes that she died.
I wish I was dead.
Casey the Ninth Circle is still alive at the end and is being horribly abused. Even Sarah in All Hallows Eve was left screaming over the remains of her friend's children, having to live with the fact that she caused their deaths. The alien one is the odd one out here, but otherwise it's an interesting pattern. Sometimes having to live with the atrocities committed against you is the ultimate torture. In this way, Victoria is an extremely tragic figure, being the only person in this universe so far who has survived Art the Clown, and trying to go back to some sense of normalcy, but not being able to. It's just too bad that since the movie ends up being Vicky's story, that her section of the movie is definitely the least interesting, and even worse, that she isn't a particularly interesting character. But yeah, I guess that's the movie. It's a mixed bag, honestly. There are some really, really cool ideas in here, and the effects are fun. Art is an absolute terror and delight, and he owns every scene that he's in. And the fact that they managed to accomplish all this on a micro budget is extremely impressive. However, while I do think that the lack of a story works for this particular concept, it would be nice if there was a little more going on. I mean, you can have a movie without much of a story and still have things like themes and character arcs and like actually good characters. But there is something here, you know, under all the literal shit, there is something here that caught my attention. I didn't know anything about Leone or the history of Art the Clown when I watched Terrifier for the first time, but even I could tell that there was a lot of love that went into this character. And then watching All Hallows Eve and seeing that the character has existed for a whole decade before this movie was even made, and Leone had fought and clawed for years to get Art the Clown a full-length movie. Yeah, you can feel the passion. And even if Terrifier has a lot of problems, I am really happy that it was able to be made. Maybe I'm just so burnt out on studios churning out garbage and the constant reboots and sequels and cinematic universes made to appeal to the most amount of people possible, but there's something just nice about watching a movie and being able to tell it's a passion project. Even if there are problems, there's also a huge amount of potential, and I was instantly intrigued when I went online to see what other people thought of the movie, and I just kept seeing, Terrifier 2 is better, Terrifier 2 is a massive improvement, Terrifier 2 is an actually good movie. And there's a 6-year gap between these movies, so there's a lot of room to learn from previous mistakes, and grow, maybe buff up the story, fix the pacing issues, make it so it doesn't feel so long anymore. Oh, God. On February 12, 2019, Damien Leone posted to Facebook that he completed the first draft of Terrifier 2 and that a sequel was definitely on its way. Whereas Leone was working odd jobs when he wrote the script for the first Terrifier, this time around he could afford to write for 3 months straight and learn about the craft of screenwriting by reading books and listening to writers talk about their process. Leone wasn't thinking about budget when writing the script, and when he was done, he was left with what he describes as a 2-hour epic movie.
I said, we got to go bigger. So I had told him, I said, we got to do at least $150,000. And that was our original budget. And then when we started looking at the script that he wrote, I said, oh shit. That ain't going to happen.
A company was willing to give him $700,000 to make Terrifier 2, but they'd have a strict shooting schedule and Leone would have to sign away the rights to Art the Clown, which he wasn't willing to do.
One company did want to give us like a nice chunk of change. It was actually more money than we wound up raising, but they wanted to basically own the Art the Clown character and the franchise from that point on. They honestly wanted us to shoot the movie in 20 days with 5 days of pickup.
What? Instead, Leone managed to secure funding from some private investors before they began production. However, it still wasn't enough money to complete Leone's vision, so he created an Indiegogo page with a goal of raising $50,000. Literally just for one scene, as far as I can tell.
There's a scene in this film that is so much bigger than anything I've ever written before that would just bring this movie to another level. I think it would become, if we're lucky, it would become an iconic scene in horror history.
Without beating around the bush, I wrote an epic scene in the screenplay for Terrifier 2 that we currently do not have enough money to shoot. Without spoiling all the juicy, gory details, the scene will involve mass casualties and the destruction of its location. But it is the context of the scene that truly makes it so original. We're aiming to create a scene so shocking and iconic that people will talk about it for years to come. Imagine if Art the Clown was in charge of the prom mayhem in Carrie, meets David Lynch, meets Maniac. Just saying. If we do in fact reach our goal, the money will go towards the construction of a large set, tons of special effects, stunts, and makeup effects. You know, blood and guts. The Indiegogo went live on June 25th, 2019, and within hours, it not only hit its goal, but surpassed it. It got over $97,000 on the first day, which is nearly double the amount Leone was asking for, and an additional $16,000 on day 2. The campaign ran until August 4th, where it amassed another $102,000, with a grand total of $215,000 raised overall. Just a reminder, the first movie's Indiegogo was only asking for $15,000 and didn't even make a third of that. There are rewards on the Terrifier 2 Indiegogo that cost $5,000, $8,000. And they all sold out, meaning there are individual people who put down more money for Terrifier 2 than was donated to the entire campaign for the first Terrifier. Some of these more expensive tiers were to be extras in the background and to even be killed during a particular scene.
And one of the great things is if you donate to this campaign, you could actually be in this scene and you could actually get killed by Art the Clown in it.
Some of the backers who were extras in the club scene showed up to set dressed like the cultists from the Ninth Circle. They weren't asked to, they just did it to surprise Leone.
See that those two guys, you see them back there, those cloaked figures, they actually were Indiegogo fans and they showed up on their own dressed as characters, demons from All Hallows Eve. So that is an inadvertent homage to my first short film, The Ninth Circle.
Filming ended up taking 3 years, due in part to COVID, of course, but Leone ended up using this to his advantage, spending his newly found free time reworking certain scenes and buffing up the special effects. One scene in particular, which we're going to be talking about in great detail later, had started shooting before the pandemic, but was scrapped and redone once production picked up again.
And then we got hit with the pandemic and we went into lockdown, so now I had all this time
to just reconfigure that scene. I called up Dave, I called up my producing partner Phil, I said we're gonna reshoot this entire scene. We have all this time, I'm gonna build these new effects and we'll go back and we'll shoot it properly and we'll, deliver the scene that we need to deliver.
Terrifier 2 premiered at Fantastic Fest 2022 and Fright Fest London 2022, and ended up actually getting a theatrical release thanks to Bloody Disgusting.
So much credit to Cinedigm, who's the head of Bloody Disgusting. They really believed in this movie and my vision, and they never had a problem with the amount of gore in it. I mean, they knew the rating could potentially be a big problem, and the length is unprecedented. So many things about Terrifier 2 is pretty unprecedented. For them to put it into the theaters as is, I mean, that was their idea. We didn't even think it was going to be in the theaters, maybe play in like 10 theaters over a weekend or something, some little art house theaters. And they were saying, no, there's a good chance we can get this in like 500 theaters. Then it was 800, and I was like, oh wow, this is random. AMCs and Regals and like actual big chains.
A lot of the buzz came from word of mouth, particularly from all those tweets and articles about people fainting and getting sick in the theater. And altogether, Terrifier 2 made nearly $11 million domestically and over $4 million internationally, adding up to a profit of $15 million on a budget of only around $250,000. And that isn't even counting the money it made from streaming.
With 3 weeks of streaming, we're over $2 million.
Streaming, $2 million worth of streaming and
So
shit.
like $14 million?
Yeah.
Oh my God. For a $250,000 budget.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about niche little anthology movies or low-budget Netflix slashers anymore. We're kind of in the big leagues now. Obviously not doing crazy numbers, but that's still a huge return. And was it worth it? Were all those people online right and the second one is better? Well, Terrifier 2 starts right where the first one ended. Like, right where the first one ended, with Art waking up in the morgue and murdering the mortician. He then gathers some supplies and walks over to a local laundromat where he encounters this.
A child.
This is the little pale girl, and it becomes pretty clear that Art is the only one who can see her. She also shits on the floor. We then jump forward a whole year where a teenager named Sienna Shaw is struggling to finish her costume the night before Halloween. Her dad recently passed away, and he apparently used to draw her as a badass warrior angel. He even gifted her a sword before he died, and she's turning his drawings into a costume in his honor. She has dinner with her mom, Barb, and younger brother Jonathan, who announces that he's going to be the Miles County Clown for Halloween, which is what the locals are apparently calling Art.
He wants to dress up as a real guy who murdered 9 people last year.
No one is happy about this.
How would you feel if, God forbid, he attacked someone in our family and people celebrated him?
Foreshadowing is a literary device.
It actually turns out that Jonathan has a weird obsession with Art, and has a book full of articles about the previous year's murders. That night, Sienna has a dream that Art slaughters an entire building full of people and then attempts to kill her with a flamethrower. However, she manages to deflect the flame with her father's sword, and when she wakes up, the sword is on fire, and her wings are destroyed. The sword isn't damaged by the flames, though. The next day at school, she's having breakfast with her friends Allie and Brooke, when Brooke tells her about Monica Brown getting her face ripped off the previous night.
Yeah, that bitchy talk show has totally got her face torn off.
This causes Sienna to have a panic attack. Meanwhile, Jonathan's friends find a dead possum, and later that day, Jonathan sees Art and the little pale girl playing with the dead possum in the hallway. They throw it at him, and everyone thinks that Jonathan brought the dead animal into the school.
Your brother brought a dead animal to school this morning.
Sienna and Allie go to a Halloween store to buy some new wigs when they run into Art. Sienna is pretty shocked to see the clown from her dream in real life, and Art proceeds to harass her until the cashier tells him off.
Hey, buddy. Want to quit causing trouble?
After Sienna leaves, Art murders the cashier. Sienna goes home and talks to Jonathan. He shows her the articles and explains that he found them in their father's sketchbook. He shows her one about a murdered child he suspects is the little pale girl, and then that their father drew a lot of pictures of Art and his victims, and also drew Sienna defeating some kind of a demon. He begs Sienna not to go out, but despite believing him, she tries to convince him that everything is okay and nothing bad is going to happen.
Fine.
Just don't act surprised when a bunch of people get killed tonight.
Meanwhile, Art goes to Allie's house and harasses her for a while before breaking in and attacking her. Allie's mom comes up shortly after, and Art kills her too. Sienna gets into her costume and meets Brooke and her boyfriend Jeff at the party. She's worried that she can't reach Allie, but Brooke convinces her that everything is fine and then drugs her to make her less anxious.
I put Molly in your drink.
Jonathan and Barb get into a fight, which culminates in her destroying the sketchbook, Jonathan calling her a bitch, and her smacking the hell out of him. He runs out of the house all upset, and Barb finds her car trashed. Assuming Jonathan did it, she calls Sienna to rant, and the two end up having a very sweet heart-to-heart.
I love you, Wes.
I don't say it enough.
I love you too.
Art then blows Barb's head off with a shotgun. Jonathan comes home and finds Art, how do I put this delicately? Shoving mashed potatoes into the hole where his mother's face is supposed to be. Art chases Jonathan upstairs, drugs him, and steals Sienna's sword. Sienna sees a little pale girl at the party and has a panic attack. Brooke and Jeff start to drive her home until she gets a phone call from the little pale girl pretending to be Jonathan stranded at an old carnival.
I'm at the old carnival. Eric and Sean left me.
Jeff takes Sienna to the carnival and she runs into a horror attraction to find Jonathan, leaving Brooke and Jeff waiting in the car. It doesn't go super well for them. Jeff is turned into a human Ken doll, and Brooke briefly manages to fight Art off before she runs directly into his murder den. God damn it, Brooke. Sienna hears her screaming but doesn't find her until it's too late. Art comes up behind her but is briefly distracted by Jonathan coming up behind him. Sienna and Jonathan do a pretty solid job finding Art, even using his own weapons against him and seemingly killing him a few times, but eventually Sienna's injuries become too much and she passes out, hallucinating that Barb is there comforting her.
Sweetie, it's okay.
Except, yeah, no, that's not Barb. It's the little pale girl who gleefully shows Sienna a vision of her mother dying. Sienna uses the last of her strength to attack Art, but he easily overpowers her. He throws her into the basement, stabs her with her father's sword, and then drops her into whatever this weird glowing hole is. Sienna wakes up back in a somehow more nightmarish version of her dream and drowns in a water tank until she hears Jonathan screaming her name. Her wounds suddenly heal, she crawls her way out of the hole, picks up the sword, and decapitates Art the Clown. The little pale girl scoops up Art's head and walks away, leaving Sienna and Jonathan to hold each other and cry. In a mid-credit scene, we cut to Victoria locked up in a mental institution after she clawed off Monica Brown's face. There are two nurses taking care of her, one of whom is Chris Jericho. Okay, I've gotten every single one of these wrong so far. There's no way. Huh. Look at that. That's cool. Anyways, so, Vicky gives birth to Art's head. The end!
Drop on by the Clown Cafe, your favorite meals on wheels.
So this movie does follow the same premise as the earlier iterations of Terrifier, where Art stalks an innocent girl on Halloween night, and there are some familiar scenes. Like, the Halloween store scene is very similar to the subway scene and the pizzeria scene, and they even do the same thing as the last movie where Art is killing the employee, and it's cutting back and forth between the kill and the main character arguing with her friend about if Art is dangerous or not.
That's fucking crazy.
I'm telling you, it was him, Allie.
However, the formula goes out the window really quick because there's a lot more going on here. There are actual characters, they have arcs, and complicated relationships, and shit that they're dealing with, and there's lore. A lot of lore. Now, on one hand, it's kind of disappointing because Terrifier 2 does have a much more conventional slasher movie structure, I guess you could say. I mean, Art going around killing random people for no reason was always the scariest part for me, and that's pretty much gone here. Art has a weird connection to Sienna and her family, and he's targeting her on purpose. Sienna is also a proper final girl. She's introduced as the main character at the beginning of the movie, and she makes it to the end of the movie, defeating Art in the process. The subversion of Tara's death is honestly the part of Terrifier that makes it feel so unique, at least to me. So it is too bad that they just do the trope straight up in the sequel. But honestly, everything else that happens in this movie is so fucking bananas that I can't be too mad at it. Like, okay, maybe the final girl trope is played straight here, but man, I don't know, having her be a badass warrior angel who was killed and then resurrected with the power of love is pretty new. I was obviously really nervous about the length considering the first movie was an hour shorter and it dragged like hell in the second half, but I didn't really start to feel the length until after the 2-hour mark. I was just so engrossed by the pure insanity of everything I was watching that the whole thing just flew by. That's an obviously subjective opinion. A lot of people have criticized the movie for its length. It would be hypocritical for me to do that though, considering, yeah, but I genuinely didn't have a problem with it. I was entertained the entire time. I am a little frustrated with some of the criticism this movie has gotten. Like, I've seen people say that the Terrifier movies are only good for gore and that Damien Leone sucks at writing and he shouldn't have even bothered putting in a story and characters because nobody watches the Terrifier movies for that. They only watch for the effects. But the lack of story and characters is the main complaint that people had from the first movie. Like, say what you want about Damien Leone, but he listens to criticism. He took people's opinions on the first movie to heart, and he tried something different. Isn't it a good thing when artists try to learn and evolve their craft? And fair enough if the story and characters don't work for you. That's completely subjective, and I can understand how this movie would probably drag if you weren't into those aspects because the vast majority of the runtime focuses on the family dynamic between Sienna, Jonathan, and Barb. But it worked for me. It worked really well. I'm just gonna say it now. I love this movie. This is without a doubt my favorite movie that I watched in 2023. And it might be my favorite movie of all time. I had fun watching it in my bedroom, but what really made me fall in love with it was watching it on the big screen a few months later. This is funny because going to the re-release of Terrifier 2 in November of last year was the single worst theater experience I've ever had in my entire life. I go to the movies alone a lot. None of my friends like horror movies. It's a sad existence, but whatever. This particular time though, I was in a nearly empty theater and two boys, I don't know if they were teenagers or early 20s, they were at least younger than me. They decided to sit a couple seats away from me, which was a bit awkward, but fine. Until one of them started saying vile sexual shit like really, really loudly at one point. And then, I'm not 100% sure, but it looked like they took a picture of me. Like there was definitely a camera flash. I literally just got up and moved to the front of the theater, and fortunately they didn't bother me after that. I guess I got the real Art the Clown experience that night. I was the woman in the pizzeria. Hooray! But honestly, aside from that, I had a blast. If those assholes weren't there, then I would have been the most annoying one in the theater. I was laughing my ass off the entire time, which usually when someone says that about a horror movie, like it's meant to be an insult. But I mean that as the highest compliment. David Howard Thornton completely envelops Art the Clown in this movie. He did a good job in the last one, but watching this one, it's like the transformation is complete. I don't know if he's more comfortable now, but just his level of physicality, his facial expressions, it feels like the character has been elevated. And I am sorry to report that this movie is my exact sense of humor. Art's surprised face when the cashier slaps the counter.
Hey!
Him lighting this lady on fire and then dancing together. It's just so good. And I know it's weird to say that I was proud of Damien Leone while I was watching this, But oh my god, just like the sheer difference between the first movie and the second movie quality-wise, it's amazing. He really did put that extra budget to good use. I mean, first of all, it just looks better. It's still colorful, and certain scenes do stand out as having an interesting color palette. More on one of those in a bit. But it's way more toned down and used sparingly. And there are some cool shots here that I just found very aesthetically pleasing. My personal favorite is when Sienna is using her body to protect Jonathan from the cat Nine of Tails, and Art's whipping her wings, and the feathers are coming off and flying everywhere. It looks so good. The shot too of her wings being on fire. I also like this one where Brooke is running down this hallway and all the lights are swinging. I don't know why, but every time I see this scene, I just go, ooh, neat. This movie actually looks and feels like it takes place on Halloween. He didn't have to put a CGI jack-o'-lantern in this time. Like, oh my god, we actually get to see the Halloween party in this movie. It's not just two girls walking down a completely empty street with no people or cars, like, oh yeah, there was a party just over there somewhere. No, there's an entire club full of people. Multiple characters have houses, and trick-or-treaters come to them. There's a scene in a Halloween store, the real-life abracadabra in New York, and the finale this time takes place in an abandoned carnival, inside a rundown horror house, which is called the Terrifier. Same font and everything. It's very cute. And the gore, right? So, real-life gore absolutely disgusts me. I can't even look when I get a cut. I'm just too grossed out. But movie gore doesn't really bother me. There are things that I don't like, of course. I mean, I already told you how I feel about scalping scenes. I think I'm just more disgusted by the cringe, like when I have a point of reference for what something would feel like. The part in St. Maud where she's picking at her bird made me squirm really bad, and so did the leg scene in stop motion. I've had burns, I've had stitches, and I know how awful it would feel if I dug into them and opened them back up. I also have long hair that my sisters used to pull on a lot when they were little, and when I took wood shot, my teacher told me that if my hair got stuck in one of the machines, my scalp would get ripped off. So there, that's my tragic backstory. But once you got like intestines slopping onto the floor, it just kind of hits a point where my brain can't relate to it. That being said, even if the excessive gore in this movie doesn't scare or disgust me, I love it because it's all done practically. God, I love practical effects. I know CGI takes a lot of work, and I'm not trying to undercut that, but oh my god, there's something so nice and so satisfying about watching a movie and knowing that something is actually there. Like in that Dungeons & Dragons movie from last year, those slightly janky cat people that you could clearly tell was an animatronic or a puppet. I nearly cried. I was so happy. So this movie is like a visual splendor to me, and watching the behind the scenes stuff was like doing crack. CGI is used a few times in some minor ways, the most notable being that they put moving eyes onto a dummy or a puppet meant to portray a dying person. I doubt I can show that here, but it is an effective way to show how creepy and uncanny it is to still be alive after experiencing an extreme amount of torture. But all the blood, the fire, everything else is done practically, and it looks so good on the big screen. I could see all the details, and I was just in awe. I spent a good chunk of my youth watching the show Face Off, which might explain just how into this stuff I am. It actually turns out that one of my favorite contestants on Face Off, Alana Rose, is friends with Damien Leone and did some work on Terrifier 2, sculpting faces and painting Sienna's costume, and they also worked with costume fabricator Olga Turka and assistant fabricator Jackie Hughes, who spent most of the production trying to keep Sienna's costume from falling apart.
We're totally piecing it together
with duct tape,
flex tape, super glue, hot glue, hope, prayer.
Olga and Jackie are apparently responsible for a lot of the extra details in Sienna's costume, like the braids and the gold paint, and they also designed Sienna's bedroom. Leone also tried to hire an actual team to help him with the makeup, since he did all of it in the first movie. He only wanted them to do about 40% of the work, just to take it off his shoulders a bit, but they couldn't agree on money, so they pulled out.
They actually agreed to a price.
Did they? And they came back
They
and was like, it
agreed
was
to a
not enough.
price, and they actually started. And then they said, no, we need this, we need that. And we said, you know what? That ain't going to work. We already made an agreement. You already made. And he said, well, we can't do that. And we said, all right, then forget it.
So all these effects and most of the makeup were almost entirely done by Leone and his producer Phil Falcone, who you might remember as the guy who saved the first Terrifier movie. He not only stuck around, but basically became Leone's number 2, doing makeup and building sets and pretty much anything else that had to be done.
Damien turned to me and he said, I would like her to move. I would like her mouth to open, her head to move. I said, I've never done that before, but let's try.
Most of the sets are built on Falcone's property, and all the body parts you see during Allie's death scene were modeled off of Falcone's daughter.
My daughter, Lisa Marie, is all over the movie.
All her body
every
parts
time
were
I
molded.
need a hand or something, I go, Lisa Marie, come here. Mold her hand, mold her leg, my wife's legs.
This was a huge undertaking. I kind of assumed watching this for the first time that Leone had like an actual effects team to pull all this off. But not really. It was mostly just the work of just a handful of people. And it looks amazing. Huge props for that alone. The writing has also improved a lot. There's a lot of foreshadowing in this thing, and a lot of setup and payoff.
Be careful, please. That blade's like razor sharp.
My personal favorite is that shortly before Barb's death, she's watching Night of the Living Dead, and this line is clearly heard.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
All the old movies playing on the TVs are used similarly.
I saw it again.
I also like how Barb is sitting in the same spot at the dinner table where Art props her body up later, and how they're eating the mashed potatoes he later shoves into her lack of a face. There's also this line about Sienna cutting the heads off of fish.
And he found you cutting the heads off,
which foreshadows her later decapitation of Art. Brooke makes fun of Monica Brown for losing her face.
What, you ever see photos of those transplant faces? Looking like Mr. Potato Head? Fuck that shit.
And then she loses her face later in the movie. Speaking of which, the acid that Art froze on Brooke's face was from the morgue. We see him steal it at the very beginning of the movie, which also establishes that Art likes to go around and collect new weapons wherever he goes. This is later reinforced when we see him taking the knife and scissors from Allie's kitchen, as well as other stuff from her house. So it makes sense why he grabs Sienna's sword later in the movie. Allie runs into Art for the first time while talking to her mom on the phone, foreshadowing Art killing them both, and the conversation they're having reveals that Allie's going to be home before her mom.
What time are you gonna be home?
Which sets up not only that Allie is going to be home alone, but that her mom is going to come back and find her. Also, the way Art is posed looking at Sienna in the Halloween store is mirrored later when he lures her to the carnival during the climax. I do also appreciate that the characters act a little bit more realistically this time around. Allie is arguing with Sienna that Art isn't dangerous, just like Dawn was doing to Tara, but whereas Dawn had spent like a lot of time with Art and had ignored millions of red flags, Allie had only seen him for about 2 seconds, and in those 2 seconds, she was frightened by Art. You could hear her tell her mother that on the phone.
Nothing, I just ran into a man wearing a terrifying clown costume.
The argument she's making isn't that this guy isn't weird or creepy. She just doesn't think that he came out of Sienna's dream.
I mean, there are gonna be hundreds of douchebags dressed up as that psycho tonight. It's just a coincidence.
Which is a much more understandable thing to believe than, oh, that guy who's been leering at you all night isn't a problem. We also have a character running off to a sketchy location by themselves while their friend waits in the car. But this time, Brooke does not want Sienna to get out of the car.
Sienna, get back in the car. Sienna!
But Sienna is mad at Brooke and worried about her brother, so she just ignores her and takes off. And then when Sienna doesn't come back right away, Brooke gets worried.
Okay, I'm gonna call her really fast.
Which, yeah, this is a huge step up to Dawn just letting Tara go off with a stranger and then not caring at all when she's gone a while. That being said though, Brooke waiting for Sienna in the car is one of the worst written scenes in the movie. In my opinion, Brooke and Jeff switch personalities in this scene. Brooke was being extremely antagonistic to Sienna, yelling at her for reacting badly in the club and being annoyed that she's worried about her brother.
He's bullshitting you. No, he's not. Yes, he is. It's Halloween. Are you really telling me right now that it's beneath your brother to do something twisted like this?
Whereas Jeff was being extremely kind and understanding to Sienna the entire night.
Wow, that is a badass outfit. And honestly, I feel I'm staged.
I'm sorry you had to leave.
It's no problem. You okay?
And was even willing to go out of his way to pick up her brother.
It's only a few miles from here.
Jeff even shows more concern than Brooke when Sienna runs out into the amusement park.
Maybe we should go with her.
Fuck that. I guarantee you her brother's just gonna scare the shit out of her.
But then after this, Brooke suddenly becomes sympathetic to Sienna, whereas Jeff completely stops caring about her and becomes an obnoxious dude bro out of nowhere.
Where the hell is she?
Who cares?
But seriously, what time does she leave?
Why, who?
Okay.
I can buy Brooke's change. Even if it is kind of dumb that she goes from yelling at Sienna for not handling things well enough.
Are you fucking kidding me? No, you're not fine. You are so completely far from fine right now. You just totally freaked out. Jesus Christ, you're like Miss Morbid all the time.
2, she's doing a good job holding it all together.
All things considered, I think she's doing pretty well.
She is still Sienna's friend, and it is pretty clear that most of the anger she had was actually out of fear for Sienna's health.
You could have had a brain aneurysm or a seizure or something. What if it happens again?
But Jeff just becoming a douche out of nowhere just took me out of it. And there are a few other weird things here and there that I found distracting. The cashier at the Halloween store immediately clocks Art as a creep. You can see it on his face when Art slams Sienna's purse on the counter.
I think I left my bag downstairs.
However, he immediately forgets this, leaving Sienna alone with Art, despite her basically begging him not to.
I'm gonna go get you a big bag.
Oh no, I don't
No, it's fine. I got him right back here.
And then doesn't seem to understand that Art is a threat when he is literally piling murder weapons up in front of him.
Sir, what are you doing?
Why show him clocking Art as a threat if he's not going to be threatened by him? And then later, when Art breaks into Allie's house, she just kind of stands there for a really long time and then only runs off when he turns around. Now, the intent here was apparently that Allie is so scared that she goes into shock.
I said, he just comes in and gets a drink. He knows he's got her. It's so horrifying that he basically puts her in a state of shock.
And something like that could work. Going back to the strangers for a minute, in the sequel Pray at Night, when Dollface is shown to be in the trailer, Kinsey spots her first, and she goes into complete shock, basically just standing there until her mom notices and runs over to grab her. I feel like this works because even though she isn't reacting in the way that you would expect someone in this situation would, she's still having a very physical reaction. She's shaking, she's stuttering, she's very clearly choking out the word mom with a lot of effort. It's very obvious from her performance that she's fucking terrified and that her body is shutting down on her at the worst possible moment. But Allie isn't shaking or stuttering or anything like that. She's just kind of staring at Art with a concerned look on her face. I know I defended the limp for this movie earlier, but this is definitely a scene that should have been trimmed. Allie stares at Art for nearly double the amount of time that Kinsey stares at Dollface, and I think that makes this feel more awkward. It gives the audience more time to wonder why she isn't running away. Even having her slowly backing up or looking at the front door would do a lot. It would give the impression that she wants to run away, but she doesn't want to make too much noise and alert him to her presence. As it is, it just comes off as super awkward. And that's a shame, especially since this leads into one of the most, infamous scenes ever in a horror movie. Okay, so while the first movie has the Hacksaw Scene, the scene so horrible it made the movie famous, the second movie has the bedroom scene. After a confrontation where Art bothers Allie while trick-or-treating, he breaks into her house and chases her into her bedroom, where he brutally and sadistically tortures her for 2.5 minutes. I can't show any of this. I'm going to have to get creative so you aren't just looking at red blur. Don't judge this too harshly. I haven't animated anything since I was like 16. So the first Terrifier movie mostly had Art doing one horrible act of violence per victim, sometimes doing it over and over again, like him stabbing the pizza guy in the face like 50 times, or him shooting Tara over and over. Terrifier 2, however, has Art using multiple methods per victim. The opening kill in the morgue, for example, has Art bashing the guy's teeth in with a hammer and gouging out his eye and removing his brain. And this is reflected in the two big scenes in each movie. Whereas the Hacksaw Scene is one big horrific act of violence, the bedroom scene is like 10 smaller acts of violence back to back to back. The bedroom scene went through heavy changes during the pandemic. Leone had originally filmed the entire scene to take place on the bed, but found himself extremely unsatisfied with it.
Yeah, this scene, even though it was intense before COVID, when we had the break in COVID, Damien said it's fallen flat, we got to match Terrifier 1.
At first, we first started filming the scene prior to the pandemic, like right in February of 2020. And the majority of the scene of the kill, he was just sort of going for it, and it was just all like on the bed, and she was just kind of like, Allie was kind of stuck there.
While in lockdown, he retooled it so it took place over the entire room and reshot it once lockdown was lifted. The final result is fucking horrific. This is the scene that was making people puke and faint in the theaters, and it's not hard to see why. It goes on for so long. It's just one thing after another after another. Limbs are getting ripped off. Eyeballs are getting slashed. Scalps are being removed, which was super pleasant. Thank you for that. I know it happens to the cat lady too, but it's done off screen, so I didn't have to look at it. I did also have to animate it, so I really am just dealing with my trauma with fuck. Maybe I should just watch Saw. And the sound. Oh my god. You know, gore in movies might not really get me, but sound definitely does. And the bedroom scene is just really, really hard to listen to. It's a lot of flesh being ripped and bones cracking, and Allie is just wailing in agony the entire time. The screaming even upset Damien Leone while he was editing.
There was a moment where I was editing it, and there was no music or anything, and I was listening to her just scream for hours in my apartment, and I literally got lightheaded.
Honestly, and this is gonna sound really weird, but the part of the bedroom scene that horrifies me the most is when Art is slashing at Allie off screen. Just something about the way that she's screaming makes my skin crawl. It's awful. But I think what elevates this scene to a level of horror that even the Hacksaw scene can't touch is that technically, this isn't a kill scene. We never actually see Allie die. Allie's mother eventually comes home and sees the broken door, and she rushes upstairs to look for her daughter and finds that Allie is pretty much in pieces. She doesn't even look human anymore. In fact, she isn't human. At this point, the actress has been replaced by a puppet.
So it's a rod puppet. So we have people underneath the bed with sticks and behind the bed through the false wall, operating her from the back.
And then she opens her eye and calls out for her mother. Yeah, somehow despite barely having any flesh left, she's still alive. I guess for reference, she looks like that time that a bunch of people ate the face off of a Pop-Tart mascot. Is that too niche? And then that's it. Her mom dies off screen, and we never see Allie again. For all we know, Art just left her up there, alive and suffering. Once again, we see that being left alive is sometimes worse than dying. I will admit that they lost me a little bit when Art ripped off one of Allie's arms and then split the other one down the middle. That's a huge amount of trauma for the human body to go through. And even on top of that, Allie also lost her scalp, an eye, most of the flesh on her back in the course of just a few minutes. Now, I might not have a medical degree, but I think eventually the shock would just kill you. I keep seeing everywhere online that Damien Leone said in an interview that Art actually has the power to make his victims temporarily immortal in order to make them suffer for as long as he wants, which is the most horrifying thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Oh my god. And I guess that would explain why Dawn was still screaming even after all of her intestines fell out. But I am sorry to report that I cannot find a source for this. And I've looked. I've watched dozens and dozens of hours of panels and interviews. I've read a lot of articles, and this has never once come up. Maybe I'm just missing the one interview where Leone stated it, but no one has ever linked a source, and I'm starting to suspect that this is just a rumor. Regardless of whether it's part of Art's lore or not, the victim staying alive longer than physically possible is a purposeful decision. Leone was apparently inspired by the original Suspiria, particularly how relentless and brutal the opening is, that it never pulls away from the kill, and that we're forced to watch the victim suffer way past the point where they would ordinarily be dead. And this is taken to an extreme, a cruel extreme. At one point during the bedroom scene, Art leaves the room, and it looks like maybe the scene is about to end. Allie attempts to crawl over to her phone, but before she can make it, Art comes back with salt and bleach, which he then pours all over her and rubs into her wounds. All this while she's shrieking in agony. I think that's what pushes this scene over the edge for a lot of people. It's just so much more cruel than any other kill we've gotten so far. And I do think that part of the disgust that a lot of people had upon watching it is that this was done to Allie. Now, both Dawn and Allie serve a similar role in their respective movies. They're the best friends of the main character who aren't initially threatened by Art the Clown, and even somewhat antagonize him before being horribly punished for it. Dawn is kind of an important character in the first movie. She isn't deep or complex, but her confidence and recklessness is a good contrast to Tara's fear and skepticism. The movie would feel completely different if Tara was just wandering around by herself. And I like Allie, but she probably could have been cut out and not much would be changed. Sienna could have one friend. Brooke could have been the one who went with Sienna to the Halloween store. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing to have an extra friend character. Not every single character in a movie has to exist to further the plot, and neither does every death. But Allie's death is the scene. It's the showstopper. It's the most gruesome scene in the movie. Arguably the most gruesome scene in any movie. And yet, it doesn't seem to matter at all to Sienna's journey. Sienna never finds out that Allie died. She's worried about her and is trying to get a hold of her at the start of the party.
Has Allie texted you back yet?
No.
Well, can you check? You know this isn't like her.
It's fine.
But after Brooke drugs her, she never mentions Allie again. No one mentions Allie again. Sienna ends the movie knowing that Brooke is dead. She knows that her mother is dead. She doesn't know that Allie is dead. Allie's screams are played for Jonathan at one point. But he doesn't seem to know who they belong to or what they mean. The only person who knows what happened to Allie is Allie's mother, and she dies like 5 seconds later. We actually got to see how Dawn's death affected the other characters. It angered Tara so much that she beat Art down and is killed in the process. And Victoria finds Dawn's remains and realizes that something terrible is going on, and that leads to the last 20 or so minutes of Art chasing her around. Dawn's murder is actually woven into the plot. whereas Terrifier 2 basically screeches to a halt for several minutes to make us watch an innocent teenage girl get slowly tortured to death with no effect on the story or the main character at all. And there is something kind of ghoulish about that. Usually really big, crazy, terrible death scenes are reserved for more important characters, or else characters who seemingly deserve it. Horror movies have kind of a weird logic when it comes to who deserves to die and who doesn't. That's just kind of common knowledge at this point. You know, the old trope that the sexually promiscuous girls die, but the virgin lives. This has been the focus of a lot of discussion and parody over the years. Cherry Falls, which I talked about like 4 years ago, is based on the premise of what if the slasher killer was targeting virgins? And then, of course, you have Scream and Cabin in the Woods that directly poke fun at this trope.
Oh my god, Randy, I thought you were dead.
I probably should be. I never thought I'd be so happy to be a virgin.
It's also pretty common in horror movies where there's a huge cast of characters to kill off to make them somewhat unlikable, so it's fun to watch them die. But the idea of a character deserving it is kind of weird when you think about it, because realistically, who really deserves to get murdered? Especially in the slow, torturous ways that the victims in Terrifier tend to go out. Dawn and Allie both somewhat antagonized Art. Dawn obviously thought it was fun to annoy him. She did ask his permission before she climbed on his lap and took selfies with him.
Can I get a picture with you?
But she didn't get a yes. She just did it anyways.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
And Allie was kind of mean when Art came to her door.
Aren't you a little old to be trick-or-treating?
She was obviously creeped out because the weird guy from the Halloween store that was bothering Sienna just showed up at her house.
Aren't you that guy from the costume shop? You are. What are you doing here?
That's mildly horrifying, but still. She refuses to give him candy.
Really, no candy for grown-ups.
She slams the door in his face, and then when he doesn't leave, she just throws the candy at him, and none of it makes it into the bag. And there is some logic to Art going harder on people who annoy or offend him. Obviously, both Dawn and Allie got the worst of it, and both of them were openly rude to Art. Then slightly lower, you have Brooke. Brooke's death is super underrated in my opinion. I think it got me worse than Allie's. Art melts her face off and smashes her bones and then eats her heart. Also, the room she dies in is, apparently covered in shit.
You know, like a lot of people see this in the trailer and they think this is all blood everywhere. This is actually all shit.
Glad they got that in there. Awesome. But yeah, super brutal, extreme overkill. And notably, this all happened right after Brooke kicked Art, which Art did not seem particularly amused by. Then, obviously, Tara beat the shit out of him. The pizza guys and the cashier at the Halloween store yelled at him. The mortician said some rude stuff to him.
I hope your 15 minutes of fame was worth it, you sick son of a bitch.
Vicky fought back and stabbed him. And the characters who suffer the least are the ones who never did anything to Art. Barb didn't even know he existed until a second before he killed her, and her death was the least painful by far. And Art is, without question, a petty bitch. He very clearly takes offense to certain things and then does those things to his victims after the fact. Dawn takes a selfie without his permission, and then after he kills her, he takes a selfie with her corpse. Allie refuses to give Art Halloween candy. Art uses Allie's mother's head as a bowl to hand out candy.
Oh, kids, look how cool!
Sienna spits on Art. Art spits on her after he pushes her into the basement. So there is an element of petty revenge to the way Art handles his victims, and Leone does confirm that this happens in the director's commentaries.
This was cool. I mean, obviously, I just wanted to set this up so the audience just knows she's going to get it.
Oh, yeah.
This is just... The audience knows that this isn't going to end well. Just give him the candy. Not like it's going to matter, but it's going to make him even more pissed off at her. He's probably going to do one extra awful thing to her because of it.
But also, them being rude to him doesn't mean he suddenly decided he was going to kill them. I mean, the cat lady was super nice to Art. Literally got on the floor and cradled him like an infant. And he killed her anyway. He decided he was gonna kill Dawn and Tara the second he saw them walking down the street, before Dawn even said a word to him. He bumped into Allie at the Halloween store and immediately shot her a "I'm gonna kill you later" look. Damien Leone even revealed in the director's commentary that Art's main mission in Terrifier 2 was to kill Sienna and her loved ones because she was fated to defeat him.
Pale Girl is guiding Art to Sienna's friends. I mean, taking out everybody that she cares about.
So, none of them did literally anything to be targeted by Art. It's not even a wrong place, wrong time situation like in the first movie. Them existing is enough for Art to want to murder them. So maybe Dawn and Allie did piss off Art, and that's why their deaths are so horrible, but did they really do anything that warranted this? These are extreme punishments for such small transgressions, and that is actually kind of the point. In a flashback weekend Q&A from last year, Leone talks about how even though he wants Art to be a fun villain, he at no point wants the audience to root for him.
Art, at the end of the day, even though he's kind of a fun character, I kind of like, because he's having so much fun doing it. He's got this charisma, so you enjoy seeing him no matter what he's doing, no matter how despicable. But it's so important that he's first and foremost sinister and evil at the end of the day. And I always go back to that. And people say, many times they'll come up to me and they'll say, what did Allie do to deserve that? Like, this is extremely cruel. This comes across as too cruel. And I'm like, yeah, that's the whole point. She wasn't supposed to do something to merit, like to warrant her death. It's just, he's so evil. And I always go back to him just being this evil character, so.
I'd even say that the direction in the bedroom scene highlights how Allie straight up doesn't deserve it. Allie's bedroom is very bright and cheerful. It's yellow and covered in pink flowers, and all the accessories around the room are white. White is often used to symbolize purity and innocence, and while Art is murdering Allie, her blood is splattering all over the white flowers, the white picture frame with a picture of her and her mother in it. Random background details will suddenly become the focus of the frame. The camera will even cut away from Allie's torture to instead focus on some pictures of her friends on the wall, or her Halloween costume that she was about to change into hanging up on the door. These aren't just random shots, they're there to remind you that Allie is just a kid. She's supposed to be going out with her friends and having a fun time tonight. She's supposed to be alive and well when her mother gets home. But instead, she's being subjected to the worst torture imaginable for no justifiable reason. There is no possible way that Art is in the right in this situation. It's literally impossible to root for him as he tortures this poor girl to death. And the fact that her torture is so long and so cruel makes the scenes of Sienna beating the shit out of Art and ultimately defeating him feel so good. I actually cheered when Sienna grabbed the Ninetales that Art has been using to whip people since the original short and use it right back on him. And Jonathan shooting Art with what might be the same gun he used to kill Tara in the previous movie and is definitely the same gun he used to kill Jonathan's mother. I don't think I have the words to describe how satisfying this felt. And this whole sequence wouldn't feel as good as it does, as cathartic as it does, if Art wasn't shown to be the cruelest motherfucker imaginable. Now, there have been other reasons why people take umbrage with these two scenes, and one of the most notable is that, well, both Terrifier and Terrifier 2 have the scene, right? The most brutal and disgusting scene in the whole movie that is meant to get people talking. And the victims of both scenes are women. And it isn't even just them. The women in these movies typically get more brutal deaths than the men. Not always, obviously. Like the pizza guy, the Halloween store cashier, and the mortician all suffer horrible deaths. And the least painful death in the whole franchise is given to a woman. So no, it's not a consistent pattern or anything. But by and large, yes, the women do typically suffer more than the men in these movies. Even going back to the very beginning, Leone's first ever short featured a bunch of women getting brutalized, with the main one heavily implied to be assaulted at the end. And Frankenstein vs. the Mummy, the one movie Leone's made that has nothing to do with Art the Clown, has a lot of sexual assaultist stuff going on. There are these two guys who are really creepily into the main character, Nyla. One of them ends up with his brain inside of Frankenstein's monster, and the other works as a servant for the mummy. And her boyfriend, who is Victor Frankenstein, by the way, turns out to be pretty awful too. Like, the movie wanted me to sympathize with him, but also he has almost the exact same line of dialogue as the other two creeps when threatening Nyla.
If you scream, I'll tear you into shreds.
Don't scream. Don't make even the slightest sound.
I'm gonna take my hand off of your mouth. You have to promise me you're not gonna scream.
Like, honestly, fuck him. Nyla can do way better. But yeah, so this poor woman is surrounded by dudes who treat her like shit, and she spends the entire last half of the movie being chased down, and manhandled, and abducted, and groped. Nyla is a pretty cool character. I love her. Absolute highlight of the movie for me. She fights back and defends herself, and aside from a few moments where she really should have called the police, she is a pretty smart protagonist, especially considering what came after with Terrifier. But it doesn't change the fact that we're spending a lot of the runtime watching a woman suffer. You know, there's literally this one part where she manages to fight off one molester, only for her to immediately be captured by another. It's pretty damn excessive. And I know, I talk about this every time I make a video about a horror movie, and I'm sorry about that. I am. But God, every time I look at a discussion about the Terrifier movies, someone always brings up how misogynistic they think they are. It's inescapable if you're doing any research into this franchise at all. It's even happened once that Damien Leone was called out at a panel by both one of his actresses and Kevin Smith.
I would encourage you to ask Damien how his crotch is, maybe next time. As you know, it would be fun to see that happen to the opposite sex once in a while.
Yeah, how come in Terrifier 2 you didn't split it like a dude from the fucking...
It was a lighthearted call out, but still. Now, Leone has seemingly been accused of misogyny for a while. I would assume since around when the original Terrifier short was released, and definitely after All Hallows Eve came out, based off of some forum posts I came across. If you remember, the Terrifier short ended with the victim having been mutilated and a bunch of misogynistic slurs carved into her body. In a 2013 interview at Fangoria, once the topic of Art's personality comes up, Leone, completely unprompted, says, "I just want to tell you right now that I love women. I'm not a misogynist or anything." To which the interviewer replies, "Don't worry, I didn't think you were. In fact, I just thought that Art was a misogynist." And Leone doesn't refute that Art is a misogynist. The conversation just moves on. Now, Art as a character being a misogynist is interesting. I mean, he is a villain, and as mentioned before, even if he's supposed to be a fun character, you aren't supposed to root for him. So him actually purposefully being sexist, it's like, okay, maybe that could be made more clear by the narrative, but there isn't anything wrong with creating a villain who goes out of their way to hurt one group of people over another, as long as it's made clear that they're in the wrong for doing that. However, Leone, as of the point that Terrifier 2 was released, sees Art as an equal opportunity killer.
He's an equal opportunist killer, Art the Clown. I don't really look to do things like that purposely, like I'm purposely going to do that to a woman or vice versa.
2013 was a decade ago, and All Hallows Eve isn't canon, so it's totally possible that he decided that he didn't like that aspect of Art, so he made some adjustments. Or maybe Art was never actually meant to be a misogynist at all, and the conversation during the interview just naturally moved on. But even so, it's not as if misogynistic slurs don't appear in the most recent movies. Art writes bitch on Barb's car. I've seen some people say that this is sexist because, like, he's calling a woman a bitch, and he's not done that to any male characters. But Art is trying to make Barb think that Jonathan trashed the car. And Jonathan literally just called his mom a bitch like 5 minutes before this.
Such a bitch!
I think that's all it is. Just Art throwing Jonathan's words back at his mother to make her as upset as possible. So, that's fine. But I have a harder time excusing the very end of Terrifier 2 when Vicky gets possessed and she writes on the wall with her own blood all the words carved into the victim from the original Terrifier short. I know that it's an Easter egg, and that's whatever. Terrifier 2 is full of Easter eggs. I love them. I watch this movie the same way people watch Marvel movies. It's just super weird to me that Leone seemingly got called a misogynist for putting these words onto a female victim, and then straight up did the same thing again years later as an Easter egg. I mean, he must have known that that wouldn't look good, especially after the reaction that the Hacksaw Scene got. Now, there is a sexual nature to the Hacksaw Scene that I feel is pretty unavoidable. Like, she's stripped naked and killed via the crotch. I mean, yeah. There's some loaded imagery here, too. Like Art ripping off Dawn's underwear. Dude, that made me gasp the first time I saw it. And then they show, like, Dawn's clothes on the floor after she died, and it made me really sad. And while Allie's death isn't nearly as explicit in this regard, Art does rip her cardigan off and she's left in just her bra and underwear by the end. And that is kind of uncomfortable. Like, why do the female victims have to be stripped down? However, for both of these scenes, Leone took inspiration from history. Dawn's death was literally a form of medieval torture. Known as death by sawing, it was done pretty much exactly how it's shown in the movie. Victim hanging upside down by their ankles, with the saw slicing them down between their legs.
I started researching medieval torture methods, and I came across this actual method of murder where they would hang the person upside down and they would saw them in half. And because the blood was draining to, you know, your lower extremities and whatnot, and you weren't hitting any vital organs quickly, the person was alive and suffering, supposedly for quite some time.
And Allie's death is based off of one of Jack the Ripper's victims, believe it or not.
I'd seen an image in a book about Jack the Ripper, and it showed one of his victims, her remains on a bed, and she was so horribly mutilated that you couldn't even tell it was a person.
Okay, as soon as he said that, I knew exactly what photograph he was talking about. I talked about it in the Poughkeepsie Tapes video. It's the photo that's literally just on the Jack the Ripper Wikipedia page. I'm not going to show it here, obviously, but it's a pretty close match. That poor girl was absolutely ripped to shreds.
Just this poor mutilated woman on a bed. You couldn't even tell it was a human being anymore. But, you know, being me, I was like, all right, that's a perfect, kill scene for Art the Clown. I was like,
I felt so bad for her. I exploited her.
Even the girl from the original Terrifier short, her death was based on the Sharon Tate murders. Okay, not the boobs getting cut off part. Apparently that wasn't even originally part of the short. Art was just meant to cut off her limbs, and that was it. But Leone thought that it looked too goofy, and it didn't go far enough. He wanted it to be the worst thing that you could ever imagine happening to a woman, so he just kept on messing with it and messing with it.
First, we had a body where there were no vulgarities cut into it, or her breasts were still intact. She just didn't have limbs, and it just looked too clean. Didn't work the first time, so I went back. I said, we got to mess this body up a little more. So I did all the nasty stuff to it, brought it back.
And he was apparently always really disturbed by the word pig being written in blood after Sharon Tate was murdered, and so added that element to push the end of his short over the edge.
And here we go. Pig, that's another thing from I'll Never Forget from Charles Manson, which is horrifying.
The final result is absolutely fucking dreadful, but there is something almost morbidly ironic about what we ended up with here. That this woman is specifically introduced as a costume designer.
I'm not an actress, I'm a costume designer.
And then by the end, Art turned her own body into the most horrific costume imaginable. The nudity in most of these scenes might also have a practical explanation. I mean, aside from the fact that most of the illustrations of death by sawing show the victims naked, but the Dead Meat podcast did an episode on Terrifier, and they said this.
But then I thought about it, and if I'm a makeup artist, and I have to slice a character in half long way, vagina first, if she has clothes on, the clothes have to be ripped in half too, and they're gonna fall off anyway.
Yeah, and then you gotta get like
and then you have to worry about so it's
continuity. Yeah, there's a whole bunch.
I get it.
And this actually makes a lot of sense to me. I'd imagine if she was wearing clothes, it would get all bunched up when they were sawing through the dummy, and it would just look horrible. And Allie's death does require a lot of makeup. I don't think anything can top the pure hell of Catherine Corcoran dangling upside down in a freezing condemned building, but what Casey Hartnett went through for the bedroom scene does come close. It was a 5-day shoot, it was freezing cold, they literally kept applying layers and layers and layers of makeup to her as they filmed.
It was a lot of stopping and starting, because it was a lot of, okay, let's apply the prosthetic, okay, go into the scene, now we have to stop and apply the next prosthetic.
She was covered in so much fake blood that she was literally getting stuck to the carpet.
Crawling on the floor, getting stuck to the floor because of all the blood, getting stuck to the carpet.
I can believe it would be easier to shoot this scene with very little clothing. So, no, I don't think there's supposed to be anything misogynistic about these scenes, and I don't think that Dawn's death is supposed to portray a sexual assault. But regardless, it does feel like one. A scene can definitely have the feeling of a sexual assault without one literally being portrayed. For example, in the 2014 horror movie It Follows, our protagonist, Jay, hooks up with a guy in the back of his car. It is completely consensual. The movie goes out of its way to make sure that we know it's consensual.
It was consensual?
Yeah.
However, after they have sex, Jay's date drugs her, takes her to a second location, ties her up, terrorizes her, and then after he's done, dumps her on the side of the road. All while she's undressed. She's just in her bra and underwear the whole time. It's a deeply, deeply violating scene and extremely uncomfortable to watch, especially with the context that Jay's date was targeting her to force something terrible on her without her consent.
Somebody gave it to me, and I passed it to you.
Even if there's no actual sexual assault here, it feels like there is, and that's why it's so harrowing to watch. So that these two girls were stalked and harassed by a stranger all night while they're just trying to get home, only for it to culminate in them being abducted and one of them being stripped naked and killed like this. Yeah, it does give off some pretty uncomfortable vibes. Catherine Corcoran has talked extensively about her feelings for the Hacksaw Scene and the place it's taken up in pop culture. After the release of Terrifier 2, apparently some fans took to Twitter to express how disappointed they were that there wasn't as much nudity in the second film, which, we're gonna get to that in a minute, don't worry. But since Corcoran is the main source of nudity in the first one, she obviously had some opinions about this, and she wanted to speak on her own behalf. especially after the topic was brought up in her interview with Kevin Smith. So in December of 2022, she published an article on the Daily Beast called "My New Death Scene Made Horror Movie History, That's Not Why It Should Terrify You." It's an excellent article that you should absolutely check out. It goes into the history of nudity in film and Corcoran's personal experiences with it, particularly with her role in Return to Nukem High. In regards to Dawn, Corcoran gives her take on why her death is so upsetting to watch for so many people. The reason Dawn's death in Terrifier holds such gravitas is because it's heavily rooted in reality. Much like Linda in Halloween, Dawn is a character who openly embraces her sexuality, femininity, and freedom. She is assertive and outspoken, and as a result, the brutality by which she is punished for said traits forces her to be horrifically vulnerable, highlighting the very physical essence of what makes her female. The visceral, gut-wrenching, bone-chilling emotions evoked when watching her death scene do not lie in the fact that she is nude. They lie in the mercilessness of stripping someone of their autonomy and personal power and forcing those who care about them to watch.
One thing that horror movies do, and that they have been doing for decades, you saw it first, in the Halloween franchise, is that they have these women who are just confident within who they are, within their bodies, within their intelligence level. And when that happens, often in these films, the killers, who are these representations for this kind of patriarchal misogyny, end up brutalizing them and killing them. And it's like a punishment for being an intelligent, multifaceted woman. And I think what's so jarring about what happens to Dawn is that, she doesn't do anything wrong. She's just kind of being silly and fun and confident in who she is. And she's punished by that by the very essence of what makes her genetically female. We could talk about what that means for different genders, for people who are non-binary, but I think particularly why this is jarring is because she is biologically female, and that's what she's punished for.
Now this does kind of make me think about some symbolism involved in some of their deaths. As Corcoran points out, Dawn was sexually promiscuous, and Art responded by cutting up her... yeah. And then shortly afterwards, we have the cat lady, whose main character trait is that she is extremely maternal, and Art cuts off her breasts. And also...
the JJ.
Which are probably the body parts most associated with motherhood. And the idea behind her being skinned was apparently that Art would steal all the signifiers of her femininity. Add on Monica Brown being punished for being vain by having her face ripped off. Yeah, there is a case to be made here that at least some of the female victims in Terrifier are being specifically punished for traits considered to be feminine in nature. But if we're going to be completely fair, something similar does happen to a guy in Terrifier 2. Art cuts off Jeff's dick. He was being kind of a horn dog to Brooke right before this happened, so maybe that's why. Art even writes the dick joke on Jeff's shirt on the window. He was planning this. My initial assumption when I saw this scene for the first time was, oh, this is a response to the backlash against the Hacksaw Scene. Like, look, see? Art does it to men too. Damien Leone actually refutes this in the director's commentary.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You hacked a girl in half last time, and now you're doing that to a guy this time. And, that's cool. I'm glad that that's sort of, at the end of the day, what's happening. And, good. One for the girls. Fuck yeah. But that wasn't my mindset when I wrote it. He's an equal opportunist killer, Art the Clown. I don't really look to do things like that purposely, like I'm purposely going to do that to a woman or vice versa.
But he also says the complete opposite when he's called out by Catherine Corcoran and Kevin Smith.
Come in Terrifier 2, you didn't split it like a dude from the fucking dick on.
Cut the guy's dick off.
But yeah, honestly, Jeff's dick removal isn't super comparable to Dawn's death. Both have graphic genital mutilation, sure, but Dawn's scene is played pretty seriously and is the turning point in the narrative, whereas Jeff's scene is played a lot more lightheartedly and is just kind of used as a side gag before Art goes after Brooke. Jeff doesn't even die, at least I'm pretty sure he doesn't. He's so unimportant to Art that he doesn't even bother finishing him off. What's interesting though is that this is the only time in the whole movie we see, like, you know, private parts. Allie is stripped during her murder, but not all the way down, and there are brief glimpses of Sienna in the shower while she's getting ready, but you don't actually see anything. I'm lightly censoring here because I live in absolute terror of getting age restricted again, but I promise there isn't anything to see. We actually see more from Art in the laundromat than we do Sienna in the shower. And we get a nice good look at Jeff's dick after it's been cut off. So Terrifier 2 does have nudity. It's just male nudity and not female nudity. Which is why when people were going on Twitter to complain about the lack of nudity in Terrifier 2, people were calling them out. One of these people was Sienna's actress Lauren Lavera, mostly because from what I've seen, she got a gross response to one of her tweets. Now, most of Lavera's tweets about this have been deleted because the whole conversation was making her uncomfortable and causing a lot of arguments. And also the account this one article links as to who apparently started this whole thing has been suspended. But I can still see the responses, so I know that this happened. It is kind of baffling to me that someone could look at the Hacksaw Scene and have their only takeaway be, ooh, sexy naked chick, hell yeah. Like, yeah, there is a lot of nudity in the first movie, and the main characters of both movies are wearing skimpy Halloween costumes, I guess you could say.
Your tits are practically popping out. They are not. They are.
But the camera doesn't linger on the characters' bodies in a way that's meant to be appealing to the audience. Dawn's body is shown very frankly. There's this official art I'm not particularly fond of where Dawn's kind of in a sexy pose, but in the actual movie itself, she's just kind of dangling there. There aren't any shots specifically focused on her breasts, and even Art ripping her underwear off is framed so you don't see anything after he does it. There are no shots of Sienna's breasts or ass, and as mentioned before, you barely see anything when Sienna is in the shower. As it actually turns out, the point of her being in the shower is, well, it's a baptism scene, which we're gonna get to in a little while, but also to get her as clean as possible before she gets all bloody in the finale.
You see all her bare flesh, and she's so pure right now, but she's never going to look like that again by the end of this movie. I mean, her body is filleted.
So literally the whole point of the shower scene is the exact same point as the laundromat scene in the beginning. This stuff isn't shot to be sexy. I don't get the sense that I'm supposed to be attracted to these women suffering. For me, personally, the nudity in Terrifier exists to exasperate the horror. Dawn is a vibrant character, confident in herself and her own sexuality, and she is forced into a state of vulnerability. She's stripped down, humiliated, and shamed in her final moments with no way to defend herself. And while it's obviously portrayed in the most extreme way possible, it is a manifestation of a lot of women's worst fears when they're walking the streets at night. I don't really think Damien Leone put any thought into the gender dynamics of the Terrifier movies. I don't think he intended to elicit all these discussions about gender and sexism. I just think he wanted to make some gross kills. He's been very open about the fact that he specifically put the Hacksaw Scene in because he knew that he was the underdog and people would need a reason to see his little tiny low budget movie over all the other horror movies with big names and big budgets.
Going into Terrifier, I said, why is somebody going to watch Terrifier when they can watch a $20 million Hollywood horror movie? What am I bringing to the table that's going to get them talking about my movie? And I said, we'll have kill scenes that you've never seen before, and where other movies would shy away, I'm going to show everything. So we're going to have this great, kill scene, this hacksaw scene, where if they had that in an R-rated movie, they might do it, but you won't actually see the saw going through her body and from certain angles and things like that.
I don't love this. I would prefer things to be included in the story for a reason, whether it's to build on the plot or expand the characters. Regardless, though, it worked, and Leone now feels the need to keep topping himself whenever he makes a new Terrifier movie.
We have to bring everything to the next level. Like the kills have to be greater. We have to top the Hacksaw Scene.
Oh yeah.
Which I understand, because he sawed a girl in half in his first movie. Like, where else could you possibly go from there? Even in the Indiegogo campaign for the first Terrifier, he said that he needed to top the end from the short.
I mean, obviously, I have to try and top this.
But he is far from the only person who has ever done something like this. I started this section by saying, oh, I talk about how women suffer more than men every time I talk about a horror movie. But yeah, I do. That is a thing in this genre. I always say, oh, back in 1974, Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out and it got criticized because the men got quick deaths, but the women were tortured. Blah, blah, blah. I've said it all before. If the Terrifier movies are guilty of making the women suffer more than the men, which, yeah, they kind of are, they have plenty of company in that regard. I mean, first of all, Terrifier is not the only movie where the female victims get stripped down.
The victims consisted of 7 guys and 7 girls, and even split, though I'm having trouble remembering how many of each were naked. Huh, I'm sure it was also even, right?
And as for women being seemingly brutalized more than men, that's been a topic of discussion for a while. Most famously, or infamously, I guess, Siskel and Ebert complained about the way slasher movies treated women all the way back in 1980.
All of these films are thrillers featuring extreme violence directed at young women. To put it bluntly, what you see in most of these films is a lot of teenage girls being raped or stabbed to death, usually both.
I don't agree with a lot of what they say. You know, I wouldn't have loved I Spit on Your Grave in here, and I'm not sure that I would blame backlash against the women's liberation movement.
I think that these films are some sort of primordial response by some very sick people of men saying, get back in your place, women.
And yeah, maybe there was some bias in some of these movies. As pointed out by Clover in Her Body, Himself, Gender in the slasher film, there have definitely been directors that used women either because they were basing it off of what they liked looking at, or else to play off the audience's sympathies. Clover quotes from Brian De Palma, who said, "Women in peril work better in the suspense genre. It all goes back to the perils of Pauline. If you have a haunted house and you have a woman walking around with a candelabra, you fear more for her than you would for a husky man." But honestly, I think that a big part of how we ended up with so many women-focused slashers is that once studios realized that slasher movies were cheap to make and got a great profit, they started churning them out quickly without thinking of the politics behind them. Friday the 13th was a Halloween ripoff. They do not hide that fact at all.
And Sean called me up and said, Halloween is making incredible money at the box office, let's rip it off.
And Halloween had a cast that mainly consisted of women, so if a lot of movies were ripping it off, then yeah. Siskel and Ebert point this out too. They both actually liked Halloween and complained about the fact that these other movies are just ripping off the formula and none of the actual artistry that makes Halloween good.
The first movie of this whole series of women in danger films was obviously Halloween, which I think, and we're going to get to Halloween in just a moment, I think it's a pretty good picture, but it captured an enormous audience. It did millions of dollars worth of business, and then the sleaze merchants who came along looked at that movie and tried to put their finger on what it was about it that was so successful, and they said, well, women being chased by a killer, that's it. Let's go out and hire us some more women and some more killers and make us some money.
Damien Leone loves horror movies, and he wears his inspirations on his sleeve. Both Terrifier movies have a lot of nods and references to older horror movies, including ones from the 70s and 80s that Leone would have grown up with.
This scene is inspired clearly from the opening of A Nightmare on Elm Street.
That scene of you just popping up, her screaming first and then looking down, is actually inspired by the movie Trilogy of Terror. Of course, that's a little homage to The Exorcist. Maniac, so I told him, I said, hey, there's a blatant homage, a couple of them, to Maniac. And that's an homage to one of my favorite movies of all time, class of 1984. A big inspiration for the way art mocks his victims is the hitchhiker from the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I wanted her eyes to glow the way the eyes sort of glow in Salem's Lot.
The credits of Terrifier end with a dedication to horror legends Wes Craven, George A. Romero, and Tobe Hooper. One of the articles in Terrifier 2 was written by Wes Torrance, an obvious nod to both Wes Craven and The Shining. And also, part of the Indiegogo campaign for Terrifier 2 was that if they got more money than they were asking for, which they did, they would get a famous horror icon to play one of the lead roles.
If we're able to raise more money than we intended, we have our eyes set on casting what I think is probably one of the biggest horror genre icons of at least our time, if not all time, and one of the main roles in the film, which I'm really, really excited about if we're able to make this happen.
Which did not seem to happen. I wonder who that would have been and like what the plan was with that, but there are still some cameos from classic horror movies. The mom at the Halloween store is played by Tamara Glynn, who was Sammy in Halloween 5, and the vice principal is Felissa Rose. What's going on? The actress who played Angela in Sleepaway Camp. So if Leone is taking inspiration from these old slasher movies that have been criticized for showcasing the suffering of women, it's not surprising that his movies would have some of that. Even Frankenstein versus the Mummy. Okay, obviously it's based around two really famous Universal movie monsters, but it's also very much inspired by the classic 80s movie Reanimator. Like, I clocked that the second I saw this character.
You know, with Dr. Grunner?
Though derivative of Dr. Gruber's research in the early 70s.
And Reanimator, in case you don't know, has an extremely horrific assault scene done to the female lead by someone who works at her school after he is reanimated into a monster. And that's not even bringing up the fact that monsters being obsessed with and kidnapping the female lead is a straight up trope. A really well-known one too, like one of the most iconic images ever in film is King Kong holding Ann Darrow on top of the Empire State Building. It's just done in a more realistic way in Frankenstein versus the Mummy, which is why it comes off as way more horrific. I totally and completely understand someone who can't stomach these movies because the subject matter makes them uncomfortable. I definitely had a negative initial reaction to the Hacksaw Scene until I found out that it was based in history. But they aren't technically doing anything new, something Catherine Corcoran has pointed out herself.
And so when he said, "Are you ready to make horror movie history?" I don't know why. This has been going on in horror films for years. As much as we are coming forward in terms of like identifiers and in terms of representation for queer characters on cinema, it's still the people who are getting brutalized are often women. And so I don't know what that means in terms of like how we repurpose that, but it definitely still has an impact in ways that I don't think I ever expected.
I just think that it stands out more in Terrifier because of how extreme the movies are compared to a lot of other slashers. The kills are extremely graphic and they don't cut away, so you actually get to see how bad the victims suffer for yourself, and it's easy to compare who gets it worse than who. That all being said though, I don't think there's anything inherently sexist about slasher movies. In fact, I think some aspects of slasher movies can potentially be empowering to women. I do genuinely really love the final girl trope. It has its problems for sure, like obviously the whole thing where only the characters who are pure and virginal get to live is not great, but that's also not the standard anymore. Scream broke that rule 28 years ago, and nowadays we have Tree from Happy Death Day, Grace from Ready or Not, Joey from Abigail, Margot from The Menu is a sex worker, and Maxine from X is an adult film actress.
I'm a fucking star!
And Maxine was such a beloved character, she got her own movie. I didn't really like it that much, but still pretty cool. And considering that we are living in an age where a woman being strong and empowered in a movie is like controversial for some reason.
It's basically like Star Wars.
It's like The Last Jedi. Princess Peach, no harm ever comes to her. She never loses a fight. That's the crazy thing.
As for characters like Rey, while her personality is more palatable than Galadriel's, she is the sort of Mary Sue that is just relentlessly good at everything, despite having little to no practice at any of it.
Firstly, there's been a growing trend where no woman could be saved by a man in modern movies or TV shows. They're always hyper-competent, and no matter what they do or how evil they are, they can and will be redeemed.
And this follows the woke feminist tropes that she is naturally talented, she's a strong, capable fighter, she's noble and honorable, no harm comes to her, and she never loses.
How beautiful it is then that there is a trope with 50 years of history where the woman gets to be the strongest, most resilient character in the film, even more so than most of the men. Like, Erin from You're Next murdered 3 hitmen and also every single other villain in the movie entirely by herself. Like, sure, she grew up in a survivalist compound, but she also immediately overpowers a highly trained assassin and beats him to death with a meat tenderizer in like 5 seconds. The writers clearly just wanted an excuse to write an extremely badass final girl, and no one ever calls Erin a Mary Sue. She's actually held up as one of the best final girls of all time. Likewise, Sienna is a kick-ass character with magical godlike powers and manages to kill off the previously unkillable supervillain Art, and Terrifier fans embraced her wholeheartedly. Sienna's actually existed for almost as long as Art the Clown has. Back when Leone was going to make a full-length version of his first short, The Knives Circle, the main girl that Art was going to hunt was a teenager dressed like an angel. Even after that movie was scrapped in favor of making a full-length Terrifier, Leone never forgot about that character. When it came to bringing this character in for Terrifier 2, Leone's first and only choice for the role was Lauren Lavera.
We needed to find the right person, and oh my god, Lauren Lavera came in and knocked it out of the park. There was never a runner-up for that character.
Once he saw her audition and physical skills as a fighter, he knew she was perfect. According to the AV Club, Lavera is proficient in Taekwondo, Kung Kier, and Wushu. She also teaches kickboxing.
Okay, so I teach kickboxing still because I like martial arts. It's my only catharsis outside of acting.
And I would assume from her reel she is also an excellent boxer.
Don't hurt me. What the fuck?
She has a little bit of history with stunt work, being Anya Taylor-Joy's stunt double in Split, and she did all of her own stunts for this movie, except for 2, when she crashes through to the basement and then hits the floor. But everything else was Lavera. She was apparently just as into the Sienna character as Leone, calling and texting him with questions about her character, keeping journals and tinkering with her backstory.
She would call me every week, days and days, just saying, what do you think, how do you think Sienna feels about this? Like, what kind of music do you think Sienna would listen to?
Made me a playlist.
Yeah, and I gave her a playlist.
She even brought in childhood photos of her wearing wigs. Sienna is meant to be the Batman to Art the Clown's Joker, and the contrast between these two characters is showcased directly in these characters' introductions through the opening credits of their respective movies. Terrifier's credits feature Art at his workbench crafting horrific weapons, whereas Terrifier 2's opening credits show Sienna vibing and piecing her costume together. This is the costume she's going to be wearing when she defeats Art. And what's interesting is that since the beginning of Terrifier takes place 1 year after the events of that movie, the massacre Art is getting ready to commit is actually the one against Sienna's family and friends. So both of these montages are essentially the characters getting ready to fight each other, even if Sienna doesn't realize it yet. The music playing during Art's sequence is the Terrifier theme, which is metallic and intense and scary. Whereas Sienna's song is Equalizers, Not Alone, by The Midnight, which by contrast is calming and ethereal. The only lyrics in Sienna's song are You're Not Alone, which is a subtle way of foreshadowing how when these two characters finally face off, Sienna will have to do it on her own. but she'll be dressed in the costume her father designed for her, fighting with the sword that he gifted her. Even if she might be physically fighting Art by herself, her father is still with her in spirit, giving her the strength to save what's left of her family. I personally find Sienna to be an extremely endearing character. She reminds me a lot of one of my friends, who also makes these really big, elaborate Halloween costumes every year and gets really, really stressed trying to finish them right before Halloween. Sienna standing in the Halloween store, dejectedly deciding to get the wings, is like the realest shit.
Can't believe I'm reduced to a pair of cheap store-bought wings.
It's interesting too how much of a focus there is on Sienna's talent with costume making. I wonder if it's a nod to the costume designer from the original Terrifier short. Sienna's also apparently named after the color burnt sienna.
I named her after Bob Ross and always talking about burnt sienna, and figured her father was an artist, so that's why he named her Sienna.
Which is really cute. And also, haha, burnt sienna. Yeah. I also like how all of her relationships have a lot of layers and complexity to them. Like her friendships with Allie and Brooke are completely different. This is shown in the very beginning, where Barb very clearly trusts Allie, but doesn't seem to be okay with Sienna hanging out with Brooke.
Are you going with Allie? And Brooke? She's not driving, is she?
And when Brooke tells Sienna about Monica Brown and accidentally triggers her into a panic attack, we see the two ways these characters react. They're both extremely concerned, and Brooke is extremely apologetic at first.
Really didn't mean to freak you out with that Monica Brown shit. I'm so sorry.
But after Sienna tells them about the fire, Allie tries to assure Sienna that it's not that big of a deal and she shouldn't be upset about it, whereas Brooke just keeps cracking jokes and talking about how bad Sienna fucked up.
Well, that's not so bad. I mean, you did almost torch the whole family in their sleep. Seriously, in a few weeks, you'll be laughing about the whole thing. More like months. Okay, a couple months. Probably a year.
She also keeps making Monica Brown jokes even though she knows it upsets Sienna, so, you know, that's really nice of her.
You want a piece of my Monica Brown cookie? Brooke.
We do see a protective streak with Brooke here, though, when other students start gawking at Sienna.
Hi, excuse me, can you mind your own business, please? Thank you.
Which is kind of one of my favorite little moments in the film. Brooke reminds me of a few girls I went to school with. I swear I've seen this exact interaction go down in real life. Brooke knows why Sienna has been so upset lately, but she isn't really good at being comforting and patient for long periods of time, and kind of just wants Sienna to get over it and go back to normal. When she can't get Sienna to relax and have fun, she literally makes her have fun by drugging her, because she genuinely seems to think that the thing that will help Sienna is one really, really fun night out.
That is so messed up.
I did it. I made you feel better, didn't I?
When this obviously doesn't go as planned, her immediate reaction is to blame Sienna for being upset in the first place.
I was trying to do something nice for you. Jesus Christ, you're like Miss Morbid all the time.
She just wants her fun friend back and is frustrated and even kind of scared that it isn't happening. But once she calms down and remembers exactly what Sienna has been going through, she realizes that Sienna's actually doing pretty well, all considering.
All things considered, I think she's doing pretty well.
And her protective instinct once again kicks in as she starts to worry about her friend.
But like seriously, what time does she leave?
And Allie, while she dies early on and doesn't have a lot of characterization, still comes off as someone who is doing everything she can to be supportive to Sienna, despite her straight up not believing anything she says. Which is understandable. Like, if your friend, who has recently been deeply traumatized, came to you and said, hey, like, you know that serial killer that's been all over the news for the past year? Right, so he was in my dream last night, and he actually lit my room on fire. You would also probably try to find a rational explanation.
I think that the fire started while you were sleeping, and it worked its way into your nightmare.
She does come off as a bit callous, like when she asks,
Did you
changed medications recently?
But we also find out later that Sienna is on medication. Brooke didn't know that.
I did not give you Xanax. No, she was already on Xanax, which I didn't know about, okay? Let's make that perfectly fucking clear.
But, again, Brooke isn't exactly helpful or comforting. I can buy that Sienna would tell Allie stuff that she wouldn't tell Brooke. And I can also buy that Allie is genuinely concerned that something is wrong with her friend, and that she's worried that the medication might be responsible. But the most complicated relationships that Sienna has is with her family, mostly revolving around the death of her father and the extreme strain that it's put on all of them. And this is where I start to relate to this character on an extremely personal level. So, my dad died when I was a kid. He died when I was about Jonathan's age, actually. And I see a lot of me and my siblings in Sienna. Taking something that your dead parent did and doing something creative with it to honor them is something that I've done. My dad used to be in a band and made these weird little drawings, and in college I made posters of them. They suck pretty bad. Sorry, Dad. And my youngest sister is actually in film school right now. She's in New York, where our dad grew up, using his old equipment and his old YouTube videos to make her own films.
And then now I'm in grad school. I'm in New York. I'm back at your homeland. And now my whole grad school trajectory is just about you. It's all you.
Which I guess I'm kind of doing with this video too. Again, sorry, Dad. So, Sienna turning her dad's drawings into an overly elaborate cosplay just feels so real to me. And the sort of weird relationship that she has with her younger brother. I mean, she clearly loves him to death. There's a level of affection in all their interactions, but she also kind of regards him with a certain coolness towards the beginning. That she doesn't like or understand how he's been dealing with their father's death by becoming interested in true crime and horror.
He was looking up serial killers when I went in his room before. Now he's talking about Nazis and the Holocaust?
She even separates herself from him in this regard. Well, I don't have an interest in all this morbid stuff, so I must be dealing with this correctly, and he's dealing with it wrong.
He lost his father. And I didn't.
You don't see me crying out for attention.
Their mother then points out that Sienna isn't really dealing with it in the most healthy way either.
You keep everything bottled up. It's not healthy.
But Sienna disregards this. I was a preteen and my sisters were children when our dad died, so we were on completely different maturity levels. And I often found myself getting annoyed with them acting out and being clingy and reacting strongly to things that I wasn't nearly as upset by. As it turns out though, I was upset too. I was just better able to process it and deal with it than they were. And granted, I was only 11, so I get why Jonathan gets into morbid stuff as a result of his dad's death, because I did that too. See the part of the video where I talk about how funny this movie is. And as we actually find out, Jonathan isn't a creep. He might be into creepy stuff, but he doesn't like his friends playing with the dead possum.
I think you should leave it alone.
He feels bad when they scare a girl with the dead possum. And then it turns out that he wasn't even the one collecting the articles.
Did you put these in here?
No.
He was just picking up where his father left off. So Sienna was wrong about him. And I like the subtle hints that Sienna might think that she's above Jonathan because she isn't into morbid shit like he is, but she knows quite a bit about the Art the Clown case. She knows who he is when her mother doesn't.
What are we talking about?
He wants to dress up as a real guy who murdered 9 people last year.
And when her friends are all talking about what happened to Monica Brown, Sienna is the only one who knows Vicky's name.
What's her name? It was like, Victoria or something.
Victoria Hayes?
Yes.
So, maybe she's just as morbid as Jonathan. She just isn't as aware of it. And while Jonathan wanting to dress like Art the Clown for Halloween might seem kind of fucked up,
you don't see people dressing up as Jeffrey Dahmer or Charles Manson.
Oh, it is unfortunate this movie came out in 2022. But yeah, dressing like a real serial killer is extremely disrespectful, but he's only doing it because their father was obsessed with and drew Art the Clown. Jonathan is doing almost the exact same thing as Sienna, turning their father's drawings into a Halloween costume as a way to remember him. So, really, these two siblings are pretty similar, something Sienna comes to realize as the movie goes on. She not only understands Jonathan, but is the only one who does. Despite that, she's so desperate to act like she's fine and has it all together that she tells Jonathan that he's overreacting.
It was probably just some kids at school messing around. Nothing's gonna happen.
This is the exact same thing people have been telling Sienna all day. We know that she doesn't believe in herself because she tells her mom,
I believe him.
But she knows how crazy everyone thinks she is, and she doesn't want Jonathan to be treated like that. After all, her mom said at the beginning that Sienna has been bottling everything up. But whenever we see Sienna express a genuine fear or concern, she's pretty immediately shot down.
Why can't you just believe me? Because.
Tragically, we even see at certain parts in the film that Sienna will start to repeat what other people have told her, despite clearly not believing it.
I must have fallen asleep with the candles burning. I mean, I already saw some jerk wearing that same costume in Abracadabra an hour ago.
Sienna is even offended when Allie suggests that her mental illness might have something to do with the paranormal shit that's been happening to her.
Jesus Christ, I'm not crazy!
But then later on, after something clearly paranormal happens to Sienna,
Hayes was released from St. Michael's Hospital yesterday evening after months of rehabilitation and psychoanalysis. Like you, Sienna.
She runs into her room and immediately medicates herself. Then you have Brooke, who takes us to the extreme, straight up drugging Sienna to keep her from worrying. But, of course, bottling everything up and pretending like it doesn't exist isn't the answer, because the stuff Sienna is worried about is real. The little pale girl shows up despite Sienna's drugged up state, and Art the Clown ends up murdering her mother and all of her friends. The only way for Sienna to save her brother is to confront Art the Clown head on, to acknowledge that he and everything that has happened is real and finally put an end to it, using a symbol of her father's love to defeat the demon who has been haunting her family. I doubt this is meant to be a straight up metaphor, but I do think in Sienna's arc, art is kind of a representation of the pain that she is repressing. Something that she knows is there, but no one else can see, so she pretends like it's not. And by the end, she's able to get rid of him by fighting him head on. Obviously, he's not gone. Art can't die. He'll be back in the next movie. But for now, she's better equipped to deal with him properly. And she and her brother are finally able to fully trust and embrace each other. Sienna and Jonathan's mother is also an interesting character. I know she's contentious. A lot of people think that she's over the top or campy.
Shaving cream, toilet paper, eggs, he's dead!
I've even seen people say that she's abusive because she's really hard on her kids.
And put your goddamn bowl in the sink.
But I kind of weirdly resonated with this character. I know this is going to sound concerning, but hear me out. She reminds me of my own mother. Or, more accurately, the way my mother acted after my dad died. Every time we got bad grades or did something stupid, she'd go from 0 to 100 real quick. And it sucked. I just could not understand why she was reacting so strongly to everything. What I didn't know at the time, though, was that my mom, on top of grieving her husband and now suddenly being the sole provider for 3 young children, was in a really bad situation because of what happened to my dad. I'm not gonna go into any details, obviously, but as an adult, I can see that she wasn't trying to be mean. She was scared. I'm not saying it's right necessarily, but people can only take so much before they break. It's actually insane how you just aren't allowed to grieve in this country. The second someone dies, the survivors' lives will get much, much harder, especially when there are children involved. You have to work twice as hard to keep your kids housed and fed. You have to worry about their mental states and making sure that they aren't too traumatized when those resources are expensive and you just lost a paycheck. And I see this with Barb. Her introduction is her trying to work from home while making dinner for her family. This is a literal representation of the work-life balance she is forced to have now that she's the sole provider of the household, and she's not doing very well at it. She burns the food because she doesn't have her full attention on it, and is having a terrible, stressful conversation where the customer keeps demanding to speak to the manager.
My manager is just gonna tell you the same thing.
She's snappish and a bit mean with Sienna.
Wait 5 minutes and go get your brother, please. Yeah.
But she's actively failing at 2 tasks vital to keeping her family alive and fed, and then Sienna comes over asking a question that must seem super not important in the moment.
Mom, don't we have a tape measure? I don't know. Check the drawer by the microwave.
She's a lot more chill during dinner, and we see her affection towards both of her children while talking to Sienna afterwards, defending Jonathan and worrying about Sienna going out.
She's not driving, is she?
However, after the fire, Barb is at 100 for almost the rest of the movie. She screams at Sienna and refuses to believe her when she says that she didn't leave her candles lit.
You left burning candles on your dresser all night? What are you, fucking stupid?
She's screaming at Jonathan when he's accused of bringing a dead possum into the school and refuses to believe his side of the story.
I don't want to hear another word about this goddamn clown.
She destroys his dead father's sketchbook, which is bad, and she really should not have done that. Like, my sisters and I hoard all my dad's stuff, you know? It kinda hurt to see her destroying one of the last things that her son had of his father. And then she slaps him when he calls her a bitch. This was a real slap, by the way.
His father, Justin, was adamant about allowing Sarah to really smack him.
Not sure how necessary that was, but alright. The thing is, though, while these reactions are really harsh, you also have to remember that all this stuff is happening on the same day.
Sienna, so help me. You come home plastered on top of everything else I'm dealing with tonight.
Sienna potentially almost dies in a fire, and Jonathan could have too if the fire ended up spreading. We as the audience know that Sienna is telling the truth because we not only see her blow out the candles, and we get to see inside of her dream, but we also saw Art come back to life and start hanging out with a demon child. We know that there's something supernatural going on, but Barb doesn't. All she knows is that her daughter's dresser, which is covered in candles, burst into flames. What other assumption would you make in that situation?
So it just spontaneously combusted out of thin air?
I guess so.
As far as she knows, Sienna almost just killed the whole family. Of course, Barb is panicking and angry. And then Jonathan is found in the school running away from a dead possum covered in its blood. And the vice principal saw him and his friends hanging around that possum earlier. And Sienna told her the night before that she's worried about Jonathan potentially growing up to be a serial killer.
All right, just don't be surprised if you find a dead animal in his room.
Of course she's terrified that there's something wrong with her child. And it seems like she's planning on getting him professional help.
I'm calling Dr. Schifrin on Monday. I'm putting a stop to this now.
Which isn't really a bad response to this kind of situation. And keep in mind that this is all happening not only on the same day, but also just a few months after her husband died. And then you find out how her husband died, and everything just sort of clicks. Now, it's left pretty vague what exactly happened to Sienna and Jonathan's father throughout most of the movie. At one point, Sienna kind of implies that he wasn't in his right mind when he died.
We both know what happened to Daddy. Okay, none of this was his fault. And all of these ugly things in here, that's not who he was.
And then later on, when Barb and Jonathan are fighting, we find out that there was an illness involved.
He was sick. Why can't you understand?
And then at the end, when Sienna runs into the amusement park to look for Jonathan, we get an exposition dump from Brooke.
He's turned into a complete psycho ever since his father killed himself.
Ever since what?
Which I don't love. These movies never have any kind of exposition. So this scene where Brooke is like, who wants to hear Sienna's entire tragic backstory, is a little bit jarring. Granted, it makes sense that Sienna's family don't talk about their father's death in great detail because, like, they already know what happened, and Brooke is explaining it to the only person in the story who wouldn't know.
I've only known your friend for a few hours, but that explains a lot.
So it's fine, I guess. But basically, Brooke explains that Sienna's father developed a brain tumor, causing him to become abusive.
He got really abusive towards the end, especially towards Sienna.
And then one day, he downed an entire bottle of alcohol and drove into a transformer.
And the car caught fire, and he got trapped in the wreck, and he burned to death. You can hear him screaming from a mile away.
With this in mind, Barb's reactions throughout the movie make a lot of sense. She's worried about Sienna being drunk or getting into the car with a drunk driver.
She's not driving, is she?
Well, just a few months ago, her husband got drunk and crashed the car and died. So it makes sense that she'd be worried about that. She absolutely blows up at Sienna when her room catches on fire.
You are going to kill us one of these days.
Her husband literally just burned to death not too long ago. The idea of losing her children the exact same way is probably too much for her to handle. The way that she reacts to Jonathan apparently acting out, being disturbed, treating her and her property badly, well, her husband was abusive in the end. She's probably worried that Jonathan picked up on his behavior and is now acting like his father did. That's why she's so aggressive about taking the sketchbook away and destroying it. It's not only a reminder of what her husband turned into, but from her perspective, it's also influencing Jonathan to act out and be like the worst side of his father.
He didn't know who he was or what he was doing half the time, and this bullshit is nothing but a fucking reminder.
We could also apply this when analyzing smaller details with Barb's character. So Barb is somewhat protective over her car. She's worried about kids damaging it on Halloween, so she asks Sienna to park it in the garage.
Make sure you park in the garage when you get home. Those animals next door are always throwing eggs and shaving cream. I don't want the car getting scratched up.
And she's pushed over the edge when she goes into the garage and finds that it got trashed anyways.
Shaving cream, toilet paper, eggs, he's dead! This is crazy now. He's going back to the psychiatrist immediately. I cannot deal with him anymore.
It seems like this is the family's only car. Sienna uses it to get to school, which is why Barb is seemingly working from home, and once school is done, Sienna has to get rides from her friends.
She's not driving, is she?
I'm gonna take an Uber. Okay, that's my ride.
So it makes sense that Barb wouldn't want their only car to get damaged. But on a second watch through, I realized that probably the reason they only have the one car is because the other one was destroyed when the father drove it into a transformer. I feel like Barb has very clear reasons for acting the way that she does. I'm not saying she's in the right for blowing up at her children so often, but she's not a monster. There are so many scenes of her being kind to her children in between the ones of her yelling at them. After she's done yelling at Sienna for her room catching on fire, she tells her that she can sleep in her bed and she'll sleep on the couch.
Stay in my room tonight and I'll sleep on the couch.
But then we see that she doesn't end up sleeping on the couch at all, or at least not very much. That she was up the rest of the night going through Sienna's things to pull out all the clothes that weren't burned so she'd have something to wear to school in the morning.
I kept whatever was in the bottom drawer. Most of it's ruined.
She also tries to make amends with Jonathan after he's grounded for the possum incident. She seems to genuinely feel bad that his Halloween was ruined, and while she's not willing to lift his punishment, she tries to get him to do some stuff with her so we still might have a fun night.
There is a lot of candy left over downstairs. Come on, I'll let you stay up late.
We also see her show guilt and pain after she slaps Jonathan. She takes a bunch of pills and downs a bunch of wine and just cries. When she calls Sienna after she finds the car trashed, which, first of all, that's so real. The mom calling the oldest daughter to bitch about her younger siblings. Happened to me all through college. Anyways, so Barb calls Sienna to vent, and while at first she's made even more mad when she realizes that Sienna isn't sober.
Are you drunk?
No?
Yes, you are. I can hear it in your voice. How many drinks have you had?
She's calmed down eventually when Sienna tells her that she loves her.
I love you, Wes. I don't say it enough.
I love you too.
And I think in this moment, Barb is suddenly forced to realize why she's so angry in the first place. She's not mad at her kids, not really. She's not even that angry. She's just terrified. She's terrified of losing her kids like she lost her husband. She's terrified that she isn't raising them right now that she's alone. Art the Clown does psychologically torture his victims. We know that. Maybe this is all just a sick game to scare and torture Barb as much as humanly possible. But in this one moment, while talking to her daughter on the phone, Barb realizes that Sienna is okay. That despite everything, she's a sweet kid and a loving daughter. And Jonathan might have some problems, but as Sienna points out, he hasn't done anything that can't be fixed.
It's not like he took a baseball bat to your windshield. Everything will be okay with Jonathan. I promise.
She calms down, tells Sienna to have a good time.
Go and enjoy your party. I'm sorry I bothered you.
And then starts cleaning off the car, noticeably much more calm than she was before. She's even starting to question stuff a little bit now that her head's more clear. Like, why Jonathan would even think that this was a good idea.
You really think he was gonna get away with this?
I wonder if maybe, if she had the chance to fully calm down and think things over, she would start to believe her kids. But unfortunately, she never gets that chance. Now, Barb's death is definitely really disgusting, especially when Art literally force feeds her faceless corpse mashed potatoes, but I was kind of shocked by how quick it was, especially since there were some long, torturous murders in this movie. But Barb just had a split second of shock when she saw Art, and then it was over. I was relieved, honestly. I really didn't want to see my mom get tortured to death. And as it turns out, Damien Leone felt the same way.
Plus, I loved her character so much that I really didn't want her to suffer physically anymore as much as the other characters did. Yeah, there was a bit of mercy there.
He's talked very openly about how the family in Terrifier 2 is based on his family in real life. Sienna is a mixture of his two older sisters, as well as a little bit of himself with how creative she is.
And both of my older sisters, their personality is very much injected into Sienna. There's a little bit of me in Sienna with her being an artist.
Sienna is very much sort of maternal like my oldest sister, and my younger sister would be the one to dress up like that Valkyrie and go out on Halloween.
And Jonathan is based off of him as a horror-obsessed kid.
Very heavily based on me, just like interested in obviously murder and dark shit, and but a good person, but a good kid at heart.
Leone and his two sisters grew up in a single-parent household, and Barb is based on his own mother.
So Sarah, what was it like kind of playing my mother in this movie?
Is that who she's playing?
A little bit is based kind of, yeah, it's a little autobiographical, not gonna lie.
She's sort of lightly based on my own mother. They have very similar personalities. Strong, single, hardworking mothers.
The scene where Barb screams at Sienna for the fire is based on a real incident that happened to Leone in his youth, where he tried to heat some sulfur clay on the stovetop at like 2 a.m. and it filled the entire house with poisonous smoke. Apparently the words Barb says here are almost the exact same words that Leone's own mother said to him.
It's like I'm setting the smoke alarm off the entire house. My mother comes storming out of the bedroom. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and she goes nuts. And she literally says that line. She's like, "You're gonna fucking kill us one day."
Sarah Voigt has gotten some criticism for the way that she portrays Barb, and I didn't really get it at first until I watched David's Terrifier 2 reaction and he put her performance up next to the acting in Mommy Dearest.
Can't you just believe me? Because
I am not one of your fans.
Yeah, alright, I see it now. It is a lot, I will admit, but it also isn't Voight's fault. Both she and Leone have stated that she initially tried to play Barb as a lot more chill, and Leone made her go more and more extreme with her performance.
The only time I would have to push her was when I wanted her to be angrier and more intense, and she was always a little hesitant to go there, but she trusted me and she would, and I love when she really goes there.
He would just constantly say, "You're being too nice, you're being too nice," and then we kept bringing more, and I just thought that, like, Barb was going to explode at a certain point. He would be like, "It's not enough! Keep going, keep going!" I hadn't anticipated her being that intense, and Damien was just like, "Keep going, keep going, keep going." And, you know, there was points where, like, parts where, like, I would have her at like a 4 and he'd want her at like a 30.
So if you have a problem with the way Barb is played, it isn't an acting problem, it's a directing problem. But I personally don't think there is a problem. When you're a kid and your mom is on the verge of a complete mental breakdown, this is what it feels like.
Get back to bed, you have school in the morning.
You mean I still have to go?
What did I say?
So it works for me. I relate to this. It is good that the moment where Sienna connects with her mother on the phone is in the movie, though, since this didn't work for a lot of people and it at least humanizes Barb before her untimely end. I didn't want her to die, not only because I resonated with her character, but because Sienna was already having a hard enough time dealing with losing one parent, and the idea of her losing the other was just really, really sad. My mom got diagnosed with cancer about a year after my dad died. It's fine, she's fine, but Sienna being forced to watch her mother die just a few months after losing her father definitely did hit a nerve. Like, I got a little bit weepy when Vicky found Tara because I felt bad for her and I cried at literally everything, but I felt Sienna's pain. I know it's kind of a thing nowadays, like, oh, every horror movie now is about grief, haha, elevated horror, but I love that shit. I hope they make 1,000 more. I think sadness and horror go hand in hand. Everyone's scared of death on some level, and the knowledge that it's inevitable and you will have to someday say goodbye to your parents and grandparents and friends. It's horrifying, it's scary, and going through that as a child is more painful and traumatizing than words can ever express. This one moment in Terrifier 2 brought me back to an extremely terrifying time in my childhood, one where I had to process the very real possibility of losing both of the people on this earth whose job it was to take care of me in an extremely short amount of time. This left me a sobbing mess, and I was reeling for a few minutes afterwards, so good job. I do feel like the ending chase in the horror house is the part of the movie that drags the most. Maybe it could have been condensed down a little, I don't know. But at the very least, it's a huge step up from the ending chase of the first movie. The initial setup is actually pretty similar. An older sister showing up to an abandoned location, lured in by her phone, trying to find her stranded younger sibling. However, Vicky more or less stays at the same level of scared the entire time Art is after her. She stops to have a cry when she finds her sister, but otherwise nothing that happens during this time affects her actions or tells us anything about her as a person. That is absolutely not the case for Sienna. Sienna gets more and more angry and desperate the longer that she's in the horror house. Every interaction she has with Art just fuels her rage more and more, and through these interactions, we see an interesting part of her character fully bloom, and that is her instinct to protect. She runs into the funhouse after Jonathan despite how clearly terrified she is. However, this all changes when Brooke runs into the horror house. Earlier in the movie, after Sienna's been drugged, she talks about how badly she wants to be brave and strong, like the character her father drew for her, and how she just can't imagine herself ever being like that.
Look at you now! You are her!
I'm nothing like her. I'm not courageous, I'm not brave. I mean, I literally had a panic attack today in school.
But once she hears Brooke screaming, we see her change. There's even this slow-mo shot of her turning around and her face reacting as she realizes that someone she loves is in danger. And then, no hesitation, no fear, she just sprints forward to save her friend. The same jump scare even happens again, and she barely even seems to notice. She is absolutely devastated when she finds Brooke's body, and you can see her shaking and starting to panic. Aside from her losing her friend, this is also the first time that Sienna has full confirmation that what she's been experiencing isn't just in her head. It's very, very real. She can't move, she can't defend herself. She just sits there and shakes as Art appears and gets closer and closer. It isn't until she sees her brother that she once again kicks into action.
Jonathan, run!
Something we see consistently is that Sienna doesn't really do much to defend herself. Art is trying to strangle the life out of her at one point, and the only reason he doesn't is because Jonathan shoots him. But the second that Jonathan, or anyone else she loves, is in danger, she does absolutely everything in her power to save them. However, the multiple injuries are clearly taking their toll, and this is when Sienna thinks that she sees her mother. She immediately breaks down crying and looking for comfort.
I thought I was never gonna see you again.
She is just a child after all, and her mother showing up here probably makes her feel like she's finally safe. So having that ripped away all at once is completely devastating. But once she realizes Jonathan is gone, she immediately jumps back up and starts looking for him, despite how weak and emotionally fragile she is. Once she sees Art standing over the unconscious body of her little brother, she attempts to use the very last of her strength to try and save him, and to avenge her loved ones.
No, you fucker!
This is what gets her killed. Now, this is the part of the movie where things get kind of weird. I know people generally weren't fans of how supernatural and fantastical Terrifier 2 ended up being.
If you like the first Terrifier, you're gonna appreciate the violence, but man, I hope this fantasy lands.
Yeah, and listen, it did not land for a lot of people. It's very polarizing.
Interesting.
And I knew that going into it.
And I get it. It is a huge change up from just a dude in a clown costume running around an alleyway killing people. But the end of the first movie showed Art coming back from the dead, cementing him as an unstoppable supernatural force. Apparently, Leone was just gonna end the movie with Art dying.
This scene wasn't originally in the script, but it was originally just ended where you blow your brains out. You're dead. You're gone. That's it. It's over.
But he was already planning on making a sequel, and it's kinda cliche to just have your killer pop up alive at the beginning of the next movie. Yeah, like, earlier when I said, wow, you're absolutely fucked if the killer who's after you can't die. Well, that's honestly true of most slashers. Andy Barclay got Chucky as a gift for his 6th birthday, and he's still dealing with him in his 30s.
Andy!
Laurie Strode's been dealing with Michael Myers nearly half a century. That's just sort of how these things go. You want your movie to be satisfying to an audience, so you have the protagonist kill the villain, but then also the entire reason people are watching this franchise is because of the villain, so you have to bring them back in the sequel. Obviously, this differs by series. Freddy Krueger started off supernatural, and Chucky honestly went off the rails with the lore after a while, but I kind of respect it, good for them. But most of the time, this is a complete afterthought. Like, oh, his body got struck by lightning and he came back to life. Whatever they could do to bring them back quickly so the killing can start as soon as possible. It's definitely a cliche at this point, but instead of trying to subvert the cliche, Leone just leans even more into it, showing that art is supernatural at the end of the first movie instead of the beginning of the second. Instead of feeling like a half-assed attempt of explaining why art's alive in the second movie, it feels like a reveal. And that ends up creating something entirely new.
If I'm gonna resurrect this character and he's gonna be this supernatural evil now, I want to really dive in and explore that, whereas that's just sort of a traditional trope in other slasher movies, and the filmmaker, the writer, they just say basically that's what the boogeyman does, he comes back. We don't need to explain that. People aren't interested. It's just what they do. Like, I'm not interested in that. I want to explore, what is this evil force driving this character? How is he back from the dead?
Art isn't just a killer clown, he's a freaky demon clown who can Freddy Krueger himself into people's dreams. And now he has an evil little girl sidekick following him around. Apparently, Leone was inspired by the 1968 movie Spirits of the Dead, which portrayed the devil as a little girl in a white dress bouncing a ball, and he initially imagined Art's sidekick as a little 60s girl with flowers in her hair. However, around Halloween of that year, a bunch of people started posting their Art the Clown Halloween costumes on Instagram, and a lot of women were dressing up as Art. This surprised Leone, but he loved all the designs of the feminized Art and decided that he wanted to do his own take.
I remember seeing all these female cosplays as Art the Clown, and I said, you know, I have to jump on that before it's too late. It's too good.
And the design he went with is really, really cool. She's a mirror flip of Art, where he has black, she has white, and vice versa. Her hat's on the opposite side of her head and is also white, and whereas Art is bald, she has so much hair it's coming out of her hat. He added a few elements to make her look uncanny, such as putting really long hair on her arms and switching her teeth around, so her top teeth are on the bottom and her bottom teeth are on the top. She's played by Amelie McLean, who was about 10 at the time. Leone had her audition by making creepy faces in the mirror, and McLean also apparently dressed up for her audition.
My audition was really funny. I had this big black wig on, and I had this white, face paint, and I had this big lollipop that was, the size of my face, and my audition was me looking into the mirror and doing all these, creepy faces with this lollipop.
She's really, really good. I mean, I'm impressed that a kid can handle all that makeup and contacts and false teeth so flawlessly, but also just the fact that she steals every scene that she's in, which is crazy because she's usually next to Art. Do you know what kind of crazy-ass energy you have to bring to the table to outshine Art the Clown? I love the part where she's mimicking Jonathan over the phone and she just cracks her neck.
Eric and Sean left me. I'm all alone.
She makes such a big impression, it's really easy to forget that she's used pretty sparsely. She doesn't show up during any of the kills, or any of the times that Art is getting into his future victims' personal bubbles. This is important because Art is a force for pain and chaos in his own right. Having the little pale girl standing next to him in the bedroom scene, for example, would give the impression that she's influencing him to do all this terrible shit to Allie. With her absent, we know that this unnecessary amount of torture is purely Art's doing. She really just pops in to mess with Sienna and Jonathan, and then carry away Art's head and deliver it to Victoria. And that's pretty much it. Her presence, or what it means within the greater narrative, is never explained. The only thing we get is this article. I absolutely adore that they took the time to actually write the articles out, so you can pause and read them if you want. We learned that Dawn's last name is Emerson, that she and Tara were college students, and that Vicky was a senior. Most importantly though, we find out that a 10-year-old girl named Emily Crane, who was the daughter of 2 circus performers, disappeared at a carnival and her body was found shortly after in a horrible state. We also see the little pale girl with a horribly mangled face at one point, which is what I would imagine the real Emily probably looked like after she died. Brooke also reveals later on that Emily Crane's murder was only a few years ago.
Didn't like a little girl get murdered out here a couple years ago?
And while it's not directly stated at any point, it is implied that Art himself isn't actually supernatural. I just assumed in the last one that he knew he was gonna come back when he shot himself, but apparently when they made Terrifier, Leone wasn't sure if Art knew he was gonna come back or not.
I think he does it because he knows he can come back. Well, it's just like, but they don't know that.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah.
I don't know, man. That's a
Or
good
does
question,
he?
though. He
Yeah.
might not. He
Yeah.
might not. It might be just as new to him as it
Yeah.
is to everybody else.
However, when they resume his resurrection scene in the second movie, he seems genuinely very shocked that he's come back from the dead. I guess he really was trying to die. Maybe he was just a normal guy before his resurrection.
I think he's a lot more cocky this time around because he came back from the dead.
He did, yeah.
Now he's like, oh, cool. Now I got more powers than I thought. I'm hard to kill. I'm gonna have a lot more fun.
And he is definitely thrown when he sees the little pale girl for the first time. He was very clearly not expecting her to be waiting for him in the laundromat and seems really confused and uncertain when she approaches him. Although they get along like a house on fire when she realizes what's going on. Pretty much every summary or blurb for this movie is some variation of Art the Clown gets resurrected by a mysterious entity.
Okay, people know that there's a supernatural entity that has brought Art back from the dead and sort of drives him through this entire movie and actually guides him to you and Sienna and puts him on this mission.
And that entity is the little pale girl. I don't know if she's a demon or something else. I like the idea of her being a demon, since Art's roots are demonic in nature. She even has the same yellow glowy eyes that Art did in his first appearance. And also the premise of the Planned Knife Circle movie was that Art the Clown and two demons hunt down 3 girls on Halloween night, and one is dressed like an angel. And that kinda happens here. It's just that it's one demon this time. Leone explains in the director's commentary that the little pale girl brought Art back and is leading him around town so he can kill Sienna's family and friends.
And now we see that the pale girl is guiding Art to Sienna's friends. I mean, taking out everybody that she cares about.
And we even see the little pale girl bring Vicky back to Art. She fixes the TV so Art can watch Victoria's interview with Monica Brown, which is probably the first time Art's seen her since he ate her face off in the first movie. And then at the very end of the movie, when Victoria is writing all that vile shit on the wall and birthing Art's severed head, she's shown to have yellow glowing eyes, just like the little pale girl did a few minutes earlier. I never thought that it made sense that Vicky just snapped and ripped off Monica Brown's face. Yeah, trauma. But right before the interview, the doctor is like, oh, Victoria's so nice, she's my favorite patient. And then it takes one person insulting her for her to commit an absolutely heinous crime. But what's interesting is that the second movie doubles down on how nice Victoria is, with the nurse who treated her after she disfigured Monica Brown being in disbelief that she would be capable of something like that.
What's she like?
Tame. Pretty cooperative, actually. It's kind of hard to imagine she ripped that woman to pieces.
And then we're shown that she's possessed. So this insinuates that Victoria was under the influence of Art and or the evil entity when she attacked Monica. And probably during the interview too, since it's now confirmed that Monica Brown wasn't exaggerating. Vicky really was freaking out during the interview.
She had a meltdown on the show, right?
And believe it or not, Art somewhat influencing Victoria might not be a retcon. According to Leone at a panel, when they filmed the scene where she attacked Monica Brown, Art was standing right there. He was just cut out in the edit.
When Victoria's laughing after she mutilates Monica Brown, she sees Art standing there laughing. And you don't know if he's really just vision in her head or something like that. We shot that, but we scrapped that.
Now, we don't know the original intention behind this. Maybe she was just supposed to have gone crazy and was seeing Art everywhere, or maybe he really was influencing her in some way. But at the point that we're at now with the second movie, I think it's safe to assume that Vicky was probably possessed, or at least somewhat influenced by the entity when she attacked Monica Brown. I would also assume that this isn't the actual little girl Art murdered, but that the entity is taking her form to make Art more comfortable. Art seems to have a weird connection to this particular victim, because in the article that describes her murder, it's mentioned that she comes from a long line of circus performers, including mimes. Art isn't a mime, but he does have a black and white color scheme and doesn't talk.
The whole creepy silent mime gimmick? I mean, it's very effective.
That is a very specific detail to throw in there. And I have to wonder if maybe a future movie is going to reveal that this murdered little girl was Art's daughter, or niece, or younger sister, or something like that. Speaking of which, there's also a pretty popular fan theory that Art is Sienna and Jonathan's father. This is typically due to the fact that he clearly has a connection to this particular family and seems to be targeting them for a specific reason. Sienna has weird powers, which she could have easily inherited from her father if he's an unkillable demon clown, and that her father made a lot of really detailed drawings of the murders from the first movie. Some photos of the crime scenes were leaked online, as we see when Jonathan is doing research early in the film, but the father drew what Dawn looked like before she was sawed in half. That's something that only someone who was there would know. Now, I never bought into this theory personally, just because the timeline never added up in my mind. Like, the father clearly died after the events of the first movie, which is why he has a book full of articles on those murders. So it's not like he became an immortal murder clown after he died. I don't know, it never quite made sense to me, and Leone's basically confirmed in the director's commentary that Art and the father are not one and the same.
He didn't know what these were. He didn't know these were the victims from Terrifier 1.
My first guess was actually that the father was making a messed up graphic novel or something like that, and his drawings came to life. And that's why he started gathering the articles, because he was disturbed by how similar these news stories were to his drawings. I mean, the clown's name is Art, after all. Maybe he really just is a drawing in a sketchbook. Would explain the black and white color scheme too, if he was just a drawing that the dad didn't color in. And I thought maybe Art started to torment and possess the father, similar to what he was doing to Victoria, and that's why he was abusive to Sienna. It was Art, or the evil entity, attempting to get control and kill her early, and the father took his own life to prevent that from happening. However, it's clear on a second watch that the characters are talking about their father like he was having visions.
He gave you that sword right before he died. It's like he saw this coming.
It's what Daddy saw.
And Leone also straight up says that in the director's commentary too.
And he was the one who started getting the visions. He, not understanding why necessarily or what's happening, but he knew he had to get the sword for Sienna. He knew that she was meant for something.
So the dad was having these visions of terrible murders and was drawing what he saw, and I guess once the murders actually started happening, he was disturbed that they were coming true and started doing his own research. And according to the director's commentary, the tumor was a result of all the stress that this was causing him.
And because of that, he was also channeling the bad force that was coming in, the evil entity that was going to be the counterpart to that good. It was all starting to come through, and that's why he was becoming abusive, and all of this going on inside of him manifested itself into a physical tumor that eventually made him go crazy and kill himself.
I do kind of like this because it's very reminiscent of the Alien short from All Hallows Eve. Like, the husband in that short was specifically mentioned to have gone into a trance and then painted Art the Clown.
He swears he was in some sort of trance or something, and the next morning there's this painting in the living room.
Considering how weird and disconnected this particular short feels, it's kind of cool that a similar concept was used as an important part of the lore in the main film series. But yeah, that's pretty much all we get. a lot of the story is left vague, and that is purposeful. Leone isn't a fan of just dumping exposition or the characters finding all the answers in a book, and the story is specifically written so the audience is finding stuff out at the same time Sienna and Jonathan do. They end the movie not really knowing anything, so neither do we.
See, this is something that I did not spell out in the movie. There's a reason why, and listen, I'm not comparing myself to David Lynch by any stretch of the imagination, but there's a reason why David Lynch does not like to talk about and articulate his movies, especially when he's doing something so abstract as Twin Peaks or something like that, because then the mystique is gone, the allure is gone once you know exactly what it is. It's so much better when you approach it like a nightmare, like a dream, and you can put your own interpretation on it, bring your own experiences to it, and things like that. Because again, this isn't articulated, this isn't expressed through exposition in the movie. I'd rather people just talk about this on their own and come up with their own theories.
I kind of wish Leone stuck to that, though, and didn't give all this information away in the commentary. I feel like I should have been able to make a jackass of myself and present my extremely wrong theories without the director swooping in and correcting me in bonus material. Like, what's the point of leaving this all vague if you're going to explain it outside the movie?
Now, here's the misconception, and here's where I don't like necessarily articulating everything that's going on that isn't spelled out to a T, but
even Leone seems to realize he shouldn't have said as much as he did.
I mean, I probably shouldn't have even said half the things I said in this commentary.
I do respect that he has the whole story planned out, though. Apparently he thought of a conclusive end while writing too.
I had the idea of how I could end this saga, or whatever you want to call it, when I was writing part 2, which is great because I know where I'm going. I know the journey. I just have to, I have to fill in some gaps and work out some puzzle pieces, but I know where to end it.
And while he's open to making some adjustments here and there, he has a solid plan for where things are going. And apparently there's a lot of story details hidden within the Clown Cafe scene.
Drop on by the Clown Cafe, your favorite meals on wheels.
The Clown Cafe is the best scene in the entire movie, don't at me. This is the big, crazy scene Leone made the Indiegogo for, and it absolutely delivers. Who would ever guess that the sequel to one of the most infamously brutal slashers in recent memory would have a musical number?
'Cause food's a little funny at the Clown Cafe.
It was written by John and Al Kaplan and performed by Leah Voicey, who absolutely nails the slightly off-putting children's show host that they were going for.
Speaking of surprises, kids, we have a very special guest with us today.
Apparently they were trying to do a big comfy couch vibe.
Olga Turka, who was the costume designer, her and her mom, I think, made that costume. And I think that their inspiration that Damien gave them was the big comfy couch, I think was the inspo.
And they absolutely succeeded. That was the first thing I thought of when I saw this character. This is the nightmare that Sienna has at the beginning of the movie, although Leone has made it clear that it's not just a nightmare.
A lot of people think this is just merely a dream sequence, and it's not. It's way more crucial, pivotal to Sienna's journey.
But yeah, by the end, it's pretty clear that this wasn't just in her head. Not only does the sword burst into flames after she uses it to deflect the fire in her dream, but Victoria was apparently singing the Clown Cafe song in her cell after she attacked Monica Brown.
What is that?
I have no idea, actually. Victoria's been singing it all day. I can't get it out of my head.
Fun fact! This nurse is played by the same actress who sings the Clown Cafe song. They're both played by Leah Voicey. I don't know if it's an Easter egg or if they're just reusing actors, or maybe it means something deeper. Like, maybe she's gonna burn to death in the third movie and the Clown Cafe was foreshadowing it? I don't know. You know, for most of this video, I've kind of put the disclaimer that I'm probably overthinking most of this, but But this is the one part of the video where that is absolutely not true. In the director's commentary, Leone explains that the imagery relating to airplanes in the Clown Cafe, that being a pilot and stewardess standing in the back, and all the people lined up having luggage, is related not only to Sienna's wings, but the fact that she is in a transitional state, that she is traveling from being just a normal teenager to a super powerful hero.
The pilot and the stewardess, that's all a reflection of Sienna's wings and her going on a metaphysical journey, some transcendence.
I am big enough to admit that I would have never gotten that. I know people like to act like this is all nonsense, but Leone has obviously put a lot of thought into Sienna's journey. There was this panel where someone asked Leone about the symbolism of the super cute sweater Sienna wears the day after she dreams about the Clown Cafe.
When Sienna first meets Art the Clown, she's wearing this like horizontal striped sweater. Is that intentional because Art the Clown wears vertical and she's like the inverse of him?
And while he admits that he didn't think about it in that way,
Well, no, that's actually really good, but it's...
he does say that the black and white on the sweater was actually chosen specifically to show that Art the Clown is starting to slip into Sienna's subconscious. He even talks about this in the director's commentary.
When we saw this black and white shirt, we knew that she probably shouldn't be wearing it because it's Art's colors, but then we both said, hey, it's great that he's sort of working his way into her subconscious.
So I genuinely don't know if my interpretation is correct, but I'm going to take a crack at it anyways, and we'll just have to see what happens. So, some things that stood out to me personally, there is of course the unsettling vibe of childhood innocence corrupted. Like, this is a bright and colorful children's program, but everything is off. The host is kinda creepy, the song is fun and cheerful, but the lyrics allude to darker ideas.
Gobble up your order quick before it runs away, 'cause food's a little funny at the Clown Cafe.
Evil clowns themselves exist as a corruption of innocence. Like, clowns are meant to be fun and colorful characters to entertain and play with children, so making one into a killer is taking something that should be safe for children and making it dangerous. The kids here are just adults pretending to be kids. This might symbolize how Sienna has been forced to grow up after the loss of her father. She's obviously taking up a maternal role in her brother's life and is shown both consoling her mother and trying to help her around the house, and has been purposely hiding her real feelings from those around her. So Sienna might feel like an adult in a kid's body, or an adult in kid's clothing. This ties into Sienna's journey of having her childhood interrupted by the loss of her father, with her suddenly having to grow up and now deal with these horrible new emotions and having to learn to navigate them in order to survive. The nun is calling to Sienna to help an innocent person.
Feed this man! How about you?
Considering this is meant to be the first step in Sienna's transformation into a hero, a religious figure literally screaming at her to do something to help seems like a pretty straightforward call to action. In the director's commentary, Leone describes the Clown Cafe scene as being a test for Sienna to see if she's worthy to fight Art. That when the time comes, she'll have the courage to put herself through pain to get the sword and defeat him.
This is actually a divine test that manifests itself within Sienna's subconscious. If she doesn't approach this in the right way, and if she's not courageous at the end and doesn't decide to fight back against Art, then she will not be the one.
Here we see Art giving Sienna and all the fake children gifts in the form of food. Rather forcefully too, but the fake children all gleefully take their food and happily eat them. Sienna's gift is an organ, but we see Art eat organs in this movie. The only time we ever see Art eat anything is when he's doing some kind of cannibalism. So we could even go ahead and say that Art is gifting Sienna his favorite food, immediately separating her out as someone particularly important to Art. No one reacts to how gross this gift is. Sienna is the only one who can see how fucked up it is. Just like how after this dream, no one listens to or believes Sienna when she starts being hunted by Art. She's also the only one who refuses the food at the Clown Cafe. There's a lot of unpleasant imagery in this movie relating to food and eating, and a lot of it has to do with death and suffering. Art eating people's organs and chewing on Jonathan's hand, Art force-feeding Barb's corpse mashed potatoes, Brooke calling Monica Brown's face a cookie.
She kind of looks like the inside of my cookie.
In the Clown Cafe scene, everyone who eats something or is waiting in line to eat something are all horribly killed and maimed, with their food lying in their blood. But Sienna is the only one who refuses. Art forcefully giving Sienna a vital organ and her being forced to take it might be representative of her future death, that it's unavoidable and going to be given to her by Art. But in the end, she doesn't play along. She doesn't accept the gift. She throws it on the floor. And while she's still injured, she's the only one in the Clown Cafe who manages to survive. I also think that the little boy eating the cereal is probably supposed to represent Jonathan. Sienna is noticeably very distressed when she finds this little boy dying. And then the next morning, she thinks about that little boy while watching Jonathan eat his cereal. She's even weirdly triggered just by the idea of cereal afterwards.
You're talking to someone who eats Count Chocula on a regular basis.
Can we not talk about cereal? Please?
Like, the image of the little boy dying particularly disturbed her. So her getting injured by Art and then dragging herself over to a younger boy who's on the verge of dying and using her sword to stop Art is literally foreshadowing the end of the movie. Now, there is a lot of biblical imagery in this movie, with Sienna dressed like an angel fighting off the demonic Art. Sienna awakening from the Clown Cafe sequence to find her wings inflamed is some very strong fallen angel imagery, and of course the fact that she dies and is resurrected is just, like, straight up Jesus. Sienna pulled an Aslan. Now when Sienna dies, Art shoves her into the red glowing pit that he has in his basement. The pit is actually calling to Sienna. That is apparently Damien Leone's voice.
That's my voice calling Sienna.
Which means it's Sienna's literal creator calling to her. And then when Art stabs her and shoves her in, she wakes up once again in the Clown Cafe, trapped in a water tank and surrounded by the undead versions of the former patrons. Now, it's pretty safe to assume that this is hell. A red glowing hole with a sinister voice calling your name is very hell-like, and Sienna is pretty clearly dead. However, what I didn't guess is that this pit is Sienna's grave. When Art shoved her in there, her body fell in, and then her soul went to the Clown Cafe.
Her body's in there, that's it. It's just a grave. But her soul goes to her own personal hell, which is the Clown Cafe, in the Houdini water tank.
Water is a representation of Sienna's anxiety. Her personal hell, being to drown for all eternity, is apparently meant to be tied into her panic attacks earlier in the film.
That all plays into her anxiety. I mean, the whole movie, she's having trouble breathing, so it's to drown for eternity.
And the two scenes where Sienna more or less overcomes her fears and accepts her destiny involve water. Sienna was apparently baptized during the shower scene, since it was the point that she decided to get into the costume despite her anxieties, and then she has to escape from water again to complete her destiny of beheading Art the Clown. Also, apparently, Art was only able to kill Sienna here, which is why he had to use Jonathan to lure her in the first place.
He can't kill her here. It is essential that he gets her to the Terrifier, and he has to get her into the grave. Her soul needs to be locked away in there. That's the only way to stop her.
I was kind of wondering why Art had absolutely no issue ripping off Allie's limbs and digging his hands into Brooke's chest, but he didn't just kill Sienna immediately. I just kind of thought it was the whole, oh, she's the main character, so she can't die thing. But there actually is a reason, so hey. And it adds a bit of dimension to the scenes of him chasing Sienna and Jonathan. It isn't just them running around random rooms. He's actively nudging Sienna closer and closer to the exact spot he needs her in order to finish her off.
They used me to get you here. They need you in this place for a reason.
And it also seems like the little pale girl was leading Art around to Sienna's friends and family to take them out first, in order to make Sienna more vulnerable so she's easier to finish off. Maybe they should have actually shown her that Allie died if that was the intent, but whatever, I ranted enough about that. It's interesting that the deaths of Allie, Barb, and Brooke all involve breaking glass. Maybe as a way to represent how Art is trying to break Sienna. But as Sienna is floating in her water tank, apparently lost to the mortal world, she hears Jonathan screaming her name. Sienna! And the sword starts glowing and her wound heals. So my initial assumption watching this movie for the first time was that since this was her father's sword and it was given to her through love, and it looks like the sword is healing her, that her father's love is the thing resurrecting her. But according to Leone, what's supposed to be happening here is that the sword is unable to kill Sienna because she's its owner.
It doesn't have any other magic powers other than, you do at the end see it heal Sienna's stomach, but that's just because Sienna can't be killed by her own weapon.
Still though, I do think love saved the day, because Sienna is only able to escape death by untying her bonds. Or I guess that's a tentacle, by untentacling herself. Which she only thinks to do once she hears Jonathan screaming her name. Sienna is only able to save herself when she realizes that she still needs to save Jonathan. The need to keep her loved one safe literally returns her from the grave, and it fully transforms her into the character her father drew for her. As it turns out, she was inside Sienna the whole time. She just didn't come out until the overwhelming need to protect her loved ones woke her up. And it's with this renewed determination that she is finally able to defeat Art and save her little brother. Killing all of Sienna's loved ones had the opposite effect they were hoping for. It just made her fight harder to save the one person she had left. Art even seems to realize this to an extent. He shoots her a little look before she finishes him off. Maybe it's a look of respect, but I kind of think it's Art realizing that he underestimated this scrappy little teenager and he's going to have to up his game next time. Because at this point, he knows that there's going to be a next time. The ending of Terrifier 2 is at least a little bleak. Sienna's lost both of her parents, both of her friends, her support system is gone. God only knows where she and Jonathan are gonna end up now. In therapy, probably, and it's not gonna do any good because Art's just gonna come back and fuck it all up for them. But this is also the first time in any Art the Clown film where being alive at the end is a good thing. They aren't being mutilated or captured or psychologically tortured. Finally, someone in a Terrifier film makes it out with a chance of a happy life afterwards, and they achieve it through love. The love Sienna had for her family literally saved both of their lives. So, that's basically it for Terrifier 2. There have been some Terrifier adjacent projects that have come out since its release. The recent horror movie Stream, which had a short theatrical run in August, was created by Fuzz on the Lens Productions and had a lot of Terrifier people attached to it. It was directed by Mike Levy, aka the random exterminator Art decapitated in the first movie, and Levy actually makes a cameo in Stream. And also so does Phil Falcone. I noticed him at the party at the end. The kid who played the cereal boy at the Clown Cafe is one of the main characters, and David Howard Thornton is one of the villains. Honestly, even if I didn't know he was gonna be in it, I would have definitely recognized him. I'd know that prancing anywhere. He plays this masked gamer guy who is competing against 3 other masked gamer people to see who could do the most creative kills, and he spends a lot of the movie flouncing around with his sister who looks like a Suni Mukyu. I guess she just kinda looks like any stereotypical gamer girl, whatever. They're giving off strong strangers and The Purge vibes, but it works so well in this particular scenario. Like, there's a kill that these two do where they're playing a game with somebody's body, and it's so funny. I was literally rolling around in my seat cackling when I realized what they were doing. It was so good. Damien Leone did the special effects, so yeah, you can imagine that they're pretty gnarly. I have a lot of issues with the story and the characters. Like, boy, I could talk about the daughter character for hours. I'm not going to, because God, this video is already too long. But yeah, I had fun with it, especially the middle chunk when the 4 gamers are set loose on the hotel. That was definitely the best part of the movie. And I mean, I guess if you just want to see something that's like a cousin to Terrifier, then this is a good choice. I'd recommend it. There's also Faceless After Dark, which stars and was co-written by Jenna Cannell. The plot of Faceless After Dark is basically that an actress who starred in a clown slasher movie is struggling to find work and ends up being stalked by a hyperfan dressed like the clown from her movie. Yeah, it's really easy to see why that caught my attention.
You know, there's a lot of stuff that happened behind the scenes of that movie and a lot of things that happened in the surrounding of that film.
In the wake of that film.
In the wake, yeah, that's the perfect word for it.
It was released on video on demand on May 17th of this year, and Blu-ray shortly after that. But back in February, I was lucky enough to see it in theaters, since it came to a film festival in my area. And by my area, I mean an hour away. And by an hour away, I mean I got out of work an hour before the movie started, and it was a 50-minute drive, and I don't know if you've ever driven in Massachusetts before, but it's a fucking nightmare. Whoever invented this state should be in jail. I got horribly lost, and I barely made it in time. And then, the movie's audio didn't work. At first, I thought it was pretty funny that I stressed so hard about getting there in time, only for the movie to be broken. Like, you know, I saw some irony in it, I guess. But after like a half hour went by, I was like, well shit, is this actually going to happen? Luckily, it got fixed, and I am glad to report that it's a pretty good movie. There is definitely a Terrifier aspect to it. Catherine Corcoran has a cameo. Cannell and Corcoran apparently remained close after Terrifier, which is really sweet. The director made a joke afterwards that they're going to make a sequel starring Corcoran called Faceless After Dawn, and you know what? It made me laugh. I also saw that Damien Leone got a special thanks in the credits, which is nice. And, you know, like, clowns. It's very obvious that this was based off of Cannell's own experiences. There's stuff about being underpaid at conventions and being mistreated by fans who might love your work, but also see you as lesser because you aren't really famous, you're just in a B movie.
No offense, but you're not that big of a star.
There was this one conversation between Cannell and Corcoran that really resonated with me.
Well, at least you don't speak at an octave that only dogs can hear.
Who said that?
Some asshole on the internet.
Yeah, I know what that feels like. The director and co-writer, Raymond Wood, in a Q&A after the showing, said that this conversation wasn't scripted. He just let Cannell and Corcoran talk.
This scene was like not written. It's literally, you know, it's genuinely just the two of you guys having a conversation.
Yeah.
Also, apparently, a lot of the messages they showed throughout the film were real messages that Cannell has received, including some really explicit ones.
Every dick pic you see flash by is an actual dick pic, unsolicited, that I have received from a stranger. But yeah, I would always, every time I got a rude direct message, I would just screenshot it and send it to you, and you put it in the movie.
So I've got a folder full of dick pics and very
shitty things that people have said
detestable.
to me.
So it's not really a film about Terrifier. It doesn't even really have that much to do with Terrifier. It's more about the culture surrounding both cult movies and social media from the point of view of someone who's seen the worst parts of both. Among other things, this movie has twists. I don't want to spoil too much, I think you should go support this movie if it looks like something you'd be interested in. But I will say, after a certain point, I was left shocked and confused about the direction this film ended up going, and then it got all weird and fucked up. So if that sounds up your alley, you should definitely go check it out. Also, if you're a fan of Pete Davidson, check out Art the Clown's cameo in his show Bupkis. Apparently, Pete Davidson is a huge Terrifier fan. He had already reached out to Leone previously to have a screening of Terrifier 2, and then afterwards he asked if he might use Art the Clown in his show.
He's like, there's a scene where he's like, I'm in rehab and I'm high and I'm hallucinating. He's like, and the people in front of me start morphing into celebrities in my mind. He's like, what if one of them is Art the Clown? He's like, you don't have to do it. He's like, but I thought that'd be crazy. I'm like, oh, 100%. I'm like, I'll do it.
Chris Jericho got involved in a similar way. He was a fan of the first movie, and he and Thornton met at a convention and became friends. And then Thornton went on his podcast.
Yeah. By the way, that's like serial killers type shit.
I have to go by that because there's another actor out there by the name of David Thornton. He's actually Cyndi Lauper's husband.
Oh, is he really?
And yeah, here we are. It does look like Terrifier 3 will have some cameos, like an actor from The Lost Boys, which was one of the first horror films Leone ever saw, and Tom Savini, who, if you remember, is the artist who got Leone interested in gore and effects in the first place. It's honestly cool that he's showing up in a Terrifier film, considering how much of it is inspired by his work. Terrifier 3 is also going to be a Christmas movie. This was revealed when the Terrifier 3 posters that were going to be handed out at the re-release of Terrifier 2 were leaked online early. Oof, I can't hang this up. My sister will call the police. She barely tolerates the shrine in the living room. I like it though. I love drawings where you can see the brush strokes, and I love the little Sienna on the tree. That's adorable. Also revealed at the Terrifier 2 re-release was the first teaser for Terrifier 3, in which Art is dressed like Santa, and also probably kills a child. This got a little buzz when it was still in theaters, but once it was uploaded online, it just exploded. Like to the point that my cousin Joanna, who doesn't watch horror movies unless I make her, was like, hey Grace, I heard those clown movies you like are gonna kill a toddler. That's pretty disgusting, isn't it? People were tweeting about how anyone who wanted to see this movie knowing that a kid was gonna die were horrible sickos, and then articles were written about those tweets. For weeks, every time I went on YouTube, I was flooded with videos about, oh my god, has Terrifier 3 gone too far? Leone has said that the first scene in the movie would be controversial.
So mark my words, I guarantee you the first 5 minutes of this movie is going to be very controversial.
So people made the jump to, oh my god, the first scene of the movie is going to be the kid dying, and it's going to be just as messed up as the bedroom scene. And I always thought that was weird because Terrifier 2 ends with Art's head being birthed. He's literally just a head. And Leone's really into exploring the supernatural reasons why Art is immortal now, so I don't think they're going to show him with his body all back together, axing a child without an explanation. But anyways, Art has killed children before. He killed the 2 kids in All Hallows Eve, which isn't canon, I know, but what is canon is the horrible murder of the 10-year-old who later became the little pale girl. So this isn't anything new for this character. And I know people always act like killing kids in horror is taboo, but it's not super uncommon. Dr. Sleep, The Boogeyman, both versions of it, Ready or Not, The Shining, The Poughkeepsie Tapes, The Witch, When Evil Lurks, Hereditary, both versions of Pet Sematary, Quiet Place, Us, Nope, The Toxic Avenger, Jaws, Trick or Treat, Halloween 3, Speak No Evil, Sleepaway Camp. Even from just this year, Night Swim, The Coffee Table, Stop Motion, Late Night with the Devil, and Longlegs all involve child death in one way or another. And this isn't even counting the thousands and thousands of slasher movies where teenagers die. Teenagers are kids, but no one cares if they die. Is it because they're usually played by adults? The teens in Evil Dead Rise were played by actual teens, and they were pretty mercilessly killed, but the 8-year-old got to live. I don't know, it's just kind of interesting. Someone should do a study. And I know that there are people who are parents and they can't stomach seeing kids die in movies, and that is totally fair. I don't fall into this camp, but I do have young nieces, and I wasn't thrilled to see a little child potentially getting axed to death. Most of the examples I listed, like, yeah, they have child death, but most of them are partially or even completely off-screen. But the Terrifier movies are known for extremely long, graphic, painful kills. I completely agree that the idea of a 4-year-old getting the bedroom scene treatment is kind of horrible. And not even in just the movie. The 2 most infamous scenes in the Terrifier franchise were notoriously hell to film. And I would hate for a little child to have to go through that. I would argue, though, that not every kill in the Terrifier series is like the bedroom scene. Off-screen deaths are a thing in Terrifier. Allie's mom dies off-screen. One of the pizza guys dies off-screen. The kids' deaths in All Hallows Eve were off-screen. So there's no guarantee that this child is going to get a graphic death scene. She might not even die at all. I mean, first of all, aside from him beating the shit out of Jonathan, whenever we see Art interact with kids on screen, he's really playful with them.
Thank you.
So, for all we know, he's just gonna give her a gift containing her parents' severed heads and then merrily skip away. And there's also a theory going around that this kid is young Sienna and that this is a dream sequence. This is mostly due to the fact that she has some costumes in her room that kind of look like the ones from Lauren Lavera's real-life baby pictures, and that they have the same hair and eye color. Granted, almost every female character in Terrifier has dark hair and eyes, but still, I think it's entirely possible, especially since Sienna has been known to have weird symbolic dreams. But the thing is, we don't know what's going on because the movie isn't out yet. This 2-minute teaser has done wonders getting people to talk about Terrifier 3. Terrifier 2 obviously got a lot of buzz from people fainting and throwing up while watching it. Leone maintains that he had nothing to do with that it wasn't a marketing ploy, it was just a completely authentic reaction to his movie.
Is that legit? We saw that on the internet, there were people puking and stuff.
That was legit. I could swear to you that we had nothing to do with that. It wasn't a marketing ploy or a publicity stunt. Yeah, I wish we were smart enough to do it.
And granted, they were handing out barf bags at screenings, but
Here are the barf bags. Look at this.
But yeah, I totally believe that he had nothing to do with these articles. The Terrifier movies really haven't had any marketing whatsoever. It's all been through word of mouth.
I wouldn't say zero. We did, I mean, because that's unfair. Like Cinedigm, not Cineverse, put it out. They did the best they can, but Hollywood movies have $20 million marketing campaigns. I mean, it's like half the budget of their movie they use for marketing. We didn't have any of that. So we had to be really strategic with what we did. But the reason it took off was organically people started, fainting or like getting sick, leaving the theater in the middle of her kill scene.
And I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist, but I do have to wonder if Leone might have seen all the publicity Terrifier 2 got completely by accident and said, I wonder if I could do this on purpose. So he purposely stuck a kid in the teaser and waited to see how people reacted. In December of 2023, an article by Deadline came out revealing that the movie hadn't even started filming yet. Filming for Terrifier 3 didn't even start until February of 2024 and wrapped up in April of 2024. The teaser was released in November of 2023. That means that the teaser wasn't just clips from the movie cobbled together to create hype, because there was no movie yet. The teaser was filmed before anything else in the movie. Interesting. Anyways, time has passed and we have some more information now on what the actual kills are going to look like. We even know what the big scene is probably going to be. Leone said in an interview that he's not going the historical route, but instead referencing 2 different movies.
And it's cool. All I can really tell you is that it's a kill that is inspired by 2 really popular movie kills. One of them super obvious when you see it, and then the other one I'll have to tell people where that's coming from because it's not even a horror movie.
He later said on Twitter that those movies are going to be Psycho and Scarface, and then the second teaser trailer got released on my dad's birthday too, that's funny, and it showed like a split second of a shower kill. So yeah, there you go. Seems to have 2 people in it this time, that's new. And one of them looks like he's a dude. So that complicates my gender analysis a little bit. Also, in the full trailer released at the end of August, we see that Art uses a chainsaw. So yay! There's apparently a kill in 3 that is so disgusting that it almost made David Howard Thornton throw up, which honestly isn't as big of a feat as a lot of people make it out to be. It seems from interviews he's grossed out a lot on set.
And so I'm just getting all this gook on my hands and stuff. I'm glad I didn't run sound because I was just sitting there like, oh God. Oh.
You can hear him, Big Bad Art the Clown. He's like, oh my God.
It's growing.
I initially thought that the gross kill was going to be the shower scene, but Leone later said on Twitter that the scene that almost made Thornton sick isn't in the trailer. So, I don't know, I guess it's just a complete surprise. Oh boy. In terms of the super controversial opening, Leone has since said on Twitter that the opening scene of Terrifier 3 is going to be like a mixture of the openings of Scream and When a Stranger Calls, which both involve phone calls and Art doesn't talk. Kind of confused about that. My sister thinks that Sienna's gonna pick up the phone and it's just gonna be cartoon sound effects. The Deadline article I mentioned earlier also confirmed that the opening scene is going to be Vicky and Art escaping from the asylum. And honestly, that's the part I'm really excited for. The fact that Vicky gets to make it to the 3rd movie at all is kind of a big deal. The mid-credit scene that we get in the film, with her giving birth to Art's head, wasn't the original scene that they filmed. Art was actually meant to resurrect out of the back of Vicky's head.
Basically what happened in that scene originally is Chris and I were at the front desk, we hear screaming, and we run into the room where Victoria is, and she's in the back, and she's like, it hurts. And I go over to her, I'm being all nice, like, what hurts, what's going on? And then my hand gets stuck in the back of her head, and I pull it out, and I have no fingers.
However, a few weeks after they filmed the scene, the movie Malignant came out. And spoilers for Malignant, but the big twist is that the villain comes out of the back of the protagonist's head. Realizing that they couldn't do the same thing, the scene was scrapped. And it was actually costume designer Olga Turka who suggested that Victoria instead give birth to Art's head as a way to resurrect him.
She said, well, let's think of other things, the head can come out of, other places it can grow out of. And she literally said, have it come out of her private area. And we were just laughing through text. It was almost just trying to gross out one another. And I said, oh my God, no, that's fucking actually perfect.
Leone has said that he's excited that things worked out like this, because he loves working with Samantha Scafidi, and that his biggest regret about the first movie is that he didn't flesh out Victoria's character. And now that Art is resurrected in a way that allows Victoria to live, he gets to rectify that in the 3rd movie. Now, I went on and on about how Vicky was an uninteresting character in the first movie, and I stand by that, but there is something weirdly fascinating about her now. I mean, Art the Clown killed her sister, ate her face, potentially made her do a violent crime against her will, and now the sinister entity he's working with is controlling her. And it's recently been revealed that Terrifier 3 takes place 5 years after the events of 2.
The 5-year anniversary is coming up.
So Vicky's going to be possessed for 5 years. That's awful. She looks so bad. Like, not the makeup is bad, but like, she's clearly been going through it. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Monica Brown shows up in 3. She got mentioned a whole bunch in 2 and was confirmed to still be alive. It would be weird if they never used her again. And in the full trailer for Terrifier 3, we hear someone telling Sienna that she should tell the story of how she survived Art.
I think a lot of people would really like to hear from you after all this time.
And the last time we saw someone do that, it was Vicky on Monica Brown's show. What if 5 years later, Monica's face is mostly healed and she still has a career, but poor Vicky's been hiding in the fucking sewer and is just rotting and getting worse? That's like the most tragic scenario I can imagine. She's basically the plaything of her sister's murderer, not receiving the medical attention she desperately needs, and being forced to help Art commit more and more heinous crimes. And there are a lot of directions that they can take with that. Is Vicky still in there? Is she still good, or has she been corrupted? What about her parents? They're shown briefly at the end of Terrifier, and they seem to be extremely loving and devoted to her.
Absolutely. Good spirits. She'll be fine.
I mean, to lose one child and then have the other one locked away for attacking a public figure, and then her seemingly vanishing off the face of the earth, that must be devastating. Will they try to help Victoria? Will she kill them? Samantha Scafidi has confirmed that Victoria will have a substantive role in the third movie.
Damien has said, and a few other people, so I don't feel weird about saying that Vicky will definitely make a strong appearance in the third.
And I'm genuinely really interested to see where they go with it. I hope that Victoria will have her day of reckoning. I mean, there's no happy ending for her at this point. She ripped the face off of a D-list celebrity. She's going to spend the rest of her life locked up no matter what. But honestly, she's been through so much tragedy, it would be really, really satisfying to have her have a hand in taking down Art, or whatever ends up happening at the end of the next one. There's a possibility that Terrifier 3 might be the last Terrifier movie. Leone wants this series to have a satisfying narrative. He doesn't want to keep bringing Art back to do the same thing over and over again. He wants there to be a definitive conclusion to the story. Leone's been very open about how he doesn't want to drag these out. He doesn't want there to be 7, 8, 9 Art the Clown movies.
And that's the most important thing, is knowing where the finish line is and how to have a satisfying conclusion, which is something a lot of these franchises do not have whatsoever. Is they go on way too long and then they wind up just petering out because there's no goal base. It just comes down to money and just bringing the killer back to just, wipe out a whole new slew of people. So, I mean, that's the goal. And I'm saying that now as like a naive artist, but you never know what's going to happen down the line. But that is the goal, is I don't want to make too many of these, and I want it to have a satisfying conclusion.
And since he basically has to top himself every time with a more and more extreme scene,
that's just a staple of this franchise at this point. I don't think I'll ever not try and top the previous installment, Big Kill.
I mean, at a certain point, how much more extreme can you possibly go? That's what happened with Llamas with Hats, right? The fans wanted more and more. They had to keep topping themselves, and eventually they just couldn't do it anymore.
Huh.
What do you mean, huh?
I think I was expecting worse.
Worse? But this is totally fucked, bro.
I know, but after last time with the nuke and the faces, it's just...
Come on, look at this.
He thinks that the story he's crafted could be wrapped up in the third movie, although as of me recording this, a fourth one hasn't been ruled out yet. Leone's also clearly listened to the criticism about Terrifier 2, and honestly, I'm starting to sense that I'm an outlier because I loved the feel of Terrifier 2. I loved the synth and the dreamlike quality and the supernatural elements. Just the absolute balls to take a somewhat grounded slasher and say, okay, we're going to have a little demon girl version of the killer, and a bright, colorful musical number, and make the main character a fantasy protagonist who is the chosen one and is resurrected at the end, and then actually manage to pull it off is incredible to me. But people were disappointed. They wanted it to be more of a grindhouse-styled slasher like the first one, and Damien Leone took notice. When I started scripting this video, I saw a lot of stuff about how, oh, Terrifier 3 is going to dial back the supernatural elements. It's not going to be comedic anymore. It's going back to the tone of the first movie. And not to be dramatic, but that kind of broke my heart. I felt like something very special had been crafted here, and it was being discarded because it wasn't popular enough. Fortunately, though, it doesn't seem like that's entirely the case. Leone has said that he's dialing back the comedy because he doesn't want people to get too comfortable with art. He is still a villain after all. Charismatic as he might be, you are supposed to be scared of him.
And I want it to feel as if you've never met Art the Clown before. I want the audience to be absolutely terrified of him this time around, because what happens is the character starts becoming very poppy and people just start to love him and they think he's cute and he's charming, and it's like, no, this character is absolutely despicable. I want you to hate him.
It's not going to be completely devoid of comedy. Leone actually likes to use the comedy to balance out the gore and dark subject matter.
And it allows us to be more sadistic, believe it or not, because when you wink at the audience after you do these things, it reminds you that at the end of the day, it's just a movie, it's a fictional world, and we should be having fun and not leave feeling miserable. So that's the balance I'm always trying to strike. So the levity is super important to these movies. So we're never going to lose that.
And I mean, Art running around dressed as Santa with the clown makeup on is an extremely goofy visual. There's no way that this is going to be completely serious. Although I will say, the small bits that have been released so far do look fucking horrifying.
Who is this Santa? He's scaring my kid.
Leone intends for 3 to be the scariest and goriest of the Terrifier films, and from the promotional materials we've gotten, it does definitely seem like it's going to be a lot darker, both tonally and visually. And it's kind of cool that all 3 movies are going to have their own distinct styles. The third one actually reminds me of Black Christmas, especially since it seems like a chunk of it takes place in a sorority house. As for the supernatural elements, it's inevitable that they're going to be there. Victoria gave birth to Art's severed head. There's no going back now. And Brooke is actually in the full trailer. She's a slimy, screaming corpse, still in the costume she was wearing the night that she died. I don't know if Sienna is being tortured with images of her dead friends, or if it's a dream sequence, but I was so hyped when I saw this. Yes, weird ghost shit, I love it. Also, what the fuck is this thing? So yeah, there's still supernatural stuff going on. Leone's just going to be toning it down a little bit.
I mean, there's still going to be plenty of supernatural things in part. It's inevitable in part 3. I mean, like I said, I'm not ignoring the groundwork that was laid, but there's an artistic way to approach it where it's just not so in your face. I mean, some things just are going to be in your face, but you'll see, you'll understand when you see it. Like a lot of it's just is grounded.
It is respectable that Leone takes criticism to heart. He gives me the vibe that he wants to be better. He wants to be constantly improving his craft, and he wants the fans to be happy. Even if I'm sad that we're not going to keep with the direction Terrifier 2 is going, I believe he knows what he's doing, and I'm fascinated to see what happens next. I mean, you saw how much improvement there was between the first and second movie when they got a bigger budget. What's a Terrifier movie with a budget in the millions going to be like? I already know that Leone's been able to get an actual makeup team to help him this time around. Leone's pretty much done everything involved in creating the movies. The effects, the makeup, the writing, the editing, the sound design.
I don't know if you all know, Damien was
wrote it, produced it, directed it, was doing the special effects, which takes about like 3 hours to do prior to even starting to direct. So I mean, like, what was your longest day, I think?
27 hours.
Which sounds fucking exhausting, and I'm glad that he can afford the help now. I deeply respect how he's managed to stay independent for this entire process. He never sold Terrifier or the rights to Art the Clown to a studio that might try to cut down on the violence to get it to an R rating, or overuse CGI, or churn out a million sequels with all the same premise that never goes anywhere or does anything interesting. Back around the time that Terrifier 2 was released back into theaters and people were talking about the controversial Terrifier 3 opening, it started to get spread around that studios were refusing to work with Leone due to how gross his movies are. Leone ended up stepping in on Twitter to say that that isn't true. He decided on his own that studios would never let him make Terrifier 3 the way that he wants to make it. Leone is open to working with studios on future projects, but he has refused to work with them on Terrifier.
Yeah, I would absolutely work for studios in a heartbeat and make but different movies, and sure, I mean, meet R ratings and things like that, whatever you have to do. Not every movie has to be Terrifier and has to be that graphic, but you know, that's a key element to what Terrifier is. And
I wasn't going to get this opportunity with the studios, and there was a lot of Hollywood studio interest in this film, but I could tell there was going to be a lot of eyes over my shoulders, and there was going to be a lot of opinions, and it's just, that's not what got this movie here in the first place. It's always been organic, true to myself as an artist, and I think we just need to keep it that way. I think that the franchise has the best chance of longevity that way.
Leone's been making these movies under the pretense of, what can we do that the other movies won't? The answer he came up with is brutal and unflinching gore. While most movies would cut away, Terrifier doesn't, and this has completely worked for him. In a lot of movies, you get a lot of build-up to a kill, but the payoff is extremely toned down or else cut away completely. Here, you not only get the payoff, but you see every inch of it, and you get to see it for way longer than is comfortable. That was the part of Giallo and Suspiria that Leone was inspired by, and that's the thing that makes Art the Clown so, well, terrifying. There's no pussyfooting around it. Art is a monster, and you don't get shielded from the atrocities that he commits. Taking that away would be to take away a core part of the series. Not to mention how much freedom Thornton and Leone and Lavera have had to play with the script and the effects and the characters and flesh them out and grow into them. When a studio offered to fund Terrifier 2, they wanted the filming to only be 20 days. They shot this movie over the course of 3 years, partially because of the pandemic, but because of that, they were able to go back and rework scenes that weren't coming together or were derivative and make the movie something unique and special. It's not perfect, but there's not a lot out there like Terrifier 2, and I really deeply appreciate that Leone was able to put his vision to the screen without any interference. The Terrifier films are not for everyone, but its success is important. We're currently living in a landscape dominated by studios buying up properties and churning out sequels and reboots at a rapid rate, or sometimes not even releasing their movies at all and just using them for tax write-offs, so that this scrappy little slasher made with a micro budget could take off and make millions and millions of dollars is astounding. It proves that there's still room in the world for creatives, and that art created with love for the craft is worth making. People do see it, they do pay attention, and they do care. Hopefully someday this isn't a rarity, and many other filmmakers will get the opportunities that Leone has gotten. But we have to celebrate the victories we get now. Even if you don't like Terrifier, it doing well means that potentially another indie filmmaker you will like might get a chance to get their work out there. I mean, Shudder has been putting some of their films out into theaters. A lot of them have been controversial, like Late Night with the Devil, which we do not have time to cover that. But like, Skidamarink, In a Violent Nature. Skidamarink got both a lot of love and criticism for its experimental nature. It was based on a short originally posted on writer-director Kyle Edward Ball's YouTube channel and was made with an absolutely tiny budget of $15,000. The fact that it got a theatrical release is amazing. And In a Violent Nature is unrated. An unrated movie getting a theatrical release is, I want to stress, super, super rare. I briefly touched on this in my last video, but Troma was often forced to censor or chop up their movies in order to get an R rating, or else they wouldn't be shown in theaters. And now the tides are turning a little bit. I'm not saying necessarily that Terrifier 2 is the reason In a Violent Nature got a theatrical release, but I'm sure it certainly helped. Maybe someone at Shudder saw this disgusting, unrated slasher movie go into theaters and make a ton of money and said, well, maybe we could release our disgusting, unrated slasher movie into theaters. In a Violent Nature even has the scene, right? It has the yoga scene, which is an extremely violent and disgusting kill, and it was being hyped up all over social media that it was making people puke and walk out of the theater. Shudder and ICF Films were even sending the yoga scene to TikTokers to react to before the movie's release. So, yeah, in this case, I would imagine that they took some notes from Terrifier 2. It worked, though. I don't know the budget for In a Violent Nature. Screen Rant speculated it was under $500,000, which, I mean, I don't know. But assuming this is somewhat correct, In a Violent Nature made a pretty good profit, earning over $4 million in the box office during its theatrical run. And most recently, the indie movie Longlegs, which was acquired and released by Neon back in July, in just a few weeks became their most financially successful film of all time. And then Neon celebrated this by acquiring YouTuber Chris Stuckman's crowdfunded film, Selby Oaks, which not only holds the record for the most successful horror film funded on Kickstarter, but is currently the 5th most funded film in Kickstarter history. And Stuckman isn't even the first YouTuber to pull something like this off. Indie movies are starting to get their time, slowly but surely, and the fact that Terrifier has chosen to stay indie and has been this successful is legitimately very cool. I'm trying not to be too excited for Terrifier 3. 2 of her franchises I like got their 3rd installment this year, and I didn't really like either of them. Okay, I knew Strangers Chapter 1 would suck ass, but Maxine was a genuine disappointment. But I can't help it. I am really hyped for this thing. I actually took the week it was announced to come out of work, you know, so I could like go to a midnight showing or something. But then 2 days after I submitted my time, they moved up the release date. I was like the only person on earth that was mad that they did that. Oh well, I'll just be tired at work, that's fine. My sister's friend actually worked on Terrifier 3, I found out not too long ago. That's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to seeing her name in the credits. Also, I'm going to have to buy some mace. I've pretty much decided that I'm not going to be making too many predictions. I mean, okay, I stand by my Monica Brown theory, and I made a bingo board just for fun, but I'm here for the ride. I just want to see what kind of crazy ass shit happens next. Like, I just want to see what else could come out of this man's brain. I don't know, maybe it's kind of weird that I connected so hard to a film series about a clown that cuts people in half. But different stories affect different people in different ways, and I'm glad that the movies that do these things are starting to get their chance to shine. And I guess that's it. It's been fucking 5 hours. Feel free to like and subscribe. I'm so sorry. Alright. Thank you so much for watching this entire monster of a video. This is the 3rd time that I'm recording this this epilogue or whatever the hell you want to call this ending bit. Like, I actually let the cats in the room with me for this. I kick them out of here because they start doing like kick flips and stuff while I'm recording. But God, yeah, this whole thing has just been like one just disaster after another. Adobe kept trying to assassinate this video. Like, my files were getting corrupted. Luckily, I'm like paranoid, so I had copies upon copies upon copies and autosaves. So I never lost more than like a couple days work. The copyright problems I've been facing have been really bad though. Like, I've been trying to get them worked out for 2 weeks, and it was getting to the point that clips that were 4 seconds long were getting claimed. So if you watch this entire video and you're like, the editing's really weird, why was there just like a random scene in the middle of all this other stuff that wasn't supposed to be there? Yeah, that's why, because if I didn't put that in there, the video would have been claimed. It's not a revenue thing because, I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't care about money, because I do, obviously. Like, I live in the United States. It is really expensive to be alive right now. And for all this work, it would be nice if I got money from this. But odds are this video is gonna get age restricted. It's not gonna happen. Ultimately, I've been doing this YouTube channel for years and years and years and whatever, and I've only been monetized for like a little while. I don't do this for money. I just want people to see the video, but the video was getting blocked. At first, it was just in Ireland, which I did eventually sort of accept that was probably going to happen, even though I, respect the Irish. I didn't want that to be the case, but I was like, okay, if I can't fix it, I guess that's not the worst thing ever. Sucks, but, I think I have old videos that are blocked in, like, Germany. Not the worst thing in the world, but then, it was getting blocked globally. It was getting blocked in the United States. It was, I was getting notifications saying like, no one's allowed to watch this video. It was insane. And, oh my God, like, I am genuinely considering making, like, a follow-up video where I just talk about the copyright problems, because I've never had something so, it was so bad. I had problems with the Cherry Falls video 4 years ago, and I think I had to re-upload it 7 times. I'm not exaggerating when I say that this took at least 100 tries. You open my email right now, it's just, part 8 got copyright claimed, part 7 got copyright claimed, part 5 got copyright claimed, because I split the video into chunks and was was uploading them to see what was getting flagged. Because YouTube only tells you when they find one thing. They don't make a list for you. So even though there might have been 50 problems in like one chunk of a video or whatever, they only told me one. It was awful. This has been my life for like at least a couple of weeks now, since I realized the whole Ireland situation with trying to get this video to be allowed on YouTube, like editing it over and over again. I am just exhausted, and as of the time of me recording this, every single chunk of the video, I have it split up into 10 individual parts, has been cleared. They are apparently copyright free. I uploaded them to YouTube. They're unlisted, but they're uploaded to YouTube. YouTube said that they're allowed to be there, so in theory, when I put them all back together and upload the entire video, I'm not going to have an issue. But I don't trust YouTube. I think they're going to find something, and if that happens, I'm going to turn it to the joke. I'm going to be devastated if I upload this and it's copyright claimed, and then I'm not going to be able to upload it before Terrifier 3 comes out. I will be devastated. But even if that happens, it's going up. Even if it doesn't come out for like 6 months after Terrifier 3 comes out, I'll just put a disclaimer in the beginning, because I have worked really hard on this, and it's stupid because I know people are gonna get mad at me about the gender stuff, so I'm literally just toiling away so people can leave me mean comments, but I'm doing it anyways because I really do love Terrifier 2 this much, and I I do have to thank my patrons. That's kind of the whole point of this. I just really wanted to rant. So thank you to Katie Louie, top patron. Thank you to all of my patrons for sticking with me through this nightmare. I want to also thank my sister Georgie, because Georgie sent me, clips of her short film to use in this, and she was really supportive over my stupid little Allie getting murdered by art animation. Oh my god, that is, I'm never doing that again. That was the worst. I mean, the copyright stuff was the worst part of this video, but that was the second worst because that was so much work. And I cheated. I rotoscoped it. Animation is really fucking hard. Like, I knew that going into it, and I used to try to animate stuff when I was a teenager, but oh my god. And it was maybe 2 minutes. If you're watching this video and it's September of 2024, then yay, nothing bad happened. I want this video out on Friday the 13th. I don't know if it's gonna happen or not, but I'm going to try really hard. And if not, it has to be out before October 10th. If you're watching this and the date on the video says after October 10th, 2024, just know I probably cried for 6 hours. And yeah, I don't know. I hate YouTube, and I severely need to rethink how I do these if I'm gonna... I mean, I plan on keep making YouTube videos, but, I need to severely think about, how I'm gonna approach this from now on, because I can't do this again. I started this video so early so I wouldn't be stressed, and yet I am the most stressed I've been on YouTube ever in my entire life. So, yeah. Anyways, like and subscribe, I guess. Hopefully some people made it this far. I don't know, probably nobody. I wouldn't blame you. Alright, goodbye. See you next time.